Even if we lose, we cannot lose that badly, Asher. Give it all you've got. Mo Lin grit his teeth, the scales on his face were struggling and frowning. And in his hand he wielded a 50 centimeters thick, 3 m long huge silver-white blade on. It were complex golden engravings, a silver-white light energy flowed through it. Sh's eyes were flushed red, while each hand was wielding a half-moon blade. Kill. Kill. The two of them moved simultaneously as Luo Feng gathered his blade energy. Rumble. Mo Lin fiercely stomped on the arena, and it shook slightly. He moved as quick as lightning, the winds held around him and a visible high pressure. Ripple followed along, as he raised his huge silver-white blade high and swung it at Luo Feng. So the black-horned man Asher wielded both half-moon blades, and their movements were extremely peculiar. Within an instant, 1,000 images appeared, and they all formed a powerful battle array filled with countless cold flashes of blade aura that lit up. In the distance, Luo Feng floated in mid-air and pointed ahead. Qi. An incredibly condensed blade energy took the form of a dark golden, translucent blade, immediately tearing through the space ahead. I'll first kill Mo Lin. Luo Feng looked at the distant Mo Lin, simultaneously accelerating on the dark cloud shuttle and backing off. Arg. Mo Lin used both hands to wield the huge blade. He swung it, and the surrounding air seemed to condense the space. Simultaneously it clashed with the dark golden blade energy. He was very clear that the blade energy speed was extremely fast, and that he couldn't dodge it. The only way was to forcefully deflect it. Rumble. The dark golden blade energy was incredibly strong, causing Mo Lin to completely move backwards. He stepped 10 steps back in the arena, and every step causing craters in the rock ground. Simultaneously cracks could be heard from his body, almost as though his bones had broken inside. Mo Lin spit out fresh blood. Gold is sturdy like the sun, indeed it's very strong. Mo Lin stood on the ground staring at Luo Feng. His main arm, which was wielding the blade, was already broken in 9 places. Luckily, he mostly deflected most of the attack into his right arm, otherwise his body itself would be heavily injured. Luo Feng became a beam of light in the distant sky, once again forming an incredibly condensed dark golden blade energy before him. That blade swiveled on the spot, tearing through the space around it. Mo Lin, go and die. Luo Feng stared coldly at him. Bastard. The black-horned Asher roared, becoming a blurry silhouette and chasing after Luo Feng. Luo Feng, however, stood on his dark cloud shuttle and glanced coldly at him. Slowly chase on. This Asher, unleashing his movements, could produce up to 10,000 images. After all, being able to produce 1,000 images under the pressure of Blade World was incredible. It was a pity that with the pressure of Blade World, he couldn't keep up with Luo Feng at all. The pains of a fighter. Unless he was like the Masha clansman, who had extreme instantaneous acceleration. Pity against Luo Feng, who comprehended the 36 wonders of space and some comprehension of the rainstorm. Luo Feng's movements weren't weaker than his. This created the situation in which he simply couldn't catch him. Xiao. The dark golden blade energy tore through the space and shot at Mo Lin. Yet Mo Lin roared, feeling the pressure around him of the endless blade world. Every move he made was affected. He could only use about 70-80 of his power. Yeah. His left hand wielded the huge blade, once again slashing as quick as Lightning, however, to actually hit the blade world blade energy, controlled by Luo Feng, was extremely hard. His injuries from before weren't even healed yet. He could only risk it all and try, and now he was using only one arm, and this left arm wasn't as proficient as his right arm, including the injuries from before. Xiao. The dark golden blade energy flashed and directly pierced through his forehead, leaving behind a hole there, from which one could completely see through. Just like a laser that had shot through. Mo Lin stared wide-eyed, following which his body fell rumble with a crash. His entire body slumped onto the stone of the arena, causing it to shake and roll about. Mo Lin, failure. Luo Feng, well done, now kill the other punk. A loud shout suddenly erupted from below. It was the Manka Prince Wuka, he shouted excitedly. Beside him was Rong Jun, not just them two, even Qian Shui, Ai Chen, Lancelot and Ao Pa Te La had arrived. The newbies of the absolute beginning universe level had all gathered. Jiang Mo had informed them all. Flying about on the dark cloud shuttle above the arena, Luo Feng looked below and saw the whole group. He couldn't help but smile and shout, "No problem. Just a little dish." Yaya, bastard, behind him flashing about and constantly chasing, yet unable to catch up at all, was the black-horned Usher, who roared with rage. Luo Feng, if you have the guts, don't run. In terms of space comprehension, he was close to Luo Feng. In quantity, he was definitely further ahead in space comprehension. In substance, however, Luo Feng's was more solid. The two of them drew close. However, Luo Feng had the blade world to pressure him, hence, how could he ever catch Luo Feng? What a joke! You want a controller to fight close combat with you while Luo Feng flew. He glanced back at Usher and pointed, "Go." The endless blade world gathered before Luo Feng, and a dark golden blade energy was formed. It was extremely piercing. Xiao. The blade energy tore through the space and shot at Usher. Hu Usher madly waved the two half-moon blades before him, his entire body becoming a blur. Xiao. The blade energy dodged time and again. Luo Feng had no intention of matching force with him, and purely relied on its extreme speed, shooting from different directions all around at Usher, pressuring him. Just how fast was the blade energy? Every time Usher waved his blades, he felt as though he was dancing on knives. Chi. The blade energy shot from the side and pierced through Usher's ears and out the blade energy had left nothing but a mess within his head, between his ears. Usher stared wide-eyed. Because of the inertia, he moved a few km forward before rolling on the ground. Usher, failure. Haha, we've won, ha ha ha. Wuka laughed loudly. Luo Feng, beautiful, that handsome Lancelot, smiled too. Well done. Rong Jun waved his fist strongly, excited and thrilled. Qian Shui, Jiang Mo, Ai Chen and Ao Pa Te La were all incredibly excited. They, the 8 newbies of the absolute beginning region, had the lowest qualifications and power, especially since the qualification battle was drawing close. Jiang Mo, Qian Shui and Wuka knew they were about to be kicked into the sky and land region, hence they were all under a lot of pressure. This battle had helped ease that pressure and avenged them, and was very thrilling. Haha. Luo Feng jumped down and landed beside Wuka and Rong Jun. Those two punks came to provoke me, and I just dealt with them for kicks. Wuka, were these two among those that bullied you? Luo Feng smiled. Yes, they were. Wuka grit his teeth. I've long wanted to teach them a good lesson, but my power wasn't enough. Haha, Luo Feng, thanks for avenging me. Haha, thrilling. While Luo Feng and the group were celebrating and dancing about the universe level seniors, the 10 gathered there. Bastard. We actually lost. Those 10 had ugly expressions because over 100 sector lords and some domain lords all witnessed the battle and they lost 2v1 to a newbie. This was extremely shameful. This Luo Feng is indeed very strong. The silver-gray-robed youth stared at the distant Luo Feng. He is actually able to unleash Blade World, and from the looks of it, for me to defeat him, I'd have to use my trump card too. However, this move was something I prepared for Luo Fu. And I heard Moe Lin and Asher, the two punks got defeated by a newbie. A thick voice resounded. The silver-armored youth turned, feeling as though a little mountain appeared behind him. This was a over 6 m tall, fully black armored man, and his armor was sleeveless, while his neck was red, almost like a red metal. His face was red and clear, and on his forehead were 2 curved red horns. There was a rhombus crystal embedded in the middle. Behind him was a long dragon tail. This mad punk is here, the silver-robed youth thought, he said solemnly. Yes, Fire Dragon Moe Lin and Asher, those 2 punks were indeed defeated by a newbie. That newbie is Luo Feng, who just passed the 7th level. He's extremely arrogant. He doesn't respect us seniors at all. After accepting their challenge, he announced that he would face them 1v2, but no one would have expected him to actually still win. Look at how arrogant those 8 new people are. The silver-robed youth shook his head and looked at the newbies over there. Luo Feng and the 8 were extremely happy. Wuka roared from the side. You seniors have trained for how many thousands of years, arrogant for nothing. Losing 2v1, haha, I feel ashamed for you. Wuka. What are you bragging about? Immediately a group of seniors raged. Bastard, the dragon-tailed mountain of a man roared. Rumble. He immediately became a red beam of light and smashed into the arena like a meteorite, causing the arena to shake. This tall dragon-tailed man extended his palm leaf-like hand and pointed at Luo Feng below. Luo Feng, get up here. I'll teach you a good lesson. You can only use that Blade World, yet how dare you? What gives you the right to be so cocky? His voice rumbled and resounded throughout. Luo Feng, who was laughing and chatting below, was stunned as he looked up. His expression changed. It's him. Sa Jin Fire Dragon, one of the pinnacle races of humanity, the Flame Mother race. He was one of the 5 great warriors of the universe level in the absolute beginning region. He trained in the extremely expensive and absolute black hole evolution, comparable to the time-space scribbles 1,500 years ago. He had passed the 7th level. As he had checked on the 30 seniors much earlier, he was very clear about their skills, since he had information about them, especially on the 5 great warriors. The top 5 of the universe level, Nan, Luo Fu, Yu Feng, Gu, and Sa Jin. Fire Dragon, the strongest and hardest to deal with, was without doubt Luo Fu, and most shocking would be the chemist Yu Feng. These 2 were the most terrifying of the 5. Even Luo Feng knew within that at this point he was far from being their match. Luo Fu, courageous and intrepid. Yu Feng walked the path of the chemist, which was a rare oddity. However, once he succeeded, he would be extremely terrifying. Even Luo Fu would lose to him. The other three Ni Nan, Sajin Fire Dragon, and Gu were closer in strength. Gu, even though he was the latest to pass the 7th level, his battle ability was terrifying. Sajin Fire Dragon Luo Feng looked up at the man with the dragon tail. Frowning, must I actually fight him now? The original plan was that, after passing the 7th level, he would go take on missions and train. Well, during the 6 years, settling Moe Lin and Ashur was just a convenience. Earlier, he had never thought of them as threats. However, it was completely different with Fire Dragon. In the arena, Fire Dragon waved his tail, slapping the sides of the arena stones, and staring down angrily. Luo Feng, get up, do you not dare come up? Get up. Luo Feng, if you have the guts, go up, the universe-level seniors all shouted. Together, Moe Lin is weaker than you, so you dare to bully him. Meeting Sa Jin, you are so terrified you don't dare to get up. The spectators below were mostly made of sector lords. In reality, they were all in dangerous secret areas exploring, going through life-of-death training. Training over and over, their mental states were extremely nervous. Occasionally watching the younger universe levels spar was interesting. What's more, it was the geniuses among the geniuses fighting. Sajin versus Luo Feng. Interesting, if they really fight, who do you think would win? 3 sector lords in black armor discussed. That Sajin Fire Dragon, he trains the most pinnacle manual, the black hole evolution, even though with his points he could only exchange for the first few manuals. However, just those are enough for him to unleash his full strength. Beating Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem. I'm favoring Sajin too. Haha, everyone is thinking the same thing. I'm favoring Sajin too. When I saw him battle Luo Fu before, this Sajin was indeed of the battle race. Flame Mother, his strength was incredible. Unless Luo Feng can make his blade world reach the omnipresent level, he can't win. The sector lords of the absolute beginning region were all sector lord level 9 pinnacles. Sector lords capable of entering the last phase region were all usually recognized by the laws, and the absolute beginning sector lords, any one of them was an absolute being in the universe, stronger than Black Dragon Mountains. Jiang Tianchen, by many times, just how critical were their judgment on this battle? They clearly saw both Luo Feng and Sajin's strengths. The sector lords and domain lords watched with anticipation. The distant seniors too were challenging. In the arena, Sajin's eyes were gleaming, looking down on Luo Feng. Will you go or not? Wuka looked at Luo Feng. Even you don't have any guarantee. From what I see, that Sajin seems to want to teach you a good lesson. You cannot let it happen. The green-haired youth Jiang Yamo said softly, and Sajin had passed the 7th level more than 1,000 years ago. Even if you back out now, it wouldn't be a disgrace. Will you go or not? Rong Jun asked softly too. Around him, Ao Pa Te La, the gentle and beautiful Qian Shui, and Ai Chen, the handsome Lancelot, all looked at Luo Feng. The 8 of them were of the same faction, the newbie faction. Their honor and shame were as one. I was originally waiting for the qualification battles to show my trump card. Looks like I have to use it now instead. Luo Feng looked at the man with the dragon tail, and at the surrounding newbies around him looking at him with hope. He made a decision for everybody this battle. He had to win. Rumble. Luo Feng became a beam of light like a shooting star and landed in the distant arena. Haha. Good. Luo Feng, you've got guts. Nice. Work hard, I favor you. The group of sector lords and domain lords all shouted loudly, hoping for the battle to be exciting. In their hearts, they regarded him as the same level as them, because they could easily see that his improvement speed would eventually make him have a very high possibility of entering the primal region. Eventually. In the arena, Luo Feng and Sa Jin were a few km apart, staring at each other. They could see each other clearly, even the perspiration beads on each other's face could be seen. You've got guts. Sa Jin's voice was strong and firm. Cut the chatter and make your move, Luo Feng said. When the distant Sa Jin heard this, he immediately smiled. You sure are an arrogant punk. However, I'll wake you up. Shwa. The dark cloud shuttle appeared below Luo Feng's feet. Simultaneously the dark golden long rod on his back shot out 10 million gold lights. The little golden blades shot in all directions. The engravings weaved through tens of millions of golden threads. The countless threads connected with the land and skies, immediately forming a 100 kilometers area. The space was vast. Countless blade energy revolved. Blade world. Haha, interesting, somewhat interesting. Sa Jin stood in the arena. He raised his head and laughed. Simultaneously red flames shot out from around him. The burning flames engulfed his body. At the same time, it clashed and blocked the blade energy. He was like a flame god. What a powerful fire domain. It's incomparably condensed and able to block my blade world's pressure, Luo Feng thought, and the dark cloud shuttle floated in mid-air, simultaneously swiftly forming an incomparably condensed gold blade energy. A translucent dark gold blade was formed. Go. Luo Feng pointed ahead. Xiao. The dark gold blade energy immediately pierced forward. Kaka. Sa Jin was wearing black armor all over at this time. Huge gloves appeared on his hands. It was made of a completely black metal. The joints of the finger regions were sharp like knives. Rumble. Sa Jin, against the lightning-fast dark gold blade energy, punched heavily forward. His fists were like arrows. His bare arms and thick neck muscles shook slightly, as obviously he had poured all his power into that one punch. A simple punch, however the power was explosive. If he went to the undying altar, Sa Jin could at least reach 90 times his explosive force. Pung. The dark gold blade energy dispersed and Sa Jin took a heavy step back. His heavy boots stomping on the arena caused countless amounts of rubble to fly. This scene made Luo Feng's expression change. He blocked it like that. He's actually able to make me step back. Sa Jin looked at Luo Feng and forced a smile. The Nanshan armament is indeed one of the 9 godly weapons. Rumble. Sa Jin strided and he rushed right before Luo Feng. Luo Feng retreated quickly. So fast under the blade world's pressure, his instantaneous speed is still so fast. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and immediately dodged. Rumble. Immediately over 10,000 images appeared in the space around him. These countless images flashed. 10,000 thread movement, the 4th level, 10,000 thread movement. After comprehending the 36th wonder and through the 3rd manual of time-space scribbles along with the rainstorm picture, after half a year Luo Feng was able to unleash the 10,000 thread movement, especially with the blade world and its assistance. It was even easier. Usually when he unleashed 10,000 images, it was purely for speed. However, the 10,000 thread movement was able to effectively make the 10,000 images combine and work together, making him like a ghost who was hard to guard against. 10,000 thread movement. I hate these kind of techniques that's only for fleeing. Sa Jin's eyes seemed to be burning. Haha, a controller would naturally not fight close combat with a fighter. Over 10,000 Luo Fangs were laughing simultaneously, also the gold threads once again condensed and shot forward. Xiao. The golden blade energy was just like a playing child, over and over circling Sa Jin, and not going straight up against him. Bastard! Sa Jin raged. He loosened his grip on the gloves and struggled as he once again gripped tight. Rumble, 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 rumble. 7 images. 7 Sa Jins, and every one of them were using some fist technique from the left to right. Every one of their gloves glowed brighter and brighter, especially the 7th image. The dark red light was at least 30 centimeters thick, making the fist look like a huge hammer. Rumble. Sa Jin punched a fist into mid-air. The land and skies shook with a rumble, and half of the blade world collapsed. Only the region around Luo Feng was maintained. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is the 9 fists. The black hole evolution was comparable to time-space scribbles. They were considered same-level manuals, as long as one reached a high level in these 2, they could become universe country leaders. Luo Feng had heard that when the black hole evolution was trained to its peak, whether it was a fist, blade, or sword, every thought could produce a black hole. Black hole, this was an extremely terrifying celestial body. It wasn't a true hole, but a celestial body formed from countless collapses and condensation into one body. In terms of density, the white dwarf star was very high, but the Zhongzi star was more terrifying. However, nothing was able to compare to a black hole. The black hole was an extremely small but condensed entity. Its density was even more terrifying than 10 planets. Its strength and gravity was absurd. Gravity, tearing through space. Accurately speaking, the black hole was between the primal universe and the messy flow of space feeling because of its high density, mass, and gravity. Even the space flow couldn't affect it, hence, it was like a boulder rooted and unmoving. It swallowed all light, ships, stars, and planets into itself. Even great undyings, if they were to be sucked in, they would also die. The 9 fists was one of the final moves in the black hole evolution manual, and its reputation was well known. At this time, there were 2 silhouettes walking in space above the clouds, where the absolute beginning region was in Yuxiang Mountain. Yuxiang Mountain was where the core geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company gathered. Thunder Island was where the undyings of the Virtual Universe Company and the Absolute Warriors gathered. Meaning that Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island, the space in which they were located, was in truth the headquarters. The number of warriors gathered was even more than in reality. Under normal circumstances, Luo Feng and the rest had no way to fly that high. They were unable to fly out of Yuxiang Mountain to Thunder Island. They couldn't fly too far away from Yuxiang Mountain either, just like an invisible barrier that covered the entire area. Same theory. Thunder Island, which was the gathering place for countless undyings and stronger beings, had a formless barrier too. Those beings couldn't fly too far from Thunder Island. Hence, to be able to leave Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island and fly within this space above, these were definitely the true upper echelons and powerful beings. There were two people walking slowly in the space. One of them was almost 8 m tall, and was dressed in silver armor, bearing his arms and neck. As for his face, it was dark red in color, and there was a rhombus crystal embedded between his eyes. He too had a thick strong tail, and his deep eyes look almost like stars burning. From one look, one could tell that this being was a mother flame race person. And the other was only 2 m tall, skinny, and dressed in a peculiar black armor. And on it were countless silver engravings. In the middle of his forehead he had a third eye, a vertical eye, that eye seemed to be a place where a golden blade was gathered at, giving off the feeling as though his gaze was like knives shooting out. Ha ha ha, Mother Flame, look below. One of the two punks below is your descendant. The three-eyed man gazed below. Through 10,000 kilometers of space, he clearly saw the two, who were preparing to battle. Mother Flame. The ancient Mother Flame race, only one person was worthy of the name Mother Flame. That was the first Mother Flame race person born within the vast universe. He was the first, after mating with other races. Through countless years, the race was established. He was the only ancestor head of the clan for over 1 trillion years, and was also the Flame Crystal Universe country leader. He's called Sa-Jin. He is a genius from the Fire Dragon side. Mother Flame gazed below and smiled. Mother Flame, who do you think will win below? The three-eyed man laughed lightly. Of course, Sa-Jin. Mother Flame laughed confidently. He then looked at the three-eyed man beside and said, "Why, Mania, you don't agree?" The three-eyed man smiled. "I bet that his opponent wins. If I win, you have to give me that dagger of yours. How about it?" Dream on. Mother Flame stared. "Fine, not your dagger then, but if I win, you'll have to give me that golden Horn World Stone instead. How about that?" the three-eyed man said. Mother Flame glanced and smiled. "That's fine, but, if I win instead, you'll have to give me the purple thunder glass." "Okay," the three-eyed man replied. "Haha, then get ready to give that exquisite glass to me," Mother Flame said. "You get ready to give me that stone too. A golden horned beast can only gather enough to make one such stone in its life. With that, my disciples' weapons' main material would be acquired." The three-eyed man smiled. The two of them smiled while gazing below. The purple thunder glass and the golden horn world stone, those were mysterious items formed in the universe. The golden horn world stone, only the pinnacle of the 12 space beasts, the golden horned beast, could produce it, and it could only produce one in its entire life, as the numbers of the beast were extremely low in the universe. This stone was extremely rare and valuable. As for the purple thunder glass, in the universe, only the Bug Clan regions' terrifying Thunder Shrine produced it. This Thunder Shrine, countless years ago, had a peculiar clan that lived in it. Even that clan had yet to fully explore the secret region. Later on, that clan was destroyed by the automaton race. The Thunder Shrine then became a strongly reputed secret region, causing trillions of races in the vast universe to head over and explore it. The undyings of the humans too went over. The Thunder Glass was a more important and valuable material. Hee hee, 10,000 thread movement. The three-eyed man nodded and smiled. Haha, 9 fists, he's bound to win. Mother Flame smiled too. The two of them continued to gaze below. Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Region. In that arena, Luo Feng and Sa Jin's fight had already reached the craziest level. Rumble. Sa Jin's one punch immediately caused the surround space to crumble. His eyes were staring straight at Luo Feng. "Punk, you are bound to lose." So. Sa Jin's speed exploded and his movement became peculiar and hard to predict. It was almost as though in an instant there were two Sa Jins rushing over. And yet it also felt like there was only one. His 9 fists already warps the space itself, and his silhouette and image seems real to the naked eye. Luo Feng's expression changed stepping on the dark cloud shuttle. He unleashed the 10,000 thread movement and dodged. He simultaneously controlled the blade world, and with only half of the world left to extend, he borrowed the blade world's energy and locked onto his target. It's no use. Sa Jin roared and instantly reached before Luo Feng. Rumble. That 30 centimeters thick, red light huge fist was like 2 dark red hammers. There were flames surrounding the fists. It was fast like lightning, leaving a streak of flames and hitting Luo Feng's body. Chi Luo Feng became a blur and dispersed. So fast, a few km away, Luo Feng stared at Sa Jin on the dark cloud shuttle. Once again a thread of condensed golden blade energy appeared before him. Go. The dark golden blade energy tore through the space forward. Luo Feng didn't control the blade energy to match force with force, but rather, he used it to attack from peculiar angles, affecting Sa Jin's speed. Roar! Sa Jin was frustrated as he was stuck with a roar. The flames around him condensed, and simultaneously a dark red light formed around his bones and skin all over. He resembled a person wearing a dark golden light armor. Simultaneously his right fist became a blur. Pung! It was extremely fast, as it knocked against the blade energy. Its speed is so much faster than before. The distant Luo Feng's expression changed. I was prepared to use this against Ke Luo Fu, however today, I'll let you try it out. Sa Jin's speed exploded and he rushed towards Luo Feng. So. His movement was fast like lightning. Luo Feng was getting fatigued just from dodging. It was risky. Black Hole Evolution's Flame Crystal 9 bodies. This Sa Jin has actually completed one of the levels. The gray-robed Ni Nan below the arena changed his expression. It'll be very hard for me to beat him. Flame Crystal 9 bodies was one of the other techniques within Black Hole Evolution. In terms of power, the 9 fists was stronger. The Flame Crystal 9 bodies, once completed, one's entire body will have an armor-like layer. Also, it wasn't only for defense, it would amplify the warrior's speed and attack as well. It was a very powerful technique. However, simply starting this was very hard. That Sa Jin was from the Mother Flame race, hence he was naturally suited for this, with high talents and a good teacher. After training hard for thousands of years, he finally had some progress. Luo Feng is in trouble now. Rongjun's expression changed. That blockhead is moving too fast. Wuka stared wide-eyed too. The group of newbies and the universe-level seniors, including the sector lords and domain lords, were all shocked. Not just power, but level-wise, this Sa Jin could be considered among the middle and top, even amongst the domain lord level geniuses. This Luo Feng is about to lose. No shame in this loss. He was overpowered. Luo Feng was indeed being overpowered. Sa Jin, who had unleashed the flame Crystal 9 bodies, was a strange being after all. His fist speed could already keep up with the blade energy speed, and his body movement could catch up to Luo Feng on the dark cloud shuttle. After 2 attempts, during the 3rd time, his fists hit Luo Feng's 6-edged shield. Rumble. The shield was knocked away and Luo Feng fell hard on the arena ground. leaving a crater on the surface. You actually didn't die. Your usage of the shield is just as good as a strong fighter's. Sa-Jin smiled, however, it's useless. Strong fighter. Shield and blade, these were what the Masha clansmen had trained in the illusionary techniques. For many years it used the blade well. Naturally the shield defense was just as strong. Rumble. Sa-Jin rushed over again. Luo Feng, who was on the ground, looked up fiercely, staring at Sa-Jin. He roared, "Go and die!" Wang. The blade whirled fiercely, rose in all directions, and a condensed, gold blade energy gathered before him. Sa-Jin still rushed over without a care, but suddenly, he revealed a look of shock. Rumble. A terrifying consciousness pressure descended on him, smashing against Sa-Jin's consciousness. One of Luo Feng's trump cards, consciousness pressure. The golden horned beast was already Domain Lord level 9, this Domain Lord level 9 beast, just in terms of consciousness strength, was comparable to a human sector lord level 3's pressure. Back when Luo Feng was in Blood River World, the Domain Lord pinnacle consciousness pressure was enough to cause a star level soul to instantly crumble. With a glance, he would die. And right now, Sa-Jin had encountered a sector lord level 3 pressure. Even though that Sa-Jin had a good bloodline and high talents, and had many miraculous encounters, in terms of consciousness strength, he was at most a Domain Lord level 1 or 2. There was one huge level gap. Even if he didn't die, he would still be thrown off balance for a while, losing all resistance. This ability was very powerful while exploring Blood River World. Luo Feng used this often. However, when he attempted the Heavenly Bridge level 7, he never used it at all, because the Heavenly Bridge was a test of one's comprehension of the laws. Using the consciousness pressure would be akin to somewhat cheating, and Luo Feng was afraid the virtual universe system would immediately be on alert. Hence, he never used it before in the Heavenly Bridge. However, during a 1v1, he could still use it. Rumble. Sa-Jin instantly spaced out, and his eyes were lifeless. Chi. The dark golden blade energy shot through his eyes and pierced his head. As it pierced through, his eyes seemed to gleam a little, as though he had regained consciousness. However, it was too late. Rumble. Sa-Jin fell on the floor, smashing into the arena. Return. Luo Feng stood up. The countless little golden blades in the sky around all flew back into the dark golden long rod. Victory. High above the misty Yuxiang mountain, there stood two men gazing down with different expressions. Haha, Mother Flame, thanks for you Golden Horn World Stone, my disciples. Weapon finally has its material. The three-eyed man smiled, simultaneously glancing over, checking his expression. That punk actually won. Mother Flame gazed below and frowned. What strong consciousness pressure. Don't change the subject. The three-eyed man smiled. Are you trying to get away with it? Relax, I'll definitely give you the stone. Mother Flame felt his loss. This wasn't a commonly seen metal in the universe, like the hybrid copper essence. Even though it was an extremely expensive metal, however, with the Yun Mo Master Hu Yanbo's ability, he could still acquire a large enough amount to build a ship. And the golden horned world stone, one golden horned beast, could only produce one. If a beast died prematurely, then it wouldn't even have had a chance to produce the stone. Even with all the stones in the universe added together, a ship couldn't be built. Compared to the hybrid copper essence, it was like diamond versus soil. I can't understand why that punk's consciousness pressure is so strong. Mother Flame said. He was born with great brain size, or some miraculous encounters, causing his soul to evolve. The three-eyed man smiled. Anyway, in the vast universe, there are a lot of mysteries. There's still much even we don't know. Encountering something that evolves one's soul and consciousness strength, even though it's rare, there's still such things. Mother Flame shook his head, staring at the three-eyed man. You've earned quite a bit. Haha, don't blame me. Blame that little genius from your clan. His willpower is very average. If he was strong enough, he would have been able to remain conscious. The three-eyed man smiled. Mother Flame was shocked, nodding. His willpower is average. The consciousness was the countless soldiers, whereas willpower was considered the general. When Luo Feng attempted Fantasy Ocean, knocking through each island, he would feel the consciousness pressure. At the 9th island, even many Sector Lord pinnacles couldn't pass it. The 9th island's consciousness pressure was stronger than even a Sector Lord pinnacle in between the Sector Lord pinnacle and Undying. And when Luo Feng attempted it before, his consciousness was only at the Domain Lord pinnacle level. A whole level gap. He forcefully dealt with it, keeping his calm and passing it, and when he reached the 10th island, as that was a pressure on the level of an Undying, it completely crumbled his consciousness. Hence, he had failed at this level. A Sector Lord to Undying was a huge evolution of the soul, hence the pressure increase from universe level to Domain Lord, and Sector Lord wasn't as terrifying. Sector Lord to Undying, there was an absolute increase in consciousness pressure. Hence, at the 10th island, Luo Feng's consciousness was simply destroyed. Luo Feng's willpower was already very terrifying, and his consciousness was incomparably sturdy, like a crystal. It could withstand anything. When it comes to retaining consciousness, unless it was simply too much of a difference, it would just break. Either the consciousness would prevail strong, or it would just break. There were only two outcomes. And those without strong willpower, simply getting shouted at would stun them. Stun. This was a state where they were semi-conscious and blanked out. That Sa Jin, under Luo Feng's consciousness pressure attack, was stunned for an instant. If his willpower was as solid as Luo Feng's, he would have at most felt a little dizzy, but still would have been able to maintain his consciousness. Absolute beginning region, the area below the arena was silent. Close to 300 people had already gathered there. This was about 1/4 of the members in the entire region. How can that be? He lost. Sa Jin unleashed the 9 fists and flame crystal 9 bodies, yet he still lost. What happened at that last moment? That Luo Feng, did he use some spirit attack? The group of Sector Lords were shocked, as most of them had thought that Sa Jin would win. However, the final outcome was quite a surprise. Even with their abilities, they weren't able to see what actually happened. Lost. We've lost. Sa Jin, he lost. The seniors of the universe level were all completely stunned. They looked dejected at the black-haired youth. They too were geniuses in the absolute beginning region. They too were picked from the genius battles, picked from a battle of the strong, and the final group nurtured from the 1008 universe countries. Who wasn't a genius? And these were geniuses that had been training for very long, and yet today, against a group of newbies that had just joined the virtual universe company, who had yet to participate in their first qualification battle, they lost. And Moe Lin and Ashur, who were defeated earlier, stood beside the grey-armored. Ni Nan, what happened? How could we lose? Ni Nan stared at Luo Feng in the arena. Saw Jin, that punk, even I have no guarantee against him. I can only hope to risk it all, and battle. However, in that final moment, he was still defeated. Just what happened? Just what happened? Ni Nan was worried within. Because Luo Feng would be his obstacle in the qualification battle. Saw Jin's final defeat, I might meet the same end. Ni Nan frowned and was pondering hard at that final moment. What happened? Luo Feng carried his dark golden long rod and headed down from the arena. Haha, Luo Feng, beautiful Wuka, jumped and cheered loudly. Impressive. Rong Jun smiled and waved his fists. Luo Feng, your final roar, go and die, was very thrilling. The handsome Lancelot laughed and shouted to Jiang Mo, and Qian Shui and his sister shouted excitedly as well. The gentle and calm Ai Chen was all smiles too, and Ao Pa Te La laughed stupidly there. Luo Feng smiled and walked to the side of the arena, and jumped down. Luo Feng, a roar could be heard from behind. Luo Feng turned. In the distance, a silhouette descended from the arena. It was Sa Jin. The tall and sturdy Mother Flame race was filled with shame and rage the moment his consciousness returned to reality. He immediately jumped back into the virtual universe and flew over from his villa. What happened before? Sa Jin stared at Luo Feng. He didn't understand. For someone who was at the same universe level 9, how could the consciousness pressure difference be that huge? Don't ask me, I can only say your willpower is too weak. Luo Feng looked at Sa Jin and communicated mentally, go and train your willpower well. Sturdy willpower. Even if one's consciousness was pressured, as long as the difference wasn't too huge, one could still maintain consciousness. Sa Jin pointed at Luo Feng, speechless. I hope the next time I see you, you'll be stronger, otherwise the slot of the primal region doesn't have your place. Luo Feng finished and jumped down. He landed beside Wuka and Rong Jun and the rest of them, laughing as he said, let's go back. Wuka, don't fight with me, I'm treating today. The genius Jiang Mo from the Aogusi planet shouted. This batch of newbies, in terms of wealth, Wuka, Jiang Mo, and Qian Shui were all pretty wealthy. As for Luo Feng and Rong Jun and the rest, they were far worse. After all, their families were not extremely wealthy. I don't care who's treating. Luo Feng smiled. As long as there's something to eat. Rong Jun smiled. Viciously take his money, Wuka shouted. The group of newbies laughed and left. Over 200 sector lords and domain lords were still discussing below the arena. Even though they were shocked, they slowly returned to their groups and left. Obviously, this battle had made them all strongly remember the name Luo Feng. Below the arena, only the universe-level seniors still lingered. Sa Jin, how could you lose? What happened? Many people close to Sa Jin walked over. Sa Jin and Ni Nan walked over too. Sa Jin snorted, gazing at the group and staring at Ni Nan. Ni Nan, you have to be careful too, otherwise, you'll lose to him too at this qualification battle. After which, Sa Jin turned and left. That punk, the silver-armored youth. Ni Nan stared at the huge back of Sa Jin, his gaze gloomy. He actually didn't share anything. Sa Jin rushed into the sky, smiling coldly. Ni Nan, do you think I am that stupid telling you that Luo Feng's move? Wouldn't I be helping you prepare? Then if you all lose, I'll have more hopes of entering the primal region. It's good I lost this match, At least I'll be prepared for the qualification. Battle. Looks like I have to frequently visit Fantasy Ocean to train my willpower. With weak willpower, I won't be able to withstand that consciousness. Pressure, Sajin decided. This battle quickly grew widespread, even the undisputed king of the Absolute. Beginning universe level, Koluo Fu and the terrifying chemist Yu Feng heard of it, after which many seniors continued to challenge Luo Feng. However, he didn't even respond because he had begun to his training mission. According to the plan, after passing the 7th level he was to begin his training. Absolute beginning region, Dragon Tower planet. This was an ancient and enormous planet. A disguised automaton ship entered the atmosphere of the planet, after which a silhouette kept the ship and flew 100 kilometers, landing in the vast forests below. This was none other than Luo Feng. His upper half was covered in the dark red armor, an armor made by the cloud contact vine. Above it was another layer of alluring colors. His arms were covered in 2 alluring colored guards. His legs too had the same armor, formed from alloys. Its flexibility and defense were both very high. His arm guards were embedded with a screen within, and on it, large amounts of words were displayed. It was information pertaining to his surroundings. He carried the dark golden long rod on his back. It was really uncomfortable in Blood River world not being able to use many weapons and technology. In this Dragon Tower world, however, I can use anything. Luo Feng glanced around. However, the danger level here is very high too. Universe level soldier Luo Feng had arrived in Dragon Tower planet. He thus began his training mission journey. Dragon Tower planet, an ancient planet produced in the absolute beginning region. If it were an irregular star field, this sort of enormous planet wouldn't even exist. However, with the secret region's incomparably thick universe energy's production, a separate path is opened in the universe secret region, with many special celestial bodies and life. Gravity, 10,812 times that of Earth. The air, 98 nitrogen. The fully armored Luo Feng walked within the vast forest, the screen on his left arm showing him specific details. He gazed about, while his ears started moving. There's something there. Schwa. His boots gently stepped on the rotted branches and leaves below. In an instant he vanished to 100 kilometers away. He squatted on an ancient tree's branch that was at least 30 m thick. A mix of green and yellow color could be seen around the bent neck of the tree. He gazed at the enormous thing that was 10 kilometers away. With his vision, this huge dragon 10 kilometers away was clearly seen by him. Even the scales were clearly visible. At 200 m tall, its body length was at least 600 m with a 100 m short tail. Its entire body seemed to be covered in purple stone-like scales. Its head was huge, especially its blood-colored mouth, which seemed to be extremely hideous. A single gulp would be able to finish off an entire river. Its 4 hooves were strong, hence, its ability to run was unbelievable. It was the leader within the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, this T-Rex type rock dragon. It had high offensive abilities. The black blur of dragons with wings 100 m wide, which were flying above, were roaring. So the rock dragon rushed forward fiercely, leaving a trail of images in the distance. As it ran, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a blood-colored light flashed, hitting one of the winged dragons, and causing them to scatter as they roared. And the dragon, which was hit by the light, madly struggled. However, it was dragged into its mouth, following that blood-colored light, ka-cha, that 100 long dragon was eaten cleanly. Ong the rock dragon roared happily after finishing. In the distant forest, Luo Feng stood on the branch and looked at his arm wristband, and on it the data was clearly shown: Rock Dragon Mature Universe Level 9 Pinnacle 1. Of the targets. Schwa. The screen changed to complex pictures. On it were many different types of dragons. Without a doubt, all of the targets were all Universe Level 9. Pinnacle. The mission on Dragon Tower Planet was dragon hunting. The mission was to kill all of these targets and acquire a certain material from each of them to present after killing all of them. When one returned, they would be awarded 10,000 points. The mission seemed simple enough to kill one. It was indeed easy. However, there were still hidden dangers within. There weren't simply these weak dragons alone on Dragon Tower Planet. To Luo Feng, this level of warriors, Universe Level 9s, were indeed weak. There were many other domain lords and even Sector Lord level dragon races. The moment a Sector Lord Pinnacle dragon race was disturbed, even the automaton ship Star Annihilator cannon could fire one shot after storing for a while. And within the planet were countless dragons. If he was surrounded, even if he was sitting in the ship, he wouldn't be able to escape. Rock Dragon, Luo Feng nodded, the first one. So he became a blur and vanished. 10 kilometers away, the rock dragon that had just eaten fully within the forest was roaring and gazing about proudly. It had the right to be proud because during the growth period of the dragons, almost 90 of them are eaten or killed. During the infancy period, very few actually manage to live through and reach maturity. On Dragon Tower Planet, the matured dragons, the weakest, were at least Universe level. Any one of them could control a territory. Of course, the territories differed in sizes. Go. Luo Feng appeared in mid-air, and the gold light around him formed a 3m long, dark golden long blade. Nanshan Armaments 5th Level Space Slicer. Xiao. Ong, that huge head of the rock dragon, slightly turned and saw the little dot in mid-air, staring at it. It just let out a dissatisfied roar. When a gold light shot over, it wanted to turn and dodge, but felt the formless space pressure entangling it. It became slightly slower. Chi. The gold light shot through the head of the dragon. Chi. It madly slashed about. After which, the gold light flew out of the head and returned to Luo Feng. Those huge eyes of the rock dragon stared wide-eyed at the little dot. It didn't seem to know just what terrifying life form that dot was, after which its consciousness was destroyed. Rumble. The huge body of the rock dragon crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake quite a bit. So Luo Feng landed on the body, and his boot stepped on the purple stone scales. He looked around and felt like he was on a mountain. Collecting the scales on its chest, Luo Feng flashed and appeared on the chest of the dragon. Using his spirit energy, he took one of its scales and keep it within his space ring. Schwa. He instantly landed in the distant wilderness. Through the grass, he looked about, on to the next. The vast Dragon Tower Planet. Anything under Sector Lord level would die, without a doubt, under Luo Feng's hands. Not discussing the colorful boots and pant armors he wore. Even though those were all cheap alloy materials, they were still E9 grade. Luo Feng's strongest armor was still the cloud contact armor within, and right now it had already reached Domain Lord level 9, the 80 years in Blood River World was enough. By simply relying on it alone, he would be able to wipe out all those under Sector Lord level. To Luo Feng, the biggest problem was how to let it break through to Sector Lord level. Using points he couldn't bear to use money, as he didn't have enough. I can only wait. When I've done all the missions I can do, and make it into the primal region, I'll let the human body rise to Domain Lord level. That way, I can acquire the biggest part of my teacher's inheritance. Dragon Tower Planet Mission, Dangerous Level. He finished it in 39 days, acquiring 10,000 points. Space Cliff Mission, Dangerous Level. He used 21 days to complete it and was awarded 15,000 points. Luo Feng began his journey of completing missions. According to the rules of the Virtual Universe Company, only Universe level geniuses could take on these missions. The Domain Lords were sent outside to territories, and the Sector Lords had to go through life or death training. And the Universe-level geniuses could at most take 10 missions every 100 years. To prevent them from continuously taking on missions, everyone's total number was limited. For a Universe-level genius, completing an impossible-level mission had restrictions. A Primal Region member can at most take on 3 absolute beginning members can only take 2. The Sky and Land and Last Phase members can only take 1. This was in consideration of their safety. If one's power wasn't enough, wouldn't it be suicide to take on the impossible level missions? There was also the distribution of resources. The impossible level missions were incomparably dangerous. The points awarded, however, were extremely absurd. The Primal Region members could only do 3, which was the highest of the lot. The dangerous level missions, the Primal Region members could do up to 15. The absolute beginning members could do 10. The Sky and Land members could do 6. The last phase members could do 3. The difficult level missions. According to the points, Luo Feng had never once considered the safe, normal, and difficult level missions. The points awarded were too pitiful. The impossible level missions, lowest amount of points, was 100,000. There were even some with 10 times the points, leading up to 1 million. The dangerous level missions, normally they gave 10,000, 20,000, and at most 100,000 points. The difficult level were all about 1-2,000 points. The normal level were about 1-200 points. Safe level was not worth even mentioning. 6 months later. Brother, you are awesome, simply too awesome. Damn, it's only been that long. And you've completed 4 dangerous level missions. Wuka looked like he had seen a ghost as he stared at Luo Feng. Rong Jun, who was beside him, stared at him too. Luo Feng sat and lifted his wine glass, and said while laughing, "Don't be so shocked. Weren't you the one who asked me, and would I lie to my brothers? However, after I told you all, look at your expressions. Including your Blood River World mission, you've already completed 5 dangerous level missions, right?" Wuka pondered. From what I know, the dangerous level missions are set in many secret regions, of which there are only 5 in the absolute beginning region. Completing so many in such a short time, if you had to go to other star regions, just the travel time alone wouldn't be sufficient. Wuka stared at Luo Feng. You've done all the dangerous level missions in the absolute beginning region. Smart. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Vicious. Wuka nodded. To save time, you don't even choose the mission seriously. Anyway, only 3 of the dangerous level missions give the highest points. Luo Feng smiled indifferently, and absolute beginning members can at most do 10. Of the dangerous level missions, I still have credit. Ah. Luo Feng looked down at the fist-size Babata on his shoulder, standing up. Wuka, Rongjun, my teacher is looking for me, I'll leave first. Teacher. Go on. The two of them didn't stop him. Luo Feng became a beam of light and left Wuka's villa, heading back to his own. Within the training grounds of his villa, the tall and sturdy, True Yen Emperor rubbed his golden fur on his face. His expression was that of a shock, as he looked at his disciple. True Yen was an ancient being of over 1 trillion years. However, of his many disciples, only 3 to 5 of them could truly make him proud, and Luo Feng was one of them. You are very talented. Your improvement is getting more and more shocking. You have the right to be proud and confident. He rubbed the fur on his face, frowning as he looked at Luo Feng. You've already done 5 consecutive dangerous level missions. However, there is still impossible level. This is the impossible level. Why is it called impossible? The death rate is about 90. Whoever's gone in has been very confident. However, the death rate still reaches 90. You look at yourself. You haven't even taken part in your first qualification battle, and you are attempting an impossible mission. Speak. I don't know whether to call you rash and crazy, or confident. True Yen looked at his beloved disciple before him. He couldn't help but advise him. Teacher, I've made my decision, and I'm very confident, Luo Feng said. Luo Feng was very humble in front of his teacher. His answer, however, was filled with immovable determination. True Yen Emperor looked at his respectful disciple before him and shook his head, before smiling. Luo Feng, your decision is pretty reckless. However, even before me, you seem decided and immovable. That's good. To become a strong warrior, one has to constantly reflect and discover his own faults to improve, and if one thinks his own decision is correct, he has to believe in it and press on. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try and dissuade you. Just one thing, come back alive. True Yen looked at this disciple in his prime. In his trillion-year lifespan, he had seen many disciples die. Teacher, I will definitely come back alive. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Go on. True Yen nodded and waved. Luo Feng bowed and left the training grounds. True Yen watched as he left, and his eyes were filled with a sense of complexity, after which he disappeared. Walking out of the training grounds, the staff and guards in the villa all bowed as they saw Luo Feng. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The group was incredibly respectful. Luo Feng, however, frowned and pondered. Teacher was right. Those that dared attempt the impossible missions were all extremely confident too, yet their death rate was still as high as 90. I have the Masha clansman and golden horned beast. My survival ability should be 10 times of theirs. However, I can't be careless. Just in the 4 dangerous level missions in the half a year, there were 2 occasions during which he was actually met with danger. He instantly switched to the Masha clansman and relied on the domain lord level 9 Masha and its unbelievable speed to get away. If he could meet with trouble in even the dangerous level during this impossible level mission, naturally he couldn't be careless at all. Luo Feng entered his study and sat before his desk and opened the laptop. Opening the pages. Safe level, normal, difficult, dangerous, impossible. Impossible. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate, pressing it. D. A piercing sound resounded from the screen. Luo Feng, this is a heavy reminder. This is the impossible level mission. Many of our members from the absolute beginning and primal region have in the past lost their lives. We advise you that after passing the qualification rounds, to go and try the impossible mission. The electronic voice resounded within the study. If you wish to drop out, please cancel your choice. If you wish to proceed, please confirm. The moment you confirm, you cannot back out. You'll have to undergo the impossible mission. Luo Feng smiled, pressing confirm. D. The page refreshed itself and a new page appeared, a page that displayed only to those that begun the impossible mission. There was a line right above the page: Impossible Mission, Death Rate 90. Surviving the impossible mission requires strength and luck. You can at most pick 2 impossible missions. Please pick wisely. Here is the list of impossible missions. 1. Purgatory Abyss Virtual Universe Company Primal Region. 2. Cloud Palace Huge Axe Dojo Beginning God Region. 8. Demon Mountain Virtual Universe Company Absolute Beginning Region. 12. Death Star Universe Mercenary Alliance Honor Region. 18. Blood Demon Continent Universe First Bank Dripping Blood Region. Luo Feng looked at the list and frowned. There are a total of 186 dangerous level missions. However, this impossible level list only has 18. Pathetic. There were 18 impossible level missions, among which 4 of them were in the Virtual Universe Company regions. The other 14 were in the Huge Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe First Bank regions. Just from these names, Luo Feng could feel the danger from each of them, why they were named impossible, and that these weren't set just to scare people. I'll seriously look through them first. Just what places are these impossible regions? Luo Feng opened and flipped through. The detailed introductions and requests of each mission were shown. The different points awarded. The lowest Death Star mission, however, this mission had a total of 3 options within it, and every one of them awarded 100,000 points added. Together, it was quite a bit. The highest Purgatory Abyss mission only had 1, and the points awarded was 1 million. After reading through each and every one of their detailed information, it took a total of half an hour. Inhale. Luo Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. Staring at the screen, he said softly, "Vicious indeed. It wasn't wrong when it said earlier, to survive these missions, strength is a given, but you still need luck. Even if my luck goes south and I end up in a nightmare situation, with everything revealed, I may not survive." 18 missions, all of them were extremely abnormal. As long as my luck isn't too bad, I still have some guarantee. Which do I pick? Luo Feng wasn't even afraid or worried. In truth, there wasn't any 100 safe or guaranteed things in the universe. Even for the normal people of Earth, a flower vase might just drop on someone walking and minding their own business. Even if one followed all the rules, those drunk drivers might simply crash into you. Even for such a powerful warrior like Luo Feng, if he had bad luck, he might encounter an absolute being going through some tragic problems, venting it out and killing all the punks around. Or there may be a bug clan or automaton group attack, through universe travel, entering the secret regions and killing everybody. All in all, there wasn't any 100 safe thing, or 100 guarantee to passing any mission. Demon Mountain is the only one in the absolute beginning region. From the description, it seems more suited for me, and it's close as well. I'll Pick this. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and he gently tapped. D. Please confirm your selection of Demon Mountain mission. Selection success. Please fill in the departure time. The virtual universe company will arrange for people to send you there. Luo Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Demon Mountain was a mysterious ancient place in the absolute beginning region. It floated in space. Surrounding the Demon Mountain, there were a total of 9 ancient planets on. These planets were many surviving aboriginals. Countless of them would leave their own planet to explore Demon Mountain, because only through surviving Demon Mountain would they be accepted into the Virtual Universe Company and becoming a member of the Virtual Universe Company. Yes. Different form Blood River World, Demon Mountain and its surrounding 9 ancient planets were being controlled from the shadows by the Virtual Universe Company. Of course, in terms of mystery level, that Demon Mountain was even more mysterious. Demon Mountain Mission 1. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 months, points 100,000. 2. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 years, points 300,000. Just these 2 simple missions needed to be completed. Simply survival. However, from further reading, Luo Feng realized that simply surviving was a very hard thing to do. 2 days later, a universe ship landed on Luo Feng's star fragment territory. Your Majesty, Luo Feng. 3 black uniformed men walked down from the ship, bowing respectfully. Let's go. The bright-colored armored Luo Feng with the inner layer of cloud contact vine armor nodded and said, yes. The 3 uniformed men bowed respectfully and followed Luo Feng through a cabin door, after which it shut and slowly rose up. Respectfully sending off Your Majesty. The Sector Lord Ao Duo and the group of guards bowed behind. So, the universe ship vanished into the distant space. Universe travel complete, traveling within the dark universe, Your Majesty. Luo Feng, it'll take about 6 hours to reach Demon Mountain. The leading black uniformed man smiled. He had silver threads on the sleeve of his arm. Luo Feng nodded. Right, you are the dedicated team for sending people to Demon Mountain, Luo Feng suddenly asked. The black uniformed man smiled and bowed. Yes, all of the universe level members in the absolute beginning region, as long as they are heading towards Demon Mountain. I'm the one who would send them off. What's the death rate like? Luo Feng asked. No idea. The black uniformed man smiled. Even though I receive them, when the survivors return, it's members from the Virtual Universe Company, specially stationed at Demon Mountain, that send them back. Hence, I don't know how many actually end up dying. However, from my colleague, I heard it's pretty high. Luo Feng nodded. However, I can tell Your Majesty, including yourself, there's been a total of 3 people who've headed there, the black uniformed man said. 3. Luo Feng frowned. 1 of them is a primal region member, 1 is a last phase member, and the 3rd is yourself. However, they are all already within Demon Mountain. The man smiled. The one in charge of receiving them after is my colleague. Luo Feng nodded. Universe level primal member, 3 seniors and Bolin and Long Yun, that's a total of 5 of them. He might face them in the qualification battle, hence he had checked on these 5's details. Who could it be, Bolin or Long Yun, or one of the 3 seniors? After which Luo Feng returned to the resting room. After about 6 hours, the universe ship once again went through universe travel and returned to the actual universe. Look. Ahead is Demon Mountain. Within the control room, the black uniformed man pointed ahead through the external simulator. Luo Feng could clearly see the distant space in which there was a spot covered in green and white mist. It was a huge black mountain. It was incredibly majestic and enormous. In the distant surroundings about this mountain, he could see the ancient planets. From where he stood, he could see 5 ancient planets. Demon Mountain was 1/800 million km tall at its base. Its width is 3,200 million km. The black uniformed man pointed at that majestic mountain. In space, Demon Mountain is what our virtual universe company people call it. The aboriginals from the 9 ancient planets all call it a sacred land. Forbidden area, inherited forbidden land, and so on. Large amounts of the aboriginals enter the mountain in terms of numbers. The members of the virtual universe company that enter aren't even a 10,000th of the aboriginals there. Demon Mountain was majestically floating in space. This Demon Mountain was simply too enormous. Any platform at the base of the mountain alone, or any canyon, was equivalent to the surface area of Earth. Hence, at the foot of Demon Mountain, there were many magnificent palaces. Some as tall as 10,000 li. Those who were able to build such palaces were all undyings. It's forbidden to announce loudly. It's forbidden to fight or kill each other. It's forbidden to fly out of the canyon. Anybody who breaks these rules will be killed immediately. A powerful voice resonated throughout the canyon. Within the canyon, there were many silhouettes, who were either sitting crossed-legged or leaning on the stones, or chatting in their groups. They all looked pretty similar, with 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, nose, and mouth. Even their heights were similar to that of Earth people. The only difference was they all had 2 curved horns on their foreheads. Some were black in color, while others were silvery white. From one look, one could see that there were at least 1,000 people in that canyon. Teacher, how long are we going to wait here? Demon Mountain has been closed for so long, yet the virtual universe company isn't letting us in at all. An armored but bare-armed black-horned youth said softly. Beside him were another 6 men and women, surrounding a purple-armored old man in the center. There were 8 of them. The purple-armored old man was at Sector Lord level. As for his disciples, 2 of them were Domain Lords, while the rest 5 were Universe level. They have to reach 10,000 people before we can enter. An old voice resounded from the old man. Teacher, a clean voice sounded. A silver-horned young lady couldn't help but say, the warriors that get here from the many planets, sometimes there's many, while other times there's only a few. There's no pattern at all right now. We've only gathered a little over 6,000, who knows how long we'll have to wait until we hit the 10,000 mark. Do you wish to go against the rules of the virtual universe company? The purple-armored old man turned and glared at his disciples. The lady bit her lips and went silent. Wait patiently, the old man exclaimed, as long as any one of you can survive in there for a month, then you'll be accepted into the virtual universe company. Then, you'll be able to explore the vast universe. Compared to the vast universe, our 9-star ocean is simply too small. The 7 disciples' eyes gleamed. Right. 9-star ocean, the name of the 9 ancient planets bunched together in history. They've had many that entered the virtual universe company, some having gone to explore the universe, and returned to build their own sects and left behind advanced technology. These experiences and incidents made the 9-star ocean know about the wonders of the vast universe. Remember, if you feel that it's too dangerous and you can't hold out for a Month, immediately find a way to exit, the purple-armored old man said. Safety first. If you cannot pass this time, you can always return and try again when you are stronger. Understood, the 7 disciples nodded. Suddenly, a controlled announcement resounded from a distance. The 8 of them immediately stood up. Teacher, look over there. It's the Virtual Universe Company attendant. The 8 of them, including the thousands in the canyon, all looked shocked at the large group of silver armored people flying from the majestic palace. These were attendants of the Virtual Universe Company, and they had high amounts of power and authority. Even the Aboriginal sector lords didn't dare offend them. So many of them. Close to 100. Why are there so many attendants, the thousands of universe levels, to sector Lord Aboriginals were all extremely shocked, yet no one dared make a loud sound at all because anyone who disobeyed the rules had one end: death. Look, a ship. Wow, what a beautiful ship. The thousands of Aboriginals' eyes gleamed in the distance. A universe ship swiftly drew closer and quickly stopping above the canyon. The cabin door opened. A colorful armored, black-haired youth walked out. Close to 100 attendants flew over, all gathering in an organized fashion and standing respectfully at the front of the group. 3 white-robed men and women all bowed respectfully. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Close to 100 attendants said respectfully. In mid-air, Luo Feng nodded, after which, with the 3 white-robed people accompanying him, the group of attendants all flew downwards. My God! My God! Even the white-robed attendants personally welcomed him. White robes, those are sector lord pinnacles that have been acknowledged by the laws. They are like gods. I can see that the black-haired youth is only a universe level. Thousands of Aboriginal warriors didn't dare make a ruckus, and could only discuss in hushed voices to vent their shock. The powerful silver-robed attendants were extremely respectful towards that black-haired youth, like he was Sun Zi. Suddenly, one of the silver-robed attendants left the large group and rushed towards the canyon. Immediately, the voices of the thousands hushed. Listen well, the silver-robed attendant gazed coldly down on the thousands of Aboriginals. One of our Virtual Universe Company Majesties is about to enter and train in Demon Mountain. Hence, we are about to begin the Demon Mountain mission. You can all enter too. Go acquire your identification tag and prepare to enter Demon Mountain. Yes. Thousands of Aboriginals replied. The attendant flew away, and the Aboriginals below were extremely excited. A Majesty actually came. Our luck sure is good. Now we don't have to wait for 10,000 people anymore. The purple-armored old man laughed loudly, and beside him, his 7 disciples were gleeful, of which the silver-horned lady said, Teacher, just who is that Majesty? His position seems really high. The Majesties of the headquarters are all absolute geniuses, picked by the Virtual Universe Company from the vast universe. They are tens of thousands to millions of times stronger than you all, the purple-armored old man said. And for 3 white robes to welcome him, this Majesty must have the position of that of a god. Like a god. The 7 disciples all stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng flew towards the palace, gazing at the Aboriginals below in the canyon. Your Majesty Luo Feng, these are all Aboriginal warriors of the 9 planets. According to the rules we've set, entering Demon Mountain, the lowest should be at least a universe level. Hence amongst the group, most of them are universe levels. There are also some domain lords and sector lords. The tall and Handsome white-robed youth explained as he smiled, simultaneously carefully observing this Luo Feng before him. Luo Feng's name was reputable even in the management level. Even though this person was a low-level management-level staff, he knew, too, that Luo Feng hadn't even passed his first qualification battle, and he had already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. This had made the upper echelons of the virtual universe company favor him. Such a person, how could he be neglected? They welcomed him and acted according to the Primal Region members' customs, which was that 3 white robes and a team of silver robes are to welcome him, and usually, absolute beginning members only get 1 white robe and 9 silver robes. Second level of the palace, Luo Feng entered the second level, through the guidance of the white-robed youth. And the thousands of aboriginals were entering the first level single file. These are your identification tags. Everyone will get one, quickly, the attendant said as he gave out the completely black tags if you want to enter the virtual universe company. There are 2 ways to do so. One of them is to survive a month in Demon Mountain, the other is to kill others and acquire 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. Black tags are the ones you all get. The red tags are given to the majesties that come from the virtual universe company to train here. As long as you can kill one of them and acquire his red tag, you'll not only get to enter the virtual universe company, but you'll also get a treasure that even an undying would favor. These words made the eyes of the thousands of aboriginals gleam. However, they weren't shocked at all. Because these rules had been passed down over countless years, they all knew it well. Palace level 2. This is your tag. The white-robed youth gave Luo Feng a red tag and smiled. You have to remember, the moment you appear within 500 m of those aboriginals, the tags will resonate and they'll know you carry the red tag. They will immediately try to surround and kill you. I know. Luo Feng nodded. He had read the detailed information much earlier. Killing someone like him, those aboriginals would immediately change their lives. Naturally, they'd risk it all. In Demon Mountain, those who are able to kill you are either the aboriginals or the beasts within Demon Mountain, the white-robed youth explained. Naturally, if they can kill you, you can kill them too, as long as you can collect 10,000 black tags. You'll acquire an extra reward. This is a reward outside the mission. Extra reward. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This, I didn't know about. The white-robed youth smiled. The extra reward is even better than your point rewards. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. However, I don't have authority to tell you what the reward is. When you acquire 10,000 black tags, then you'll acquire the reward. Relax. The virtual universe company is extremely generous. The white-robed youth smiled. As long as you acquire 10,000 tags, you can exchange 1 time. If you acquire 20,000 tags, you can exchange 2 times, and so on. There's no limit. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Was it that simple? There were only how many aboriginals within, and among them, there were Sector Lord Pinnacles. This Demon Mountain mission wasn't simple at all. Demon Mountain, why Demon? Actually, even though the threat of the aboriginals was big, as long as he didn't want to collect the 10,000 tags and had then the threat of the aboriginals paled in comparison to the threat of Demon Mountain itself. Demon Mountain, entering from the front would be Demon Note Mountain. Entering from the caves behind would be Ice Mountain. The white-robed youth smiled. I believe that Your Majesty Luo Feng knows about the 2 different Regions, please make a choice of which one you will enter from. Demon Mountain had two sides. They were split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, the universe. Evolutions had made two special environments in this mountain. These are actually the true terrors of Demon Mountain. Luo Feng smiled. The Demon Mountain was separated into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, of which Ice Mountain was exactly as it sounded. It had extreme cold temperatures. The cold reached unbelievable levels. The absolute cold was only what the technology of Earth allowed to be measured and knew in the vast universe. The absolute cold reached even lower temperatures. Just like the huge ice planet that Luo Feng's star fragment revolved about. Like the Ice Mountain. They were all extremely cold, even to the point that it could harm a universe. Level's body and cells. The temperature within Ice Mountain wasn't constant. Throughout, some parts could harm a universe level, and some parts were so cold they could even harm a domain lord or sector lord. Hence, if one was exploring within and accidentally stumbled upon a terrifyingly cold area, he could be instantly frozen and killed. Ice Mountain, the main thing was its effects on the body. Demon Note Mountain was against the soul. Demon Note Mountain was vast and deep. One could feel chilly winds howling about, and occasionally accompanied by all sorts of sounds. These sounds were natural hypnotism. If one got careless, he could be hypnotized, because different regions had different sounds, with different levels of hypnotism. Several terrifying places could easily make a universe level or even domain lord to lose their consciousness and become meat puppets. I choose Demon Note Mountain, Luo Feng said. Demon Note, the white-robed youth was shocked, saying, Your Majesty Luo Feng, forgive my intrusion. This ancient mountain's two sides. Even though that Ice Mountain is dangerous, its effects are against one's body. When you compare body and soul, the soul is the core. There's still a chance to struggle in the Ice Mountain. However, the moment you are affected in Demon Note Mountain, you'll lose your consciousness. You won't even be able to resist. No problem, Luo Feng smiled. Demon Note. Natural hypnotism. In terms of willpower, Luo Feng already exceeded most sector lord pinnacles, and was even comparable to an undying 80 years in Blood River World's killing. Aura training had made his willpower much stronger than before. Since that's so, I'll arrange for people to send you to Demon Note Mountain. The white-robed youth bowed. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please remember to bring your identification tag when you leave. Once you lose it, it means you've failed the mission. I know this, Luo Feng nodded. Please wait a moment. The white-robed youth turned and left and walked along the vast halls of the palace. His silhouette was like lightning, instantly reaching far away in just a second. A 100 m long oval-shaped universe ship flew over and stopped before Luo Feng. The cabin door opened and 3 white-robed people walked out, including that youth from before. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Luo Feng instantly closed the distance and entered the ship. Demon Mountain was majestic and tall. The universe ship was like a fly revolving about it. Control room. Luo Feng glanced over. He could occasionally see caves in the majestic mountain, and those caves were filled with cold air. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Demon Note Mountain takes up about half of the entire Demon Mountain. Due to its size, there are trillions of entrances into the mountain itself. The white-robed youth pointed on the distant mountain. One could easily make out a blur several kilometers to hundreds of kilometers wide. Caves, Your Majesty can pick anyone to enter from. We'll fly a while more, Luo Feng ordered. Yes. After a while, the ship was far from the canyon earlier. Only then did Luo Feng pick a cave to enter. At the base of the mountain, many palaces were built there, some big and some small. Close to the base of Ice Mountain, there was a 10,000 km tall completely jade green umbrella-like palace. There stood a group of attendants in green armor, and these group of attendants could all easily destroy an entire country. They all had a jade green snake tail, and on it were dense scales. So, the ship carrying Luo Feng earlier stopped before the palace. The door opened, and the white-robed youth flew alone to the entrance, standing outside full of respect. "Zhichang, enter," a gentle voice resounded. The white-robed youth seemed to be shocked as he squinted a little. However, he still maintained a look of respect and entered the shrine. The palace was huge and complex. The white-robed youth flew for a while within and finally arrived within a chilly large palace. This palace was several li in width and height. There weren't any staff within, only a 1-kilometer tall throne could be seen, in which a terrifying silhouette sat. "Greetings, official Pu," the white-robed youth bowed. He didn't dare to look up at the silhouette in the throne. "Luo Feng has entered," the gentle voice resounded. "Yes, His Majesty Luo Feng just entered," the white-robed youth said. "He entered Demon Note Mountain." The gentle voice continued, "When he comes out, bring him to meet me." "Yes," the white-robed youth bowed. "Zhichang, you can go," the gentle voice said. "Yes." The youth didn't dare speak anymore, swiftly leaving the palace and out of the chilly place. Once he walked out, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Official Pu is a sick bastard. His moods are irrational, and he can kill me randomly at will. That would be injustice. Luckily, nothing happened today. Where there were benefits, there would be competition. For a huge leviathan like the Virtual Universe Company, there would definitely be competition within the internal departments, only they were all suppressed. However, for a being like Pu, randomly killing a sector lord didn't mean anything at all. Luo Feng and Bolin and such people were heavily respected. They were like the fruits of the company. But that was only because they were geniuses, hence they were respected. And for people like Zhichang, who had to slog until he reached the sector lord level, he had to remain cautious at all times. His position wasn't high enough. He could easily be killed by the upper levels just because they were in a bad mood. Within that chilly palace, high above in the throne, a huge silhouette flew and landed within. She was a person with a 10 long jade green snake tail. Her upper body was simply perfect, especially her long jade green hair, the absolute beauty that enticed even one's soul. Her mesmerizing eyes that gazed far within the palace, seemingly looking at a place a trillion years away. "Ha! Ha!" she suddenly revealed a manic laugh. "Ha ha ha! The opportunity has come," she muttered softly. After which, chi, her body swiftly began to change. Her jade green tail shrank and became 2 bare feet. Simultaneously, clothing grew on her body, and she became a 8 tall absolute beauty. "I'll first collect on the loan. Killing him is only the first step." The absolute beauty muttered softly and vanished. A few minutes later, within a dark red planet, one of the 9 revolving around Demon Mountain, a universe ship swiftly entered. On the planet, an ancient city took up 10,000 li in area. It was one of the top 3 sects on this planet, the 1,000-star sect. Rumble. The elders of the Thousand-Star sect all swiftly came out from within, some rushing from the quiet spots about. In just a few minutes all of them had rushed to the shrine of the sect. Shrine, why shrine? Because there was a god, hence the shrine was built. There was currently a 1,000-star undying in this sect. Why has the sect leader called us so urgently? I don't know. Hurry, the leader has never called us so urgently before. Sector lords and domain lords all swiftly rushed to the 1,000-star sacred land. Within the shrine, a beautiful lady sat in the majestic throne high. Above and below was an old man with 2 1-meter black horns. It was the 1,000-star sect leader, 1,000-star elder. Sect leader. Sect leader. The sector lords and domain lords rushed over and bowed respectfully. Master Bing, the black-horned old man, knelt down respectfully. The closest sector lords and domain lords from the 1,000-star sect have all gathered. There's a total of 6 sector lords and 53 domain lords. Master. The sector lords and domain lords, with either black or silver-white horns, were all stunned. The beautiful lady in the throne looked at the shrine's entrance. A formless energy seemed to push open the door. Rumble. The door automatically opened, making the sector lords and domain lords even more nervous. They all couldn't help but glance at the beautiful silhouette in the throne. However, they couldn't see her appearance. They could only feel a formless pressure, causing them to feel a natural sense of fear. Those of you who passed Demon Mountain, stand on the left. Those who haven't, stand on the right. A gentle voice resounded. It was like they were being controlled. 59 naturally moved to the 2 sides. 32 of them stood on the left and 27 on the right. 6 of you stay. 6 jade green lights descended from above and landed amongst the 27 sector lords and domain lords. 3 of these were sector lords, and 3 were domain lord level 9s. The rest of you can leave. The door opened automatically again. The other 53 sector and domain lords moved out like puppets, after which the door shut again. Outside the shrine. What's going on? What just happened? Didn't the sect leader gather us? Why are we out again? The sector and domain lords were almost like in a dreamlike state. They exchanged glances, not remembering clearly what happened in the shrine earlier. All of you go back immediately. No questions allowed. An old angry voice resounded in their minds. Yes, sect leader. The group immediately complied and dispersed in all directions. Within the shrine, the beautiful lady sat in the throne, gazing down at the 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords. To work for the 1,000-star sect is our honor. Whatever the master wishes and orders, our 1,000-star sect disciples will complete. The black-horned old man 1,000-star elder said respectfully. The 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords were extremely nervous. They could see that the other warriors had left with puppet-like gazes. To be able to control sector lords without any action whatsoever, and to make the sect leader kneel there like a maid, this being before them must be an absolute being even within the virtual universe company. 1,000-star, you can leave, the beautiful lady ordered. Yes. The black-horned old man left swiftly through the left side door. Only the beautiful lady above and the 6 were left behind. The 6 of you, look carefully. The beautiful lady pointed in mid-air. Immediately, a light-formed screen appeared from where her left hand pointed, and on it displayed the black-haired youth Luo Feng. He was dressed in his colorful armor. The screen showed his detailed measurements and data. I need you to kill this person. This one on the screen, the lady said. Immediately, the 6 below were suspicious, a great being, even stronger than their sect leader, getting them to kill one person. Just how strong was this person? He is only at universe level 9, the lady said gently. Only universe level 9. The 6 of them below all let out sighs of relief. Amongst them were 3 Domain Lord level 9s. Killing a universe level 9 was as easy as killing an ant. However, don't look down on him, the lady pointed at the screen. He is wearing alloy armor. It may look very normal, but they are still E9 grade. However, such simple armor defense cannot compare to genetic armor's complete defense. Below that, however, is a layer of cloud contact armor. Cloud contact vine. The 6 of them were suspicious. Immediately data appeared on the screen. The lady continued, cloud contact vine, a special assisting plant life form. It is able to meld with the skin and act as armor, or whip, and is able to transform to many things, and constantly evolve. And as cloud contact vine is domain lord level 9. The cloud contact vine's strength is able to morph at will, and its life energy is extremely strong. Its strength is usually much stronger than a human of the same level. Hence, you 3 Domain Lord level 9s will probably be easily killed by his armor alone, the lady said. The 3 Domain Lords of the 6 below were immediately shocked. Mysterious. Sick. Their hometowns had never heard of such assisting plant life. A universe level 9 using a plant life form, and is easily able to kill a Domain Lord level 9, that was absurd. You 3 Sector Lords, the weakest among you is a Sector Lord level 5, and highest is at Sector Lord level 9. As long as you meet him, you should be able to easily kill him, the lady said. As for the 3 Domain Lord level 9, if you meet him, you will die. The 3 Domain Lords listened nervously, not daring to speak. This is called a laser gun. The lady flipped her hand, and immediately 3 automaton weapons appeared, 3 laser guns, with diameters of 1 m, totally about 3 m long. It was made of a silver-white material, and on it were no engravings. Obviously it was the style of the automaton race. E9 laser guns, the lady said indifferently. It only needs 0.1 seconds to prepare an absolute level laser gun. With a hit of this gun, you can pierce through E9 grade material and kill even a Sector Lord level 9 warrior. The lady's words had just resounded, and the 6 below changed their expressions. Their eyes gleamed as they stared at the guns. Heavenly madness. They weren't completely oblivious to the vast universe. They too knew that within the universe, strength was what mattered. Even there, Sector Lords had special authority and status. Just how hard was it to become a Sector Lord? Which one of them 6 hadn't been through hell and hardships? However, one simple technological weapon, even a weakling with this weapon, could prepare in 0.1 seconds and kill a Sector Lord level 9. This was madness. This level of technological weapon, even amongst the universe countries of humanity, was still an absolute high-level weapon, and the price was extremely expensive. Many Sector Lords' entire wealth couldn't even afford a fraction of one of these E9 grade laser guns. These 3 E9 grade laser guns, even normal undyings wouldn't be able to afford. These 3 E9 grade laser guns will be used temporarily by you 3, the lady waved, and the 3 guns flew towards the 3 Domain Lords and floated before them. The 3 Domain Lords stared wide-eyed at the completely silver-white technological weapon. What a beautiful structure. terrifying barrel. This little thing, one gun, could kill a normal sector lord level 9. The three of you are weak, and are all fighters even if you meet this black-haired punk. He wouldn't bother with you, the lady said. In his eyes, he can kill you three in an instant. The three domain lords nodded. And because he looks down on you, and doesn't think of you as a threat. You'll have a chance, the lady said, with your combined strengths, even if you meet the cloud contact vine's attack. If you can hold up for 0.1 seconds, you'll be able to store enough energy to shoot him. Understood? Yes. We will definitely be able to kill him. The three domain lords answered excitedly, their answers all different. The three sector lords beside glanced at the laser guns while their eyes were gleaming. The lady in the throne, however, said coldly, "You three sector lords. Just your powers alone should be enough. Remember the target's appearance and armor." "Yes," the six replied respectfully. "He's different from you lot," the lady said. "His wealth alone wouldn't lose to even your sect elder, hence he'll be prepared. He may change his appearance, armor, etc. Just remember, the moment you meet a universe level 9, no matter what he looks like, make a move. If you discover the cloud contact vine body, you'll be able to confirm the target. When you meet the domain lord level or sector lord levels, don't make a move. Your target this time is him. You three domain lords remember clearly, flee if you meet a sector lord. If they truly wish to kill you, you can then use the laser gun to attack. If you meet a domain lord, just flee. Kill any universe levels if you discover the cloud contact vine, then use the laser gun, because your laser guns can at most shoot 9 times. Its energy will be depleted after those 9 shots. Yes. The 6 of them complied. The 6 of them understood that even though they were 3 domain lords and sector lords, this being before them had obviously placed her hopes on the 3 domain lords. This black-haired youth sure is unlucky. A great being actually has a grudge with him and has deployed such vicious tactics. However, we don't know his identity and status. This being actually doesn't dare to kill him herself, letting us do it for her. Who cares? Anyway, killing within Demon Mountain is allowed by the virtual universe company. Many thoughts went through their minds. If you manage to successfully kill him, the 6 of you including 1,000 Star Sect will be heavily rewarded by me, the lady said. I hope that the 6 of you don't let me down. If you do, you should know what the result of that will be. The lady gently gripped armrest and rubbed it. It began to crack and break apart. The 6 of them were shocked. We'll pledge our lives to complete this mission, the 6 complied. The lady nodded. Within the majestic Demon Mountain, the caves and canyons were a vast sea of black, and on the surface of every stone, however, there was a layer of cold ice. Whether it was the walls or ground, they were all covered in that cold. The formless chill made Luo Feng, who was walking within, frown, as it pierced right through his cloud contact armor, painfully against his skin. This is Demon Note Mountain, and it's already this cold ice mountain must be even crazier. He gently breathed in and felt the cold air enter his lungs. Immediately his organs within went numb. It's cold enough as is. Suddenly he stopped. This cave was at least 10 kilometers tall and 80 kilometers wide. One could even build an entire city within this huge cave. So many pathways. Luo Feng gazed ahead. There were many large and small caves, extending to hundreds of pathways. Who? Hell. The sound of the wind howled through the many passages, almost like a demon's cry or wolf's howl. The sounds created were very peculiar, with occasional high and low frequencies that would permeate into Luo Feng's consciousness and soul, creating a noiseless hypnotism within. You dare try with this level of hypnotism, humph. Within his consciousness, Luo Feng's willpower was as sharp as a blade. It instantly gathered and formed a sharp blade that was cold and condensed. It would break any hypnotism that even drew near. This was his willpower at its limit after his 80 years of training in Blood River World's killing aura. His second brother Thunder God thought he was at the limit. Indeed he was, and he had always been absolutely cold like a mirror, sharp like a blade with no compromise. Demon Note Mountain, different regions have different levels. The moment I succumb to it, I'll be a living puppet, with no chance to struggle at all. I cannot be careless. And there is the threat of the aboriginal warriors and wild beasts. I'll act according to the plan before. Luo Feng stood in the ice, swiftly taking off his colored armor and retrieving a completely silver armor he had prepared just for this mission. This was an armor that was the most common within 9-star ocean. Its material was F-grade metal. Maybe using an F-grade metal to build a ship like the UNMO ship was something beyond what he could do, but simply building an armor wasn't hard at all for him. This is an impossible mission, not like the dangerous level from before that. Colored armor is definitely not enough. Luo Feng immediately donned the silver armor and kept his bracelet screen into his storage ring, connecting with the cloud contact armor that grew 2 black horns on his forehead. These 2 dark red horns extended and slowly changed its color to black. Black horns. The simple and common silver armor, the black blade on his back. His entire savage energy had grown completely. Very good. Even though there will be killing between the aboriginals themselves, this is still normal. The moment my identity is revealed, there will be madness. This red identity tag is very dangerous. It's like a hot coal in hand. Luo Feng, though, storing the red tag in his storage ring. I have to get a black identity tag on myself later. If I'm disguising myself, I have to do it all the way. Luo Feng was very clear. Only with talent could he catch the fish. Disguising himself as one of the aboriginals would decrease the danger significantly. So he randomly picked one of the passages of the hundreds ahead, flying deep within, and began his journey into the depths of Demon Note Mountain. When Luo Feng entered Demon Note Mountain, the 1,000s of warriors were still lining up for their identification tags, after which they either entered Demon Note Mountain or Ice Mountain. They all had to enter from a fixed, pre-picked location from among the 10,000 entrances. So, a purple disc-shaped ship flew to Demon Mountain's canyon. The cabin door opened and 6 silhouettes flew out and kept the ship. These 6 were the 6 from the 1,000-star sect sent by official Pu. The leader of the sect was after all an undying, and a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, who had explored the universe before. Hence, the domain lords and sector lords of the 1,000-star sect all had universe ships. Normal universe ships were very cheap. Of course, domain lords didn't have large enough space rings to store the universe ships. The sector lords, however, could store them in their internal worlds. Buy-in. Look, there's so many queuing to get their tags. Even though one tag is being handed out every second, it would still take a couple of hours to go through these thousands. Don't get careless. We have to grasp our time. We cannot miss our chance. If we do, We'll have to wait for the next 10,000 batch before we can enter. The 6 immediately flew towards the distant palace. It took a few minutes for official PU to head towards 1000 Star Sect. Giving the order also took a few minutes. They took another 10 minutes to head over to their ship. At this time, only a small group of the thousands of Aboriginals had acquired their tags. As for the distribution, the virtual Universe Company's members definitely wouldn't have such high efficiency for such Aboriginals. 1 hour later. Let's go to Demon Note Mountain. According to the God's orders, we'll split up and it'll be easier to meet our target. We'll split here. The 6 of them followed the same cave entrance to a split path and separated. And they headed in 6 different paths. Actually, attempting Demon Mountain was mostly meant for universe levels. There were very few domain lords and even less sector lords. Hence, the weakest amongst these 6 was Domain Lord level 9. The true dangers of Demon Mountain were the demon notes and beasts. Compared to this, the threats of the other Aboriginals to them was small, unless they were truly unlucky to meet the rare sector lord in this vast mountain. A black-horned youth was carefully progressing along the deep and vast pathways, where countless of them interweaved. Ong. Yang. Hell. Every time he heard the demon notes, Luo Feng would immediately slow down and stop, not daring to risk it, in case he accidentally headed into an extremely strong area. Even though he was confident, he didn't dare to be careless. Luo Feng, at a distance of 18.2 kilometers ahead of your path, there's a domain lord. Level 3 fighter. Babada's voice resounded in his consciousness. My path. Luo Feng frowned. In Demon Note Mountain, other than his 3 great bodies and the cloud contact vine, there was one more very important thing. Babada, he had an extremely powerful scanning device. Even though the area was small and only within 20 kilometers, its efficiency was extremely high. Even sector lords couldn't detect that well in this range here. This scanning device was an expensive device bought back then by the master Hu Yan Bo of the Yun Mo planet. Even the current Luo Feng wouldn't be able to afford such a high-end device. Naturally, the area was only 20 kilometers, suitable for such special regions and secret regions like Demon Note Mountain. Swiftly getting closer. 12.8 kilometers, 9.9 kilometers, Babada informed him. I see him. Luo Feng looked ahead. The path had straightened up completely at this point. Hence, when the distance reached 10 kilometers, Luo Feng could see that ghostly dwarf-like fighter. He was even able to clearly see the black hairs on his face, and his cold eyes. He carefully proceeded forward. When he spotted Luo Feng, he stopped, and after which smiled manically and rushed forward. Universe level 9, haha, the dwarf laughed loudly. With just 2 flashes, he reached before Luo Feng, and in his hand he wielded a dark red axe. This hatchet had complex engravings on it. Luo Feng shook his head. Clang. He instantly brandished his blade. Wave. The cloud contact vine on his body naturally exploded with domain level 9 vine strength. Just a small portion of its strength was already much more powerful than a human domain level 9. The air around was pressured and a blood shadow blade slashed forward with unbelievable speed at the dwarf and his axe. Rumble. Just like a huge hammer smashing an ant, the dwarf stared wide-eyed as the axe in his hands was immediately knocked back towards himself. The back of the axe clashed, Poochie instantly crushing his body till it exploded, his bones and muscles gushed out of his armor, and fresh blood spewed everywhere as well. Rumble. The entire ground rumbled and shook, the surface frozen layer immediately split in all directions with cracks extending, the ice split open and extended for 10 kilometers. I didn't actually wish to kill you. Luo Feng swiftly retrieved the 2 black tags in this dwarf storage item. This was already his 19th tag. You happened to cross my path and attacked me first. How can I not kill you? Luo Feng kept the black tags and swiftly proceeded. 10,000 black tags yielded an addition reward, indeed. However, the higher the reward, the higher the difficulty. As long as he survived in Demon Note Mountain for 3 years, he would simultaneously accomplish the first mission, which was to survive for 3 months, and the second mission, which was to survive for 3 years. When that time came, he would acquire 400,000 points. The reward for the 10,000 tags was even better than this. One could only imagine the difficulty. Only 10,000 people are allowed to enter in every batch, and they kill amongst themselves. Who knows where they would end up dying in here? Some may even have left early on. Most of the tags should land in the sector lord's hands. To collect 10,000 black tags with my current strength, it's definitely impossible. Luo Feng was clear. He looked down at the dead dwarf, shaking his head. My mission is to survive for 3 years. I don't wish to kill others. However, if anyone gets in my way, I can only do so. Luo Feng continued, leaving behind the body in the broken ice surface. The low temperatures caused the fresh blood to already freeze. The splits in the ice too swiftly froze over, and not too long after, everything looked like it was before. Demon Note Mountain was vast. It took up half of the entire mountain. And the base of Demon Mountain itself reached a shocking 200 million km. Its height reached a shocking 800 million km, since there were countless caves and pathways that crossed all over. Luo Feng could only cautiously proceed 100,000 kilometers per day. Even after 3 years, he would have probably only covered a small portion of Demon Note Mountain. Cautious and careful. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In a blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Within these 9 days, through Babada's scanning device, Luo Feng had discovered one sector lord. Immediately, he turned and slipped away. This was also the only time he got close to a sector lord. Other times, he met a few domain lords and large amounts of universe levels, as no one trusted each other, and he didn't want to be chased down. After fleeing, he could only kill those that attacked him. Within these 9 days, he had already collected 112 black tags. My luck is not bad at all. Within these 9 days, I actually haven't met any of the terrifying beasts of Demon Mountain. Luo Feng walked along a vast pathway that twisted and turned, throughout which Babada maintained his scanning device at all times. Luo Feng, according to the demon notes you've encountered the past 2 days, you should be entering a more dangerous region now. The demon note is obviously much stronger. I guess there's a dangerous place nearby. Babada, the information the virtual universe company gave us is that there's no way to scan the dangerous regions in Demon Note Mountain. It might seem very safe, but dangers may pop up anytime. There's no need to scan. Luo Feng communicated mentally, simultaneously scanning around in the distance. Carefully, he couldn't completely rely on the scanning device, as normal pathways had distances exceeding 20 kilometers, and the scanning area of the device was only 20 kilometers. Hence, it was very likely they could actually see each other before the device could detect. Luo Feng, 36 kilometers to your left, there are 3 domain lords. 36 kilometers. Luo Feng was shocked. Looking to his left. Not too far away was a stone wall, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It's within another path, Babata said. Another path, there's no danger, why'd you inform me? Luo Feng shook his head. Their conversation, I think it's important for you, Babata said. Luo Feng thought. With a flip of his hand, a little screen appeared. Broadcast the footage of the scene to me, Luo Feng said. Sending already complete. D. In the little screen in his palm, it showed a similarly frozen stone cave, in which he could see an old man, a middle-aged man, and a youth. These 3 were staring intensely at 8 thick books. Before them it's the Phoenix Sex manual. This dead person must be an upper level in the Phoenix sect. Teacher, someone actually killed this person and didn't even take his manual. Treasures, haha. You are wrong, it wasn't a human that killed him, it's a beast. Look at the scars on his armor, obviously a large claw had attacked him. Teacher, the youth smiled, we acquired the Phoenix Sex manual. Here, can it be considered another inheritance? Don't compare this manual to an inheritance. The old man ordered. The Phoenix sect is very valuable, however, this forbidden land is called Demon Mountain by the Virtual Universe Company. They also send many valuable beings here. From what I hear, they would occasionally send some undyings to enter to acquire the inheritance of this forbidden land. Undyings, to accept the inheritance. The 2 beside were shocked. Looking at the screen, Luo Feng was shocked too. This you wouldn't know, this is our 9-star ocean secret, the old man said. The Forbidden Land, why is it called so? Because this ancient gold mountain exists for passing down things. Its existence is extremely ancient, tracing back to the earliest of histories of 9-star ocean, back to the time before the Virtual Universe Company took control of Demon Mountain. Anyway, this Forbidden Land has things even the Virtual Universe Company desires. Just how powerful is the Virtual Universe Company? That's impossible. The 2 disciples couldn't believe it. Cough, the old man coughed a couple of times and said softly, the Virtual Universe Company is a leviathan of the universe. It is indeed very powerful. However, they still regularly arrange for powerful beings and undyings to enter here, trying to acquire the inheritance. This is a fact. This is our 9-star ocean's most ancient inheritance. Whoever acquires it, that person would really be taking one step to heaven. Luo Feng looked at the conversation of the 3 on his screen very quickly. It then ended. He frowned. Inheritance, Demon Mountain, Forbidden Land. Demon Mountain actually has treasures the virtual universe would desire. Luo Feng thought within. The history of Demon Mountain was extremely ancient. It had existed long before the Virtual Universe Company had taken control of the Absolute Beginning region. A naturally formed mountain as such would definitely have treasures that were out of the ordinary. It would be normal for them to allow undyings to explore it. However, are there really such treasures? Luo Feng frowned. Very likely. The aboriginals of 9-star ocean all call Demon Mountain the inheritance. Forbidden Land for hundreds of millions of years. They definitely wouldn't call it as such for no reason. There's definitely a meaning behind it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed more, and Babata's scan showed that the old man said it with full confidence, that there were frequent undyings that explored the mountain. This were probably verified information too. Undyings entering here, for what? For something to attract the Undyings, these must not be normal treasures at all. That old man said that the Virtual Universe Company frequently arranges for high-level beings and Undyings to enter. He probably has me mixed up with. They're high-level beings, they don't know that I'm currently just on a training mission. Luo Feng smiled, suddenly he was stunned. No, Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, a look of fear. Training mission. Wrong, 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 his mind flashed with thoughts, he instantly guessed a few of the mysteries. Only a bystander can see the picture clearly indeed. This is true, those of us undergoing these training missions mostly haven't understood this, however the Aboriginals have seen the truth. Training mission. If it were purely for risk, the Virtual Universe Company could completely create a risk environment specially for the geniuses to do it, and why would they need to send them to such a far-away, naturally produced, mysterious place? His eyes gleamed. While we are to train on one side, the more important thing is for us to get the opportunity to evolve even further in a huge burst. From the Blood River World mission, I can see how the virtual universe plans its nurture. The Blood River crystal of that world is a contraband item, however, they still let us do the mission. Why? For us to get the chance to absorb the crystals, raising both our comprehension and strength. His eyes glowed. Right, just like that. The training missions aren't simply for training, there should still be other miraculous encounters awaiting us geniuses. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. In his mind, the many memories of the dangerous level missions flashed. During the first Blood River World mission, he had a miraculous encounter and gained much from it. However, obviously this was an opportunity supplied by the Virtual Universe Company. The second Dragon Tower Planet mission, as he hunted each dragon, then he found it strange, the number of types of dragons there was simply too many and extremely powerful for an ancient planet to produce so many powerful dragon types. That was simply unbelievable. On top of that, the sacred land of the planet was a majestic tower named Dragon Tower. There were too many powerful dragon types surrounding that tower. He simply finished the mission back then, without actually going to explore in the third Space Void mission. An endless cliff floated in space, and in between were peculiar thick chains. This existence was simply too peculiar. Luo Feng was extremely cautious then, only entering a few 1,000 kilometers into its depths, collecting the required mission items before leaving immediately. 5 dangerous level missions. This 6th mission was the impossible level mission. The mission seemed simple with its requirements for completion, as there were only 2 of them. One was to survive 3 months, 100,000 points, and the second was to survive for 3 years, 300,000 points. These places, none of them are that simple. Just testing and training alone, the Virtual Universe Company, which has everything, doesn't need to go to such lengths. They could totally create a dangerous environment to train its people rather than send them to such crazy secret region places. And like the Blood River crystals, they are contraband. Luo Feng frowned. I'm sure these places still have some secrets, and these secrets, some of them should have great benefits for us. What was the aim of the Virtual Universe Company? To train and to nurture, of course. But the miraculous encounters these places had were actually the true hidden rewards for the missions. Indeed, it should be like that. Otherwise, there'd be no need for us to go to such dangerous places just to gain experience. No such need at all. Letting us go to Blood River World, they are probably wishing for us to become blood warriors and even black warriors. Heading to Dragon Tower, Space Void, they probably had some other motives. By letting absolute geniuses enter Demon Mountain, they probably wish too that we'd acquire the inheritance of the Forbidden Land. Luo Feng nodded. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed right this was the true thought process of their nurture and training, giving them additional opportunities while training. Whether it's a black warrior, or acquiring the inheritance, they'd both be very hard. Otherwise, there'd long be a genius legendary story of one who've acquired it over these trillion years. The virtual universe company wouldn't then need to keep sending undyings in. Luo Feng nodded. This ancient demon mountain most definitely has treasures, and acquiring them would be extremely difficult. After all, the virtual universe company only gave one chance to acquire them to each genius. Right. Definitely. Tianzhi Palace is stationed above the Blood River world, and within it was such a level of absolute being. The Space Void too had undyings that trained hard within this demon mountain base, had large amounts of sector lords and undying station too. Just from the majestic palace alone, one would know how many undyings were around. Luo Feng thought and nodded. It's no secret. If it were just a training ground, why would they put so many undyings around? Luo Feng stood on the frozen ground and pondered. The more he thought, the more sure he was, and he smiled excitedly. Luo Feng, 19.6 kilometers ahead of you, there's a 39 tall, bear-like creature. Completely silver-white beast, and it's coming over. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and he scanned ahead. There, he saw a simple and honest silver-white bear. Its eyes were white too, and it almost looked like a huge ice statue slowly walking over. Wild beast, one of the threats next to the demon notes. Wild beasts were special life forms naturally formed in Demon Mountain. They were formed in Demon Mountain's extreme cold conditions. They had very little intelligence, and in terms of that, they probably couldn't even compare to the cats and dogs of Earth. They could be said to be extremely stupid. However, because they were that way, they only knew one thing: if they discovered any other beast or life, they would immediately attack. Any plan against their low intelligence was ineffective. From the natural energy it emits, its strength is at universe level 3. Babada's voice resounded in his mind. Howl. That white bear looked at Luo Feng and immediately let out a howl, rushing over. So. Its speed was extremely fast, as it became a blur and reached right before Luo Feng. Such a cute beast. Luo Feng brandished his blood shadow blade and instantly flashed past the bear, simultaneously slicing its head. Chi. After its head was cut off, the solid ice chunks smashed against the stones on the walls. However, the beast continued to attack, howling, howl, attacking Luo Feng. Chi. His blade flashed over and over Luo Feng, harmed it over and over. Only after it was cut into 4 or 5 pieces did the countless ice chunks fall to the ground. What a peculiar life form! Its entire body is formed from the solid ice chunks. Even after I cut it up, its simple consciousness doesn't dissipate. Luo Feng looked shocked and curiously at the countless ice chunks. He saw them slightly struggle, and 2 pieces swiftly began to fuse back together. So the information that said these beasts don't die, it's like that. Luo Feng shook his head, swiftly leaving. He didn't have the patience to keep fighting against such a simple intellect beast that was akin to a cat or dog. His luck was good this time. He met a weaker beast. The strongest of the beasts were akin to a sector lord pinnacle, and they usually appeared in a group. In this crystal-like dark and deep stone pathway, a skinny black horned youth with black armor was present, and his eyes were burning with flames. He walked casually as though leisurely. Simultaneously a formless world energy was spread throughout a 1,000 kilometer scanning. His eyes gleamed. So he immediately became a beam of light, with his sector lord level 6 strength. He almost instantly followed the winding pathways and rushed 1,000 kilometers. There, a domain lord level 8 and a universe level 9 youth were carefully proceeding, chatting softly. "Grandpa, we just have to press on for another 2 days, and it'll be a month. Then we'll be able to join the virtual universe company." "Who's there?" The two of them immediately saw a flash flew over, their expressions changed, and they fled. Rumble. The burning flame fiercely expanded over, engulfing the several km area. The domain lord level 8 old man and universe level 9 youth were instantly burnt to death. The black-horned, skinny youth's burning eyes scanned that universe level 9 youth's body surroundings, no cloud contact, vine armor, after which he waved his hand and acquired the space bracelet and ring, scanning them. No red tag. This universe level 9 isn't the target the god wants. The black-horned youth shook his head. "I haven't found the target even after acquiring over 1,000 black tags. I should continue." The black-horned youth continued to search again, extending his world energy to over 1,000 kilometers in area. The chilly breeze howled through the icy pathways. Luo Feng pressed forward at lightning speed through the bone-chilling cold. Yow. See. Some peculiar noises formed from the wind. Some were so high in frequency that it couldn't even be heard, but they still pierced right into Luo Feng's consciousness. Those enticing inaudible noises would occasionally be strong and sometimes weak. Luo Feng's eyes were focused, taking one step at a time, not affected by these. Rumble. Almost as though his piercing blade, like willpower, was hit by a sudden, powerful formless wave, causing him to be taken aback. His body shuddered a little, his expression changed. "Terrifying. I haven't let down my guard at all, and this hypnotism power actually rose by 100 times." Suddenly Luo Feng was shocked. Within the wind mixed with the hypnotism seemed to combine to form a very powerful combo, causing his solid willpower to slightly tremble. The true threats usually come when it seems most safe. Indeed, Demon notes. He squinted his eyes, progressing forward for 1,000 kilometers and arrived within a crystal ice-like world. Countless layers of ice covered the stone floors, forming a vast and yet beautiful cave, and on the walls were naturally formed beautiful marks all over. A total of 816 caves. Which do I enter? Luo Feng gazed about. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a distant octagon-shaped cave. He felt something special coming from that deep cave. This one. Relying solely on his instinct, he swiftly entered through that cave. At that intersection of the 817 caves, there would occasionally be an aboriginal coming from one of the caves before entering yet another. Half an hour later, the black-horned skinny man walked out of a certain cave, looking at the other 816, frowning. "So many. His gaze landed on the same octagon-shaped cave. "This one feels different. I'll go take a look." So, with just one step he had stepped deep into that cave. The deep cave was 12 kilometers wide, with varying heights throughout the ice that covered the walls formed stalactites from above or even weird and peculiar ice statues throughout. The black-horned skinny man walked while expanding his world energy up to 1,000 kilometers around. Domain level 8. He frowned, his body became a blur and simultaneously chased over 1,000 kilometers. Looking at the distant silhouette rushing over, the large bearded white-horned middle-aged man's expression changed as he swiftly fled. He shouted, "Flame! Sector Lord, I am from the Mass Star sect." Rumble. The flames burst forth and instantly the surrounding area became a sea of fire. That domain level 8 middle-aged man was instantly burnt to death. The fact that you know I am Wu Qi means you really cannot live. The skinny man snorted coldly. Whether or not I kill my target this time, even if I acquire enough black tags, I still won't hand them over. I'll pretend I failed and return. I am after all a sector lord. I don't want to be bossed about. Within the virtual universe company, there were two perspectives of the 9-star ocean warriors. One of them was to become a strong warrior, joining the virtual universe company and exploring the universe. Many didn't want to simply remain in 9-star ocean. The second one were the powerful people in 9-star ocean. They didn't wish to join the virtual universe company's lower levels, only to be ordered about by others. And the Flame Sector Lord Wu Qi was the latter. He has quite a lot of black tags, a total of 726. The skinny man shook his head. I didn't wish to collect them at all, and now I've already got over 2,000. He continued forward. He casually progressed, however he was still cautious. To him, the most dangerous thing in Demon Mountain was the demon notes, the legendary terrifying demon notes that even the Sector Lord pinnacles couldn't withstand, losing their consciousness in an instant and becoming zombies. Half an hour later. Universe level. The skinny man's eyes gleamed. He immediately used his world energy to scan this new enemy. Let's hope it's the target, the Sector Lord Wu Qi thought, having already failed 100 times. So he instantly shot towards his target. About 1,000 kilometers away from the black-horned skinny man, in the same vast pathway, Luo Feng continued forwards. Hua. The world energy brushed past him. Luo Feng didn't even seem to realize. Pressing forward. Luo Feng world energy just past you. Babata, who had maintained his scanning mode all this while fiercely shouted within Luo Feng's consciousness. What? Luo Feng jumped with shock. Hurry and go. Luo Feng unleashed his movement and instantly fled into the distance, flying swiftly. Even though he was fleeing, he wasn't too nervous, because he had encountered a few sector lords these past few days in Demon Mountain and he had left them in his dust, and sector lords normally didn't care too much about chasing down a universe-level punk, hence he wasn't really in danger. It should be like before, as long as the distance gets far enough, I should be fine, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng, he's less than 20 kilometers away from you, Babata shouted. He's here. He's caught up. Luo Feng turned around fiercely to look. Rumble. The black-horned man that had turned into a red flame was visible now. He was staring at Luo Feng, his killing intent obvious. Damn, is there a need for a sector lord to chase down a universe-level? Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Shua. He swapped with the Masha clan in his internal world. Luo Feng had long prepared for such situations, hence when he entered Demon Mountain earlier, The Masha clan had already taken the shape of his human body, the same black horns, the same silver armor, and it even matched the life energy of his human energy, as its natural talent was cloning even though they shared the same soul. Their life forms were ultimately still different, hence, the energy they gave off would still be slightly different, hence it had to rely on its cloning technique. So, the Masha clansman immediately unleashed the illusionary techniques and its speed exploded. At the moment of life and death, he couldn't care about anything else. The black-horned skinny man Wu Qi, who had been casually chasing after the universe level 9 that he discovered, had one thought in mind: he'd rather kill the wrong target than let him off. Ah. He actually discovered me and fled. What a pity, his speed is too slow. The Sector Lord Wu Qi happily chased. His casual speed alone was much faster than Luo Feng's human max speed. Very quickly, the distance between the both of them reached below 20 kilometers. The two of them could see each other. At that time, Luo Feng instantly changed his bodies. He seems to have undergone some change, Wu Qi thought, as Luo Feng swapped his bodies with almost zero time lapse, plus the exact similar appearance, dressing, life energy, etc. The Sector Lord had indeed detected a slight change, but he never would have expected that Luo Feng had already swapped his bodies. The Masha clansman instantaneous speed explosion. In terms of maximum speed, the Masha clansman couldn't compare to the Sector Lord level 6, however in terms of instantaneous speed, it still far exceeded that of Wu Qi. So, in an instant, Masha Luo Feng had already passed 1,000 kilometers, disappearing from Wu Qi's world energy scanning area. What's so fast? Wu Qi changed his expression. How can a universe level 9 be that fast? At least within 9-star ocean, there's no such absolute being to reach such shocking speed. He definitely has some special methods. I believe that he is the target the god wants. Wu Qi had already killed many universe level 9s, yet he had never met one so peculiar. Firstly, he detected him early, and secondly was his speed in fleeing. This made Wu Qi realize he could very likely have met the target. Chase. Rumble. He became a beam of light and followed the stone pathway swiftly. He madly expanded his world energy to 10,000 kilometers in area, immediately feeling the distant fleeing silhouette. However, as the pathways in this cave weren't straight but curved, he couldn't keep accelerating. Just like a 100m race before the great nirvana on Earth, if one ran in a straight line, he could maybe complete it in 10 seconds. However, if it were a S-shaped route, with 10 over curves in the 100m race, one definitely couldn't run at his max speed. This was just a theory. Sector Lord Wu Qi and Masha Luo Feng both could instantly accelerate and decrease in speed to make turns under such circumstances. The space genius. With extremely high comprehension of the space laws, the Masha clansman could unleash its greatest strength: instantaneous acceleration. Xiao. With 3 flashes, he vanished from Sector Lord Wu Qi's over 10,000 kilometers in area. World energy scanning. Luckily, the pathways were curved, otherwise I would have to rely on the golden-horned beast, Masha Luo Feng thought as he fled. Through Babada's scanning, he realized the enemy should be Sector Lord level 6. Back in Blood River World, the Masha clansman had used the domain Lord level 9. Strength to kill Siyong was a Sector Lord level 5, however the Battle techniques of Blood River World were average, their spirit weapons were very normal too, because Blood River World and the Virtual Universe Company were after all enemies. 9-Star Ocean however was different. 9-Star Ocean was governed properly. Amongst the 9 ancient planets were many sects with undyings, with universe ships, hence, in terms of weapons, etc., 9-Star Ocean far exceeded Blood River World. For the Masha clansman, killing Si Young was already extremely hard. And this punk, Sector Lord level 6, he probably had undyings teaching him in terms of technique and law comprehension, etc., he should be stronger than Si Young. Know only that, he is also 1 level stronger than Si Young. Unless I use the golden horned beast, I would probably have no hope of winning Masha Luo. Feng flashed time and again, fleeing further and further. At his max speed, within a minute, he had already rushed out of the vast pathway. Rumble. Fleeing at his max speed, Luo Feng fiercely slowed down. He stared hard ahead. There stood an incredibly vast ice forest, with wild beasts 10m, 100m and even 1000m tall. The smaller ones were at half a meter long, and they could be seen everywhere. With just a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, of which some had extremely high energies, and even more terrifying than the Sector Lord behind. 1,000 beasts all seemed to turn simultaneously. Hell! Hell! Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. He didn't dare proceed or retreat, and cursed. Within, I'm really unlucky. I felt that this octagon cave was different from the rest, and it really is, by giving me 1,000 beasts at one go. In the vast ice forest, the scenery was beautiful. Different black stone ice formed all sorts of scenery, and within it lived a group of extremely stupid but very terrifying beasts. Some were big and some were small, and according to their size, they had formed their own territory. This was completely subconscious. The 1,000 beasts weakest was at a universe level, and the strongest was at Sector Lord pinnacle, of which those that had reached that level, from Luo Feng's glance, there were 12 of them, and among the Sector Lord level 9 beasts, 3 of them were extremely majestic, one of which was 2 kilometers long, like a giant lizard. The scales formed by the ice were clearly visible. There was another that was humanoid form, and was 800m tall, like a giant automaton puppet beast. The last one was a bird-type beast with 6 ice wings. These 3 Sector Lord pinnacle beasts each took up 3 regions of the forest, and around them were large groups of other beasts. I'm trapped from both ends. What should I do? Luo Feng fiercely slowed down. Shocked. Howl, howl. With a glance, within the 1,000 kilometers area, the 1,000 beasts all slowly and stupidly turned to look at Luo Feng, the closest 100 to the cave entrance. Didn't hesitate as they roared, simultaneously flying or running, some flashing, like 10,000 horses' energy rushing towards him. Kill. Killing all beings that weren't beasts. These beasts' consciousness and intellect were extremely simple. However, it had given countless warriors a tempting demon mountain headache. There was no way to not be enemies of them. Also, they were a special life form, as they had no soul. Even if they were sliced into thousands or hundreds or pieces, they were still simply ice chunks. However, these special ice chunks were infused with their soul consciousness. Who knows where they were actually stored, and also, soul attacks were completely useless against them. Rumble. 1,000 beasts all rushed at the same time. The ice forest rumbled, and a layer of ice immediately broke apart. Damn, Luo Feng stared and gritted, I just have to risk it. So he became a beam of light and clashed straight at the oncoming beasts. Since Luo Feng's energy aura wasn't very strong, hence the 100 beasts that were attracted to him, and the strongest among them was only a sector lord. Level 1 or 2, the rest were either domain lord or universe level, and Luo Feng. That became a beam of light. The Masha clansman's strongest point was instantaneous acceleration. Rumble. Luo Feng clashed with the claw of a universe level 8 or 9 beast. Sorry. He wielded the blood shadow blade and immediately pierced angrily at this 4-clawed armored beast which was running towards him, the domain level 9. Compared to a universe level 8 or 9, the huge difference in power allowed Luo Feng to instantly pierce through this beast. Rumble. Countless ice chunks broke apart and Luo Feng pierced straight into its body. At the instant he entered its body, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Hua! Black energy engulfed his body instantly, and it swiftly gathered and formed a simple and cute ice-formed bear. Its look was completely similar to the first beast Luo Feng had killed, only its height was much lower, forming only a 8m tall beast. Clone. Natural ability cloning. Its energy completely matched the bear beast he had killed before, actually. Most of the beasts had almost identical energies, the only difference was the strength level. Of course the energy of humans and the beasts were completely different. It may seem slow, in truth from the time Luo Feng reached the ice forest and met the beasts and rushed towards them, it was like Mars hitting Earth. There was a huge explosion. Countless ice chunks shot in all directions. The ground was littered with all types of ice. Howl, a 8m tall, completely formed ice bear beast with an energy of universe level 3 walked out from the explosion, letting out a low roar. The 100 other beasts immediately slowed down and swiftly looked for its target, that human. However, they couldn't see it. With intellects even simpler than a cat or dog, they wouldn't even think about why the human had vanished. The beasts only knew one thing: since they couldn't find the human, they turned and returned to their old way of life. Sector Lord Wu Qi had become a complete fireball, chasing his target with shocking speed. It must be him. Universe level 9, and he was able to detect me early, and as he fled, his speed reached such unbelievable levels. He definitely has some special technique or special treasures, and these are definitely not something the warriors of the 9-star ocean have. Sector Lord Wu Qi's eyes burned with flames. It definitely must be the target the god is aiming, only a target that the god wants to kill, but cannot kill personally, would have such methods. Wu Qi naturally understood. A being that their 1000-star sect leader had to kneel before and call master. What level of being was that? And that being herself didn't dare personally kill this universe level 9 youth. Instead, using the virtual universe company allowed rules, she commanded others to do her bidding to kill him in Demon Mountain. Obviously, that youth's position must be very high, his background must be special too. At least terrifying enough for that great being to not mess with. Understanding was one thing. But he had no choice. If he didn't fulfill the task, they would die immediately. Hence, he could only do his best to search, and killing within Demon Mountain was allowed by the virtual universe company. He had never heard of having to pay for killing someone in Demon Mountain. Rumble, Sector Lord Wu Qi instantly rushed out of the cave entrance and into the ice forest. My God! He stared. Within the ice forest, 100 beasts were slowing down. That explosion from the clash before, the ice chunks were still landing on the ground. The 8 m tall ice bear was still roaring. Hua! The 100 beasts along with the other silent beasts in the forest all seem to feel the Sector Lord's huge energy, turning simultaneously 1,000 beasts. Almost 99 of them all turned at the same time to look at the terrified Sector Lord Wu Qi that had slowed down. Howl, the Sector Lord Pinnacle Lizard Beast let out an earth-shaking roar. Rumble. It was the first to flash and rush towards Wu Qi. Howl. Howl. The other Sector Lord level beasts under the Lizard Beast, along with over 1,000 others all roared as they followed their leader, madly rushing towards the human warrior and the tall human-like beasts and bird beasts, as well as the 2 other Sector Lord Pinnacles simply looked on. 1/3 of the beasts in the entire ice forests all rushed at Sector Lord Wu Qi. My God! The Sector Lord squinted, his face pale. So many beasts. Rumble. He turned and became a ball of flame, swiftly fleeing back into the caves as a warrior of 9-star ocean. He was very clear on how terrifying the beasts were. Even though they were stupid, they had no fatal point. Even if they were cut in half, they would continue to attack. Hence, the same level human and beast, the beast was actually even more terrifying. Soul attacks were useless. Even cutting them in half or piercing their heads was useless. Hell! The lizard beast was as fast as lightning. He led the way. The 4 Sector Lord level beasts followed behind, and after was the large group of Domain Lord level beasts howling as they chased. Howl, a cute bear beast, followed the large group of over 1,000 beast army, rumbling through the cave and chasing that ice bear. Its silver eyes glanced about. Good. It's like what I expected. These simple-minded beasts have taken me to be one of them. Hee. My body build, energy, etc. is completely like the beasts. Masha Luo Feng's ice bear, within the vast army of beasts, muttered within and followed the group and chased Sector Lord Wu Qi. Of course, the main force chasing him was the Sector Lord Pinnacle Lizard Beast and the 4 other Sector Lord beasts. The army behind was purely just following the leader. Sector Lord Wu Qi risked his all and madly fled. His world energy was expanded to over 10,000 kilometers area, checking on the army behind him. How unlucky. I'm only chasing after 1 universe level 9, and I hit the beast nest over 1,000 beasts, among which 3 of them were Sector Lord level 9. These 3. Any one of them can easily kill me. Sector Lord Wu Qi couldn't care less about his assassination order. He only knew he had to protect his life. So. Through the bends and twists in the pathway, occasionally spacious and sometimes narrow, the Sector Lord was incredibly nimble as he passed through the bends and accelerated. Compared to him, the 2 kilometers-long lizard beast's running speed was obviously affected more as the pathways were normally only a few km wide, hence it couldn't accelerate at its full speed because of the pathway before. Wu Qi couldn't catch up to Luo Feng. And now, because of the same reason, Sector Lord Wu Qi left the lizard beast behind. I've lost them. They've already left my 10,000 kilometers detection area. Wu Qi let out a sigh of Relief as he realized the lizard beast wasn't within his world energy area. However, he still continued to flee, pressing on as he reached the end of the tunnel in one breath, the intersection of 817 caves. That universe level 9 was probably killed by the beast's sector. Lord Wu Qi looked at the octagon cave behind, frowning. According to the god's orders, I have to confirm that punk's identity to consider the mission as a success. However, the place he died is within that ice forest. To confirm Luo Feng's death, the most important thing was to see the remains of the cloud contact vine, along with the red identification tag. If I enter the ice forest and get surrounded by those beasts, I'll definitely be killed, much less him. But I have to confirm his identity. Sector. Lord Wu Qi stood at the intersection of the 817 caves, nervous and restless. What should he do? Both ways were just as difficult. I'll first enter the virtual universe network to check with the others. Wu Qi sent a thread of his consciousness into the network swiftly. Different from Blood River World, the 9-star ocean was an area controlled by the virtual universe company. Sector lords and undyings were frequently visiting back from exploring the universe, hence they had stuff such as the virtual universe network along with universe ships, etc. Virtual universe in an ancient house. Buy-in. Sector. Lord Wu Qi sat in the chair, and a screen appeared before him very quickly. Another black-horned man appeared in it. It was the strongest one of the 6 from the 1000-star sect group, Sector. Lord level 9. Buy-in. Wu Qi, why are you looking for me? Buy-in asked on the screen. I think I've found the target. Wu Qi's eyes were burning like flames. Buy-in revealed an expression of glee. This mission was simply like a hot coal in hands. They were very clear that the background of their target wasn't simple, however they had no choice about it. If Wu Qi had killed the target, naturally Buy-in would be extremely happy. He quickly asked, have you confirmed? There is no way to. Wu Qi shook his head. Why? Buy-in was suspicious. It's this way, I discovered a universe level 9 before. Sector. Lord Wu Qi began to explain the entire story. Buy-in was silent for a while. You are wrong, Buy-in said. Wrong? Where have I been wrong? Even I almost died, hence that universe level 9 would definitely have died, and to have been able to escape from me. He definitely isn't from 9-star ocean. Wu Qi was very confident. Yes, indeed it's very likely he isn't from 9-star ocean, Buy-in said. However, Wu Qi, you've forgotten one point. This demon mountain would very frequently have high-valued beings from the virtual universe company. These beings are all universe level 9s, all with many of their own methods. You've indeed met one out of the ordinary. However, it may not necessarily be the target. It might very likely have been another of these beings. Wu Qi was stunned. Yes. Buy-in was right. There were many high-status universe level 9s that explored Demon Mountain, not just one. Then what should I do? Wu Qi frowned. Should I wait at the cave entrance for a chance or continue searching? This way, you stay there and guard first, Buy-in said. After a while, you can sneak back into the cave, get close to the ice forest, carefully hide your energy, and you shouldn't be discovered. Check carefully whether there's a cloud contact vine remains. I think those stupid beasts shouldn't have destroyed the remains. Wu Qi pondered for a while before nodding. Within the vast pathway, the huge lizard beast, after discovering the human sector lord, had vanished and chased for hundreds of thousands of km to no avail, stopped. So. After a while, the 3 Sector Lord beasts behind slowed down too and stopped. Behind the lizard beast. Howl, the lizard beast raised its head and howled, causing the entire pathway to tremble. Howl, the other 4 Sector Lord beasts raised their heads and howled too. After which the lizard beast turned and started to return. The other 4 Sector Lord beast followed suit when they were chasing the human before they were extremely fast. However, they casually ran back, using only 1/3 of their speed before. What's going on? Returning. One member of the vast army, that 8 tall, cute ice bear, looked around it, saw that all the beasts stopped running. There were many types of them, and they all followed the leading lizard beast and returned. Even though the lizard beast and the other Sector Lord beasts were returning, the over 1,000 other beasts weren't completely uniform. Most of them started to return. Only a small group of them continued to walk about slowly, with about 10 of them continuing down the pathway, heading towards where the Sector Lord had fled to. Their thought process was extremely simple. Just like a group of little chickens running amok, most of them would run together, but some would still leave the group. No wonder I met a single one earlier, the ice bear, Luo Feng pondered, carefully observing the happenings. About the beasts enjoy being in a group and community. However, there would occasionally be some dumb enough to leave the group. Who knows whether the Sector Lord has died or not? If he's dead, I can leave this path. If he hasn't died, he probably would have left far away. I would still be able to leave the same way. The ice bear slowly followed the 10 or so other beasts and headed in the direction of where the Sector Lord fled. The ice bear would occasionally run and then stroll. The other 10 beasts too would occasionally use their huge ice bodies to nudge the ice bear. Moving with the 10 beasts, the ice bear ran for a while, leaving them behind. Only then did it begin to accelerate towards the cave entrance. After a while, Luo Feng, I've scanned world energy ripples. It's that Sector Lord from before. The running ice bear naturally slowed down, deliberately using its body to knock into the ice walls beside. After proceeding forward a little more, he turned and headed back instead. There are beasts, the black-horned, skinny man at the intersection of the 817 caves frowned, after which he let out a sigh of relief. A universe level 3 beast. So stupid, using its body to knock into the ice walls. Seems stupid. He was too lazy to go kill a beast. And Wu Qi was still afraid from before. He was afraid that the commotion caused from killing this beast would attract even more. It's returning. That's right, return to your nest. Sector Lord Wu Qi smiled. That beast had already turned and left his world energy area. Within the ice pathways, the ice bear slowly walked, and as it left the world energy area. Luo Feng, we've already left the world energy area. Phew. The ice bear's eyes had a hint of vigor. I didn't expect the Sector Lord to stick around. I was 10,003 kilometers away from the 817 cave intersection. According to the distance, I deduced that the Sector Lord could very likely be hiding at the intersection. This is just an assumption. Babata communicated via consciousness. That area is very safe. The moment he discovers any beast that tried to follow him, he can immediately head into another cave. I think the beasts too wouldn't be able to guess which cave he headed into. However, he hasn't left, making me suspect. Suspect what? Luo Feng asked. The beasts are terrifying. That Sector Lord is very clear on that. Him Staying at the intersection, even though it's safe, there would still be the chance of beasts chasing out. The safest way is to leave far away, but he hasn't done that. He's not collecting tags in Demon Mountain, but standing guard there. Plus, he tried so hard to kill you before, I have to suspect that is true. Aim as you, Luo Feng, Babata said. It's me. Luo Feng frowned, remembering all that happened earlier. Indeed, this sector lord was on high alert at the cave entrance, not daring to relax. If it weren't for killing him, there was no need for him to be on such high alert there. Why would he want to kill me? Luo Feng frowned. For the Aboriginals to join the Virtual Universe Company, one way was to stay in Demon Mountain for a month, and the other way was to collect 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. However, with a Sector Lord level 9 strength, collecting 1,000 black tags or staying 1 month, there was very simple, there was no need to stand guard at the cave at all. Even if he suspects you are the one from the Virtual Universe Company, there's no need for him to kill you, because killing you wouldn't do good for him and the Virtual Universe Company in the future. Also, he has no need to. I deduce that someone wants you dead or wants one of the other two from the company dead. Babata said. Wants me dead? Luo Feng's expression changed. According to the information, there were a total of 3 core members that had entered Demon Mountain. His target should be one of you 3. Babata was very sure, and it's hard to say whether the other 2 entered Demon Mountain, hence, the chances of his true target being you should reach up to 50. 50 who would want to kill me. Who have I offended? Luo Feng frowned. At times, some people you don't even know may want to kill you. At other times, you don't even know when you've offended others. Babata said. I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've seen too many mutual deceptions. I advise you to be very careful this Demon Mountain exploration. Isn't that simple? Understood. The ice bear let out a low roar and began to return to the ice forest. As the ice walls of the pathway were simply too thick, even though the surface layer could be split and broken, the several km thick rock layer behind couldn't be broken through. Even a Sector Lord warrior had to flee with all his might, with no way to break through. It meant one thing, that this majestic mountain's black rock was extremely sturdy. After a while, the ice bear slowly returned to the ice forest. Within the vast forest, the beasts all lived quietly, and the ice bear, Luo Feng, didn't arouse any suspicion from the rest at all. Hell. A 600 long domain lord level 9 flying beast lay on the ice layer. It casually flapped its ice wings, and it knocked the ice bear that was just walking past to fall and roll about. Only then did the ice bear stupidly stand back up again. In this ice forest beast nest, the ice bear passed through many of the beasts. Continuing forward. There's actually no way to head out from here. I can only see if there's another exit in this forest, Luo Feng thought. The ice bear slowly progressed, occasionally letting out a low roar. The wild beasts groups in the ice mountain area was divided into 3. The lizard beast, the giant human beast, and the bird beast. These 3 sector Lord Pinnacles governed the 3 groups. The ice bear, Luo Feng, walked about slowly and stupidly, similar to the others. After over 3 hours, he had completely walked about the beast area. Damn. Ice bear, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief, glancing back at the vast ice forest in which the beasts lived. I've finally walked out of the beast group area. Only then did he relax. The Initially stupid Ice Bear's eyes gleamed as he looked ahead. The path ahead was still a vast ice forest. Occasionally, he would see one or two stray beasts. Since there's no way to return with that sector lord guarding that other route, I can only proceed forward. Ice Bear Luo Feng occasionally ran and slowed down. At this time, he couldn't see any other beasts about, and before him was a vast endless ice forest. This ice forest was endless. He continued as the Ice Bear. Ong. Hell. The demon note was sometimes strong and weak, invading his soul, and hypnotizing his consciousness. The moment one succumbed to it, he would become a zombie. This is troublesome. Ice Bear Luo Feng slowed down, and his silver eyes filled with a hint of worry. The deeper I get into the ice forest, the stronger the occasional demon note. Chi. The formless and noiseless demon note invaded his soul. Ice Bear Luo Feng slightly trembled. The strength of this demon note, even normal sector Lord level 3 would be immediately controlled. Luo Feng was shocked within. According to the fantasy Ocean's Islands and information, he could roughly gauge the levels of willpower and consciousness. In terms of willpower alone, he was comparable to a normal undying. Only his consciousness was still weak, hence he was stuck at the 10th island. And the demon note didn't have any consciousness pressure, just hypnotism, hence Luo Feng was more proficient in withstanding it. This was the reason for him to choose the demon note mountain. Me. A peculiar sound pierced into his soul. Immediately millions of illusions appeared. Wave after wave of hypnotism started. Just to go through all of these would take countless years. Break. His extreme level willpower had no compromise. He completely broke through all the illusions. So the Ice Bear became a black energy flow. The formless energy took the shape of a human and finally formed the black-horned youth again. He was already 100 kilometers away from where he first discovered the beasts, plus he hadn't seen another beast in over 100,000 kilometers, hence he returned to human form. Swap. He swapped back to his Earth body. It was best he didn't reveal the Masha body too much. Luo Feng looked at the side of the ice mountain, the demon note from earlier. Even Sector Lord 6 or 7 wouldn't be able to take it. How strange. Luo Feng frowned. It's been a while since I entered Demon Note Mountain. However, most of the demon notes in the caves are mostly weak. Even universe levels can take it occasionally. They could hypnotize a universe level. Only very few reach up to the Domain Lord level. As for the Sector Lord level demon notes, they rarely appear. Looking at the vast ice forest ahead, Luo Feng frowned, as it felt extremely peculiar. Within this ice forest, the demon note strength was too terrifying. Looking at the situation, the deeper he went, the demon notes he encountered would occasionally get stronger. If this went on, he was afraid the next one would be at the Sector Lord pinnacle level any stronger. It would even be able to hypnotize an undying. At that time, Luo Feng didn't have the confidence to withstand it. Do I continue? Luo Feng pondered. Go. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming. I'm very clear of my own limits. This current demon note is still far from my threshold. I want to see just how strong the demon note in this ice forest gets. He continued on. As he progressed, the demon note was sometimes stronger than others. However, as a whole, it was indeed stronger than before. After about 100,000 kilometers, that demon note earlier is the most terrifying since I entered Demon Note mountain it should be able to hypnotize even Sector Lord Pinnacle's Luo Feng. Gritted his teeth, his eyes squinting, his gaze was like a blade, piercing forward. One's eyes were the windows to the soul. Obviously Luo Feng was already on high alert, his willpower and consciousness were condensed to their limit. Still quite far from my threshold. He continued on, maintaining his caution, and not daring to get careless. After walking another 2,000 kilometers or so, he reached the end of the vast ice forest. Ahead were 3 familiar spacious pathways. Cave pathways. The ice forest is over. Luo Feng smiled, somewhat curious. This ice forest has such strong demon notes. Are there no other secrets? He turned around and glanced at the 100 kilometers of ice forest, feeling that there should be something else special within. I'll randomly pick one. Luo Feng walked towards center of the 3 pathways. This one was close to 20 kilometers wide, and 7 to 8 kilometers tall. Compared to it, Luo Feng was a small dot, like an ant walking within a human's walkway. When Luo Feng reached 10 before the entrance, he took one step and stepped through. Rumble. An unbelievable, terrifying, swallowing strength generated from the cave's entrance. The surrounding space became a visible energy whirlpool, as the ground's ice layer itself was ripped up from below and sucked into the cave. Luo Feng couldn't react in time. So his entire being was sucked straight into the cave like a huge mouth, swallowing anything that came close. Damn, what is this? Luo Feng stared. Clang. While he was being swallowed, a noiseless demon note pierced straight into his consciousness like a huge copper pot clanging about. In an instant he felt his consciousness and willpower drift almost like a small boat in a tidal storm. Each wave after wave made it feel like the boat was about to capsize. So, because of the demon note's interference, Luo Feng was at the brink of collapse. He couldn't care about anything else. His entire being got sucked in. Chi 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 chi. From his arms thick and powerful dark red vines extended fiercely. The vines either pierced deep into the ice walls or clung on to the entrance of the cave. Countless leaves extended into the ground surface, with more vines extending as quick as lightning out. The cave's width was about 20 kilometers. As for the domain, Lord Level 9 Cloud Contact Vine, every vine alone far exceeded this little distance, almost like a big octopus with many tentacles, madly heading towards the entrance of the cave. The strength of the plant life form was unbelievable. Rumble, the terrifying swallowing strength, made even the cloud contact vine, at full strength, began to rip apart at its vines. Pa pa pa. The thick vines tore apart. The leaves that penetrated the ice layer too were plucked apart. My God. The demon note came and went fast. Luo Feng quickly regained his consciousness, seeing the vines start to break apart. He immediately roared within, swap. So his earth body immediately became the Masha Klazenman, and the Masha Klazenman had already become a 30 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide shuttle. It had 2 horns. It was round in the middle and smooth. As the shuttle's size was much smaller than a normal human body, and because of its build, it made the swallowing strength several hundred times less compared to the human body before. So the favorite of Space Masha clansmen, with only 1/100th of the swallowing strength acting on it, finally broke through and flew out of the cave. When the Masha shuttle was over 100 m away from the cave, the terrifying swallowing strength instantly vanished. Hua. The shuttle became a black energy and formed a human body. Luo Feng stared at the center of the 3 caves, recalling the scene before. Trembling from within. Instantly attacked by the demon note, I could only withstand it with all my might. Normal sector Lord Pinnacles wouldn't be able to withstand it, and that. Swallowing strength only after the Masha changed form and used its proficiency. In the space laws, was I able to escape? Luo Feng looked at the cave ahead, filled with fear. If he was swallowed in, what would have happened? Who knows? Luo Feng only now did Babada's voice resound. That was a typical death trap within a universe secret region. What death trap? Luo Feng asked. In the vast universe, the most peculiar and mysterious are the secret regions. These regions are all special occurrences that evolve from the primal universe, forming many different regions. All these regions are never the exact same, and the danger levels are different too. The forms of danger are different too. Some are obvious dangers, even though terrifying, but it's still good that way. Some, however, have obscure dangers, seemingly safe, yet the danger suddenly occurs, just like the cave ahead. This demon note mountain has trillions of pathways. The rest are all safe only when you enter one without defense. Then the swallowing strength will suddenly hit you with the demon note. I dare say within that cave, there are even more dangerous things, Babada said. This sudden danger, without any chance to prepare or defend, make these considered death traps. Who knows how many undyings? How many geniuses with bright futures? How many great beings have fallen in the death traps? Babada said. Luo Feng was shocked. He suddenly remembered his teacher Tru Yin, who spoke of an absolute genius that was able to kill an official level undying when he was sector lord. Pinnacle, however, that absolute genius finally still fell within a secret region. Even though the absolute beginning region was controlled by the virtual universe company, there are still some special places that even they cannot fully control, Babada said, just like the Blood River world, and the depths of this demon note mountain, they are like that. You need to be extremely careful. Back when I followed your teacher, I've seen too many such situations, too many warriors dying like this. These death traps, some carry huge treasure troves, but some are truly dead ends. Luo Feng nodded, after which he turned to look at the left and right caves. I cannot head back. That sector lord is standing guard ahead of me. There are 3 caves, among which I cannot enter the middle one. But which of the other 2 should I go to? With 3 paths ahead and no way back, Luo Feng once again became a shuttle shape and tried the cave on the left. Ah! There's no swallowing energy, and no such terrifying demon note. The flying shuttle within the cave flew 100,000 kilometers in one breath, finally reaching the end of the cave. Ahead were 38 other caves. Simultaneously there were 3 bodies. Someone has already been here. Looks quite safe. The shuttle returned to human shape. Surely he couldn't simply just fly around in that form. If he were to be seen by others, they'd be shocked. 3 days later, in his earth body in the black-horned youth shape, Luo Feng carefully progressed, and he felt relaxed within though. Ever since he entered the left cave after leaving the ice forest, he hadn't met such a precarious situation, and everything was very normal, just like when he first entered Demon Note Mountain. He would occasionally meet another warrior or a lone beast, and the demon note wasn't that strong. It seems like the ice forest area was indeed special. Luo Feng recalled the Episode from before. The deeper I went into the forest, the stronger the demon note, until the end of it, there I encountered the swallowing cave and the strong demon note. After that, there hasn't been any danger. That cave was an end point. I still feel that cave had some secret behind it. Luo Feng thought so. What are you thinking about that swallowing cave from the ice forest? Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng nodded. I knew you'd think about it, right? Danger often accompanies miracles. These death traps are very terrifying. The dangers will hit wave after wave, however. If you survive it, you might get a shocking reward, Babata said. This is also why many great beings enjoy exploring secret regions. However, you have to know your limits. The number of treasure troves the universe has produced is countless, however. Many absolute beings have all fallen to these places, Babata said. Your strongest golden horned beast hasn't even stepped into the sector lord level. And you wish to try these death traps? Even undyings have fallen. As for you, your death percentage is over 99, unless you are truly just simply lucky. Luo Feng awoke. The entrance alone was that terrifying, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with and take what was inside. You can only do as much as how strong you are. If you are greedy, you will die. Luo Feng looked at the endless cave ahead of him. The cold permeated his body. He couldn't help but feel tiny, compared to the many mysteries of the vast universe. His power was simply too weak and small. Even undyings fell all the time. He was only an ant compared to the undying. Hard work. Only after becoming a true absolute warrior, one of the many in the vast universe, will I be able to control my own fate and protect my family and home. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Onwards. Within the depths of the cave, a skinny 26 tall bamboo-like man with two long silver horns on his head was present. He almost looked like a mountain goat, and he seemed cold and old as he lay on one of the ice sculptures by the side. His eyes gleamed with gold light, as his nose releasing comfortable snorts. Harder, harder. There were two aboriginal youths, one with crossed legs, another one was massaging the shoulders of that old man. Beside them stood 12 either clean cut, or handsome, or simple-looking, or brave-looking youths. There were universe levels and domain lords. The skinny goat-like old man opened his eyes and smiled at the crossed-legged universe-level youth before him. Come here, elder. That universe-level youth cleared his throat. The elder asks for you. A domain lord-level man beside ordered. That universe-level youth approached nervously. The old man smiled, extending his skinny hand and grabbing the youth's, complimenting him. Youth sure is a different thing. The universe-level youth seemed completely uncomfortable all over. He shuddered and quickly retracted. Interesting. The skinny old man smiled, his powerful world energy pressured that youth, almost like a rope binding him, leaving him unable to move at will. He dragged the youth before him. Just kill me, kill me. That universe-level youth suddenly shouted out, tears flowing from his eyes. Brave. If you are truly brave, you can kill yourself. The old man suddenly turned and looked into the distant cave. There a black-horned youth was walking. He suddenly stopped. The two of them had a distance of 100 kilometers. However, at this time, they could clearly see each other. He, another universe level 9 punk, with an alert gaze, reserved, and firm. I can't even feel a sense of fear. Prized goods are what I like the most. The skinny old man smiled. Camulu, personally go and catch him for me. Yes, teacher. Besides, the strongest domain level 9 man respectfully complied and became a beam of light shooting forward. Luo Feng saw the distant, skinny old man, especially the energy he emitted. Feeling danger, Sector Lord, about level 6 or 7. Flee. Luo Feng turned and fled. Whoever my elder likes, don't think of escaping the silver-horned man's silhouette was like lightning, swiftly chasing. Little punk, relax, my elder won't kill you, he'll take care of you. Luo Feng's expression changed, his goosebumps stood up. Perverted. A punk that liked guys. In the universe, with trillions of races, there were many that liked men. However, the majority of the races in humanity still favored the men and women path. That was the main path, and those that liked men. Even though Luo Feng felt uncomfortable with it, he didn't bother himself with it. However, now that it was right before him, how could he not be taken aback? Haha, Luo Feng, I didn't expect you to meet such a situation, Babata said. That perverted old man, Luo Feng cursed, seeing the universe level 9 youth. Besides him, he should be one of those captured by him, sick. So. Behind him, the domain level 9 silver-horned man swiftly chased. Hence, even though their initial distance was over 100 kilometers, with the chasing, it immediately became a few thousand km. Don't resist, otherwise I might hurt you unintentionally when that happens. The elder will be upset. The silver-horned man immediately rushed towards Luo Feng. Go and die. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. So. He swapped his bodies, and instantly the Masha clan took Luo Feng's appearance. Because of this, his goosebumps were already standing, hence he was too lazy to use his human body to kill him. His earth body relied on the cloud contact vine. Even though he was able to kill a domain level 9, it would still be troublesome and take a while. For the Masha clansmen, it was much simpler. So. Illusionary techniques. Luo Feng instantly reached behind the black-horned man and his blade flashed. Chi. It cut right through his chest and split apart the armor, and split right through the life core. The silver-horned man stared wide-eyed. This, the originally weak opponent had vanished and killed him, while he couldn't defend at all. Sick. Luo Feng glanced at the body, he flashed and fled. The old man lay there frowning. Why hasn't Camulu returned? Teacher, maybe that universe level 9 refuses to submit and senior has to use some strength. Another domain lord level youth, besides said. Humph. The old man gave a low snort. He extended his world energy a bit more, until it reached the body of the silver-horned man. Rumble. The goat-like old man's eyes raged. He waved his hand violently, and the universe-level youth he was toying with earlier immediately exploded, becoming a mess of meat and flesh. This scared the rest of them as they dodged far away. My Camulu, whoever killed you, I will kill him. The old man roared and instantly became a beam of light, extending his world energy out. However, with Masha Luo Feng's speed, he had long fled from the cave. How would the old man be able to find him? Luo Feng had fled 1 million kilometers away, through 7 pathways, before he finally stopped. Even though I've heard and seen before, however, these warriors that favor men actually tried to catch me. Truly sick. Luo Feng glanced back. My strength still isn't sufficient, if I have to unleash the golden-horned beast. This cave, however, is only a few tens of km wide, with the golden-horned beast's shocking length, it wouldn't be able to move properly at all. Forget it. He shook his head. he couldn't be bothered to think of it anymore. If he had the strength, he would definitely retaliate and kill him. Half a day later, Luo Feng sat on the ice to rest, sending a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, playing with his wife and children. Primal chaos. Cities 30 years training. Actual universe 100 years, plus Blood River worlds. 80 years. The many years had huge changes within Luo Feng's family. Luo Feng, 19.2 kilometers ahead, there's a domain lord level 9 man progressing. Babada's voice resounded. Luo Feng's thread of consciousness immediately returned to reality. He looked up ahead. Very quickly, a domain lord level 9 man silhouette appeared. His body was short and tough, with a couple of black horns. Another domain lord level 9 Luo Feng shook his head. 10 or so km in the distance, the short man saw Luo Feng, his eyes seemed to gleam with ferocity. Universe level 9, the short man, Pa Tua, looked at the black-horned youth ahead of him, immediately smiling coldly. Punk, it's just your bad luck that you met me. Pa Tua. He was one of the 6 from the 1000-star sect, one of the official 6 that Pu picked, amongst which 3 of them were sector lords, and the other 3 were domain lords level 9. He even gave them those items, the 3 E9 grade laser guns for the domain lords. Obviously, Pu's hopes were on the 3 domain lords, and Pa Tua was one of those 3. These past few days, he had been very careful. His only worry was entering a dangerous spot and being hypnotized simultaneously. All this while, he had been randomly slaughtering many universe levels and domain lords the moment he met a sector lord. However, he would flee. However, because one actually chased him down, he didn't hesitate to use the E9 laser on him. Its power was terrifying, instantly killing the sector lord. Even sector lords who meet me would die. The feeling of having this laser sure is thrilling. It's a pity that I can only use it for a short time. When I leave Demon Note Mountain, I would have to return it to the god. Pa Tua couldn't bear to. He was very clear about the value of the laser gun. Even if he sold his entire fortune, he wouldn't even get 1/100th of it. Pa Tua laughed coldly at the black-horned youth ahead. Punk, if you want to blame anybody, blame the god. So he became a beam of lightning and rushed at Luo Feng, ready to begin his 762nd kill in Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng, who was walking along the cold ancient cave, saw the distant short man domain lord level 9. No threat. He's actually rushing over. If you had any warrior honor and didn't try to bully a universe level 9, I wouldn't even try to kill you. However, now, don't blame me. Luo Feng's mental state was just as before. He never placed a domain lord level 9 as a threat. After all, the cloud contact Vine was already domain lord level 9. Rumble. Luo Feng stomped on the ground and the condensed ice layer split with cracks. He rushed towards the short man. Clang. He brandished his blade. Haha, a universe level 9 punk actually making a move against me. Pa Tuo's eyes flashed with coldness. His body engulfed in lightning. He wielded an arc blade, instantly reaching before Luo Feng, and the blade became a demonic blood and green-colored moonlight. Hua! The light flashed at Luo Feng's head. Good blade work. Luo Feng smiled. His body floated, and he actually got 3M close to Pa Tua. The blade flashed gorgeously. Illusionary 7 blades. Dutchman's pipe. Dang! As the 2 blades clashed, the originally confident and smiling manically Pa Tua suddenly changed his expression. He felt an unbelievable force when their blades had clashed, such a force that even he, a domain lord level 9, couldn't withstand. His arm went numb. How can that be? Pa Tuo's thoughts immediately erupted within. He's only a universe level 9, how can his blade be so strong? Domain level 9 and universe level 9. The difference was an entire level. Quantity-wise, it would be about 1,000 times in difference. In theory, just a single attack should have destroyed him. There's definitely no such sick person within 9-star ocean, don't tell me. He's a person with background from the virtual universe company. Pa Tuo's mind was filled with thoughts. From what he knew, only an assisting life form would be able to help a universe level 9 explode with such power. Assisting metal life form, plant life form, energy life form, etc., these could be equipped. The moment they were equipped, it allowed the user to unleash extraordinary power. Don't tell me he's the target of the god. The reason behind his strength is because of the cloud contact vine. Pa Tuo suppressed his glee within. Even if it wasn't because of the cloud contact vine, he definitely has some assisting life form within Demon Note Mountain. There are extremely few people with such background. The chances of him being the target is extremely high. Kill. I'll use the laser to kill him. As the two of them clashed with their blades, many thoughts flashed within Pa Tuo's mind. He instantly decided to use the E9 grade laser on him because, from what he saw, even if this wasn't the target, he was still some big figure. The first thing to do was to create some distance. Hurry and create distance. Dang, dang, dang. The moment Luo Feng drew close, with the movement of the Dutchman's pipe, he became extremely terrifying. The close flashes of the blade were indeed heavy. Pa Tuo wanted to dodge and flee, but Luo Feng's blade was simply too terrifying, hence, he couldn't afford to be distracted. In the blink of an eye, the both of them had already exchanged 10 clashes. Chi. Both of them were separated. As Pa Tuo retreated, he let out a sigh of relief. I've finally found a chance to flee. This punk's blade work is like a madman, slashing at super close distance. It's just madness. Luo Feng, however, was shocked within. The cloud contact vine is after all an assisting life form, adding to my strength when I equip it. However, the strength is after all not mine when I use it. It's obvious that I cannot use it perfectly. Even my blade work cannot reach the pinnacle effect, otherwise, when he fled earlier, he would at least be injured. A thought simply flashed through his mind. You wish to flee? Luo Feng roared as he rushed forward. Dream on. Pa Tuo became a beam of light, swiftly creating distance, smiling manically at Luo Feng. Humph. With the cloud contact vine equipped, he couldn't fly as fast. Luo Feng frowned. He waved his hand and 18 thin vines extended from his arm. They grew longer and got thicker. The 18 dark red vines instantly became 10 thick, like 18 terrifying pythons, and on them were several leaves and thinner vines. They headed towards the domain lord level 9 fighter, Pa Tuo. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to chase. Haha, it's indeed you. While fleeing, Pa Tuo let out a mad laugh as the 18 thick vines madly rushed over. He brandished an automaton device. It was a pure silver-white item. From a glance, it was like a small cannon. The barrel had reached a startling 1 m. Its length was 3 m, and on it was an energy channel, along with a handle, a little thing that could be operated with one hand. This automaton weapon was obviously much more exquisite and delicate than Luo Feng's Star Annihilator, which was a single person's weapon. However, the quality and fear generated from its barrel, the automaton weapon, was that terrifying. There was a warning light on the back groove of the weapon, and the light was already bright red. Obviously it was activated the moment Pa Tua had taken it out. Luo Feng used the cloud contact vine. Its thick vines were like thick pythons, wrapping towards the opponent. The automaton weapon the opponent brandished, however, made him stunned. "What's that?" Luo Feng was shocked. Laser gun. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a laser gun before. Back in the world within a world he had seen one, however the construct was obviously different. Flee. Luo Feng danger. At the instant the laser gun appeared, Babata's piercing voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. "That's an automaton E9 grade laser gun, and it's the XTH series E9 grade, a top-class E9 laser gun, which is able to prepare within a short 0.1 seconds. The moment it's ready, it can instantly unleash a terrifying laser. Even E9 grade alloy materials would instantly be pierced. Normal sector Lord level 9s, without special items, would instantly die." Luo Feng's heart suddenly twitched. His hairs were all standing. He stared wide-eyed. He stared at the opponent's automaton metal object. That is actually an E9 grade laser gun. A sense of fear he had never felt before caused his soul to tremble. Even when he met a sector lord before, he had never been such a precarious situation. Even back in the swallowing cave, even if he was swallowed in, he didn't know if he would die from that. Hence, he never felt such fear before. At this time, it was a true life or death moment. The moment the E9 laser gun fired, his three bodies, the Domain Lord level 9 Masha clan and the Golden Horned Beast, wouldn't be able to withstand it, as his body's strength were far from sufficient. Naturally, the Golden Horned Beast was huge. As long as it didn't hit any vital spots, there was still hope of survival. However, the cave was too small, its body was too huge and couldn't even appear within. And to dodge that laser with speed, that was even more unrealistic, because even the fastest of the three, the Masha clansman, at its maximum speed, was still very far from light speed, and the instantaneous speed was even further from its own max speed. The laser shot from the gun would instantly reach the limit of the actual universe light speed. In such close distance, locked on light speed shot, one's consciousness wouldn't even be able to react. How could he possibly dodge? Chi. The Domain Lord level 9 fighter wielded the E9 grade laser gun, another with the arc blade flashing and dodging and knocking away the cloud contact vine. Even though the cloud contact vine was powerful, it was after all still Domain Lord level 9. In terms of level, it was the same with this fighter, and the opponent was purely defending and dodging. The cloud contact vine may be able to kill the opponent, but to kill him within 0.1 seconds was simply unrealistic. The thick laser gun's warning light turned from red to green. 0.1 seconds had passed. Storing complete. While being chased by the thick vines, Pa Tuo's expression was struggling. Suddenly, he stopped and faced the barrel straight at Luo Feng. This pinnacle automaton device, the E9 grade laser gun, automatically targeted the distant Luo Feng. "Go and die," Pa Tuo laughed manically and immediately pushed the button. "There's no other way." I can only risk it all. Luo Feng's eyebrows were burning, his eyes filled with madness. Babata, take out the automaton ship. Understood. Babata didn't dare hesitate. Rumble. A 1-200 tall silver-white pyramid appeared in mid-air. In times of such danger, this majestic automaton ship blocked Luo Feng within the frozen cave. Ha ha ha, Pa Tua laughed madly, pressing the button. A glaring light-speed E9 laser shot out of the gun. It was extremely glaring. And just the energy alone was higher temperature than a normal star. If it were a normal person seeing it, he would instantly go blind. Shichichi. The thick red vines that were blocking were like tofu being shot through. Immediately, they didn't have any chance to block it at all. Rumble. The super laser hit the body of the automaton ship. This entire ship was made of a peculiar silver-white alloy. When the terrifying laser that had enough power to pierce through a planet hit, immediately Shichichi, a dent appeared in the surface of the pyramid, almost like the surface of the alloy was melted simultaneously. Light flowed continuously throughout the surface of the pyramid. That light energy seemed to be quickly absorbed by the ship. This automaton ship was a ship ridden by an automaton undying. Its body material was made from a pinnacle E grade. This was more perfect than any built by humanity, and it also had auto-regeneration. The surface of the ship could absorb attacks. It could be said that, as an E-grade pinnacle ship, with its absorption and regeneration abilities, unless an undying decided to attack it, nothing else could present a threat to this ship. Of course, Luo Feng had suddenly brought it out, without any time to prepare its energy shield. If the shield was active, it would be even safer. Even though it didn't pierce through the ship, however, not piercing through was even more terrifying. Because light was formed from light particles. And the mass of light particles wasn't zero. Accurately speaking, light was also a matter, because normally, light along with the weaker lasers, as long as the particles do not gather and condense together, the mass usually isn't that huge. However, this was a beam capable of piercing a planet. A beam capable of killing a Sector Lord level 9 warrior. The particles contained in this beam were too huge, although every particle was extremely light, lighter than a feather. However, when trillions of them gathered together, they had enough power to pierce a planet, hence, to kill a Sector Lord level 9. The mass of this beam was terrifying. Rumble. The beam that was extremely hot and heavy hit the ship, but didn't pierce through. Hence, the powerful force created by the beam caused the entire automaton ship to immediately fly backwards. The lasers built on Earth back then were mostly relying on high temperatures to kill beasts, and the laser guns in the universe, etc., as their powers got stronger, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions to trillions of times continuously rising, resulted in the lasers not only having high temperatures, but with high physical force. Normal laser shots would produce a cavity. However, since the automaton ship blocked it physically, it led to the ship enduring the entire physical force. As it got hit, it swiftly followed the direction of the shot and flew in that direction. Just like a billiard ball, after getting hit, it would shoot in the same direction. The ship was flung in the direction of the laser, and as the laser was originally locked onto Luo Feng, the ship was like a billiard ball flying backwards straight at the target, Luo Feng. Masha clansman. Change. Luo Feng quickly fled to the wall of the cave for support. Simultaneously, Switching to the Masha clansman to quickly grow bigger, this was almost like a huge piece of rubber, with a hollow center. The human body stayed within this center. This huge rubber leaned on the back of the cave walls. Rumble. The ship hit by the laser, crashed into the rubber. That terrifying physical force smashed into the rubber, and instantly, the Masha clansman fought hard to make itself incredibly soft, but sturdy, but due to the sheer force, however, the rubber began to split apart. Rumble. A portion of the force flowed through the rubber, straight into the wall behind, causing the entire wall to tremble and shake. The ice layer split apart and cracked in all directions, and countless ice shards fell from the walls. The incredibly solid black stones also began to split apart, and some of them started falling down, as the entire pathway shook since the high temperatures generated from the contact of the ultra laser, and the ship was something much hotter than even the sun. The ice layers around began to melt, as steam engulfed the area. Not caring about anything else, Luo Feng's Masha body had formed into a huge mass of rubber. That rubber was completely torn apart, and within the core hollow part of that rubber the strong vibrations that caused even the space to warp had created a force that hit his earth body. Rumble. His earth body was wearing AF-grade silver armor. Even if the laser hit him straight on, it wouldn't pierce through. Wang. His earth body was hit by the force. His body shook violently. The cloud contact vine on the surface of his skin began to crack apart, after which his skin split apart too. Fresh blood flowed out of his broken bones, eyes, ears, nose, and all his bones were instantly shattered. Silence. Damn it, Luo Feng howled within. That painful hell. Why he didn't let his earth body enter the internal world at that critical moment. This was because the earth body's surface had the cloud contact vine, and he was wearing an F-grade armor. These were all layers of protection. That terrifying force, after passing through the Masha clansman, about 30 of it was wasted on the ship, 30 on the wall, and 30 on the huge rubber formed by the Masha clansman. Only about 1, maybe even 1,000th entered the earth body. Even that was weakened, as it went through the armor. It went through the domain lord level 9, which was a powerful and yet flexible life form. The remaining force only completely broke the earth body's bones, destroying his organs, but at least it didn't break through the essence like the Masha clansman. If it weren't for the armor and cloud contact vine weakening it, the earth body's weak and frail body would have had even his cells destroyed. The situation now was still good, because the Masha clansman's core, the life crystal, and Luo Feng's true core were both within the earth body. The life core was extremely solid, and the true core was even sturdier. The final force didn't even destroy the earth body. Naturally, the true core was completely fine. Earth body returned to internal world. Masha clan, gather. Instantly, the completely disabled earth body and the heavily injured cloud contact vine vanished, and the life crystal released a strong black energy, swiftly forming the Luo Feng body. Masha Luo Feng. So, Masha Luo Feng's silhouette flashed and rushed towards the domain lord level 9. Enemy Pa Tua. He must have died. Pa Tua wielded the E9 laser gun, seeing how the huge automaton ship had crashed straight into the human silhouette. Even though it seemed like he saw a huge mass of rubber appear, but he still deduced the enemy must be dead. That was an E9 grade laser gun. Such a level of weapon, It can't kill just a universe level 9 little punk. So. Luo Feng appeared right before him. Yu Pa Tuo's expression changed. Chi. The blade, which was infused with space laws, flashed so fast that he couldn't even react. It split him straight in two. That blade also hit the life core and instantly broke it. Pa Tua died. Pa, the E9 laser gun fell from his hand onto the ground, hitting the high temperature melted ice below. Who? Luo Feng stood there, watching the body that was split in two, looking at the water that boiled around from the high temperatures, and the large amount of steam. He couldn't help but feel fear after. It's simply too terrifying. If the automaton ship's defenses weren't enough, it would have been pierced. And it would hit me. Without the ship to cushion the blow, if the laser had hit me directly, my armor, even though it's F-grade alloys, the force generated from the laser would have still shook me to dust. Luo Feng was very clear the armor didn't have much use. This was also why the genetic armor was much more expensive, and this armor was cheap. Just like how a person wearing a solid armor on a highway, if he was hit by a huge car, he would still be flung. Maybe the armor would be fine, but the person would be killed by the force. A person in an elevator, if the elevator suddenly fell and hit the ground, it may be fine, but the person would probably be dead. Same theory. A solid armor can defend against special situations, however against such terrifying force, it had little use. Luckily it worked. Luo Feng sat on the ground. The boiling water and temperatures around were at least a few hundred degrees, and this was also only because there were countless ice layers about within Demon Note Mountain. Hence, the temperatures weren't so high. Mist engulfed the area. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the silver-white, simple-designed E9 grade laser gun. E9 laser gun. Luo Feng held his breath. This was a true ultimate killing weapon. Especially with its 0-1 storage time, it made this laser gun extremely terrifying. Luo Feng flashed and knelt beside the E9 laser, picking up the seemingly simple automaton piece of work. He touched its peculiar sculpture. This was very similar to his silver-white pyramid ship. However, he could feel that this laser gun's material was somewhat better. It may seem like just a gun, but it felt even more terrifying than the large cannons of Earth. The barrel of the gun was only 1 m in diameter. In the vast universe, a few universe ships' main cannons, their barrels were at least 100s to thousands of meters. This 1 m in diameter barrel, in the universe, it was indeed considered only a gun. Luo Feng, this is an E9 XTH 122 series laser gun that only the automatons can build. It's reputable for its small size and short preparation time. Babata communicated mentally. You should know that technological weapons, even though humanity is proficient with it, the most it can create is a weapon capable of killing a Sector Lord level 9. As for creating one to kill an undying, humanity cannot do it. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, from Sector Lord to undying, that was an evolution in essence. Humanity could at most create an E pinnacle grade alloys, and F grades are metals already produced in the universe. Creating weapons are the same too. After reaching E pinnacle, there hasn't been a way to break through to create stronger weapons. The automatons were different. Automatons were the origin for the technology of the universe, and all of its people were living AIs. They could even create weapons capable of killing of undyings. They could create F-grade comparable alloys, and these alloys had better qualities than the same grade pure metals. Just like when Luo Feng was in the Yunmo ship back then, seeing the automaton Undying's corpse, that corpse was a simple alloy body, even that alloy was comparable to F-grade metals, and for an alloy body to reach such level of flexibility and sturdiness etc., perfection, it was indeed an unbelievable thing. This was something only the automaton race could do, no other race could do it. A weapon capable of killing an undying, only the automaton can build one. Babata continued, of course, those levels of weapons are extremely pricey. The automaton undyings, even only a few of them can own such terrifying weapons. Luo Feng nodded. His own automaton ship was equipped with an E3 grade laser cannon and a star annihilator. Even though the power of the star annihilator was huge, its preparation time was too long, and definitely not suitable for close combat. As it was so huge, it was not suitable for a person to carry it either. Same power, the smaller it is, the more expensive, the shorter the preparation time, the more expensive. This E9 grade laser, it's so small and its storage time is so short, it can be said to be the bane of sector lords, Babata said, even amongst the automaton race. This is rare, your teacher back then never got such an item. How expensive would it be? Luo Feng asked. It's priced at about 5,000 mixed elements, Babata said, to undyings. It's not considered too expensive, the problem is that it's considered a rare item. Even with money, it's hard to buy, unless one is willing to pay few times the original price. So expensive? Luo Feng stared. 5,000 mixed elements was more expensive than even an automaton ship. Right, this laser gun can be considered a family heirloom, Babata said. Imagine having one of these in the family. If a sector lord enemy ever flew into your territory, the moment the galaxy security system picks up on the sector lord, you only need 0.1 seconds to prepare, and the moment he gets close, kill him in one shot. The sector lord wouldn't even be able to react. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The star annihilator was powerful, however it required 60 seconds to store the energy before firing. With the sector lord pinnacle speed, 1 second alone was enough for him to fly tens of thousands of km to reach the territories headquarters. Hence the star annihilator can only be considered a massacre weapon during an attack, and the E9 laser gun, whether it was carried about or as a treasure for the race, country, it was heavenly. From today onwards, Luo Feng rubbed the gun in his hand, feeling the coldness from the weapon. I've got another trump card. The Masha clansman's instantaneous speed is shocking, with it wielding the E9 grade laser, and its shocking speed, surviving 0.1 seconds is too easy. Once that passes, I can kill the enemy in one shot. Luo Feng kept the gun in his space ring, after which he checked the frozen body. Even though the ice around had melted and boiled around because of the high temperatures, this was after all Demon Mountain. Very quickly the cold from around had reached all about. In 10 seconds, the boiling waters once again froze over and became ice. The vapor around too formed an ice layer. Pa his one step broke through the ice, and he took the space belt from Pa Tuo's body. I wonder what he has on him. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to invade it and scan. With Luo Feng's perspective, normal treasures didn't entice him at all. This Pa Tuo's entire family fortune was far from even one mixed element. Ah, there are over 3,000 black tags here. Luo Feng was happy with the surprise of so many black tags. The many tags floated before Luo Feng, black and huge, every one of them represented at least a universe level's life. Over 3,000 lives. Demon Mountain indeed stands for a new lease on life. Luo Feng shook his head. I hope my tag never becomes another person's spoils. With a wave he kept all the tags, including this unexpected reward. He had collected a total of 4,320 black tags. So, Luo Feng swiftly flew to the distant automaton ship and carefully checked it. The dent caused by the laser shot earlier was already almost gone and looked like it was new again. Looks like it'll be perfect again in a while. The memory regeneration of this alloy is not bad. Luo Feng complimented within. Babata, keep it in your storage space. Understood. The automaton ship that had fallen and had its surface frozen over immediately vanished. Within the caves, Luo Feng seemed like an ant carrying a blade and swiftly making his way forward. Even a lion hunting a rabbit has to give its all. If I meet a troublesome opponent, I'll immediately switch to the Masha clansman to settle it. Luo Feng walked and reflected on the battle before. The reason he was in such danger before was because he didn't initially treat the domain level 9 as an opponent, resulting in such danger. As he walked, he frowned. Babata, Luo Feng shouted within. That fighter that wanted to kill me, he shouted, it's you, and he even took out an E9 grade laser gun that even Undyings rarely own. Firstly, that fighter was only an aboriginal from 9-Star Ocean. In theory, he couldn't have acquired that gun. Babata said, to acquire that gun, it probably was an Undying and one with a huge background, and he only said it's you when he saw the cloud contact vine, along with the sector lord that was after you before. From everything I can deduce, some huge figure is trying to kill you. This person gave the laser gun to the domain lord level 9 and told him about your specialties, having a domain lord level 9 cloud contact vine. And the sector lord after you before, guarding that cave, he should be the same. From this I can deduce this person that wants to kill you probably arranged for more than one person to kill you. There are sector lords and domain lords with laser guns, Babata explained. Luo Feng squinted. Who wants to kill him? He didn't feel like he offended anyone. Powerful figures that want to kill you probably have some upper level grudge, Babata explained. My guess is that there are 3 kinds. First is a sect battle, second is a personal grudge, and the third is a race battle. As the virtual universe companies every knight owns his own sect, you would eventually belong to the 9-Blade Knights sect if the sect battles get intense, and someone views you as a potential threat, he would try to take the chance to get rid of you. However, these sort of genius assassinations are very despicable. The sect feuds must be pretty big. The second reason is personal grudge. You are True Yen Emperor's disciple. Anybody who has a grudge with True Yen may implicate you. Similarly, those who dare do such a thing must have huge grudges, otherwise they wouldn't take such risks. The final reason is race battles. The human race has intense battles with other races. A few warriors may have invaded other races to assassinate the geniuses of others. This is common. Luo Feng nodded. 3 possibilities. Luo Feng, as you get stronger and your position rises, unbeknownst to you, you might offend others, or others may want to kill you over nothing. These Numbers will keep rising, Babata said, hence, you have to be more careful. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't die. The moment he died, the weak foundation of the humans of Earth would immediately change. The shockingly rich Ping Hai Corporation would quickly gain the attention of others too, and their outcome would be unpredictable. After all, even though it was within the virtual universe company, the company was too huge, it had too many firms and corporations within. This was a power even bigger than a universe country. Luo Feng was even more cautious as he preceded anybody he met who was a domain lord level 7 and up. He quickly settled with the Masha clansmen, and anyone below. He used his earth body to swiftly settle. Even though he was careful, killing others was hard to avoid. Very quickly, his black tag count reached 4831. On the 75th day of arriving in Demon Mountain, Luo Feng, who was carrying the blood shadow blade, walked along the cold pathways. Suddenly, he squinted, staring in the distance, about over 90 kilometers. Ahead, there were two universe-level youths lifting a handmade exquisite bench. In it lay a skinny goat-like old man, who would occasionally snort, and besides him were another 5 youths who were following him. It's him, Luo Feng squinted, that old fart. The skinny old goat man squinted his eyes, lying on the bench and occasionally snorting. Ever since Camulu's death, our days have gotten better among the two universe-level youths lifting the bench. The one in front, who looked resolute, with drooping eyes, muttered within, this elder Jin Yang, I've long heard of. His bad reputation I didn't expect to actually land in his hands. Here I have to bear with it, just a while more. He seems to be extremely upset by Camulu's death. Hopefully I can make it through. Elder Jingyang, a reputable sector lord within 9-Star Ocean, his reputation was mostly due to his preference for men. The disciples in this sect were all his boy toys, and Camulu was his biggest disciple and most favorite. He had sent Camulu out earlier to kill Luo Feng, but was actually killed instead. This made him extremely upset. Camulu, my Camulu, Elder Jinyang sighed within. Teacher. Teacher, there's someone ahead. A voice shouted from beside. Elder Jinyang opened his eyes quickly. With a glance, he swiftly saw the silhouette over 90 kilometers away, clearly, that short-haired youth with black horns, wearing a silver armor. It's him. Elder Jinyang's eyes gleamed. The memory from before flashed through his mind. Back then, he had casually sent his great disciple, Camulu, to capture Luo Feng, but who'd have expected his favorite disciple would never return again. Hatred boiled within his chest, and his expression immediately grew struggled. Little thief, he roared fiercely, return my disciple's life. Rumble. That beautiful well-carved bench immediately exploded, causing the two universe-level youths to dodge in fear. Elder Jinyang became a beam of golden light and flashed towards the distance, chasing after the hated thief Luo Feng. I actually met this old fart again. Luo Feng saw the distant silhouette. Without hesitation, he immediately swapped to the Masha body. As the elder roared and flew over, Luo Feng fled as well. However, he deliberately slowed his speed. Thief. The elder gritted his teeth, and his voice resounded beside Luo Feng's ears. The surge of world energy pressed down on Luo Feng. Now that I've actually found you, haha, you'll die, go, and be buried beside my disciple, Camulu. The elder roared as he swiftly got closer to Luo Feng. While fleeing, Luo Feng pretended to be trying his best to flee, his eyes seemingly filled with fear. However, within he was absolutely calm. Luo Feng, that sector lord level 7, is 18.2 kilometers away from you. Babata's voice resounded. That's about enough, Luo Feng calculated. So. In his hand the silver-white gun appeared. It was about 3 m long. He brandished it and immediately pressed the button. Immediately the light at the back turned a bright red. That's the Elder's world energy was spread out, he immediately discovered. The gun within the fleeing thief's hands. Elder Jinyang was after all a sector lord. The upper echelons of 9-star ocean all normally had universe ships or some AIs etc. to connect to the virtual universe. Through the virtual universe, the Elder naturally knew of the value of laser guns. However, he had no way to determine what grade it was. This little punk is giving off a universe level 9 energy. However, his fleeing speed is comparable to a domain lord level 9. And he killed my domain lord disciple Camulu. And now he's taken out what seems like a very high-level laser gun. He's definitely not from 9-star ocean, the Elder swiftly deduced, and the virtual universe company frequently sends out a few high position and status people to enter here, and these are all universe level 9s. This punk here may very likely be from the virtual universe company. Elder Jinyang was shocked within. Against a sector lord, he actually dares to take out a laser gun. He definitely thinks he can kill me with it, or at least threaten me. He was getting nervous within. A sector lord level 7, his conscious calculation speed, just how fast was that? Many thoughts flashed in his mind in an instant. Flee. He didn't dare gamble. He turned and became a beam of gold light, swiftly fleeing. Trying to flee, Masha Luo Feng turned at this point and chased. So. In the winding caves, Luo Feng's speed instantly rose greatly by tens of times. Compared to the domain level 9 speed before, he reached a speed that exceeded most sector lords' instantaneous acceleration. Maybe most sector lords, after accelerating to their limit, would be faster than the Masha clansmen. However, the instantaneous acceleration was much lower. How did he get so fast? Suddenly, the Elder's world energy sensed Luo Feng swiftly catching up. Immediately his expression changed greatly. He was purposely baiting me earlier. At this, the Elder understood that he fell into a trap. The opponent could easily use that movement to escape, yet he had pretended to be slow. Without a doubt, this was a trap. I can't run, what do I do? The Elder was panicking. He immediately used his world energy to press the E9 laser gun in Luo Feng's hand. However, he couldn't activate it. Idiot, would the automaton race weapon have such an obvious loophole, to allow the enemy to use his world energy to control their weapon? Luo Feng laughed coldly within while single-handedly carrying the laser gun. Higher level energy weapons all normally had their own AI systems. Even the normal ships of humanity had these, much less a E9 grade laser gun. After taking out the gun, one first had to set one's authority. Only after which can it be used. Luo Feng acquired the gun after killing that domain lord Pa Tua. He specially got Babata to study it and invade its AI, completely changing its authority to himself. Lord. You must be a big figure from the virtual universe company. Spare my life, I have offended you. A sharp voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. The warning light on the E9 laser gun turned green. The storage was complete. Old fart, go and die. Luo Feng's movement was demonic, with just 2 Flashes, he closed their distance to about 800 m, he gently pressed the button. The laser gun automatically locked on its target. Chi. A glaring white light shot from the barrel. While it shot out, it had already reached the Sector Lord level 7 Elder Jinyang. No, the Elder stared wide-eyed, the corners of his eyes split, filled with fear, madness, and hate. He tried his best to dodge, pouring his world energy into his genetic armor to protect himself, even using the world energy to form a projection around as a shield. Rumble. Under the glaring and burning white light, the genetic armor dispersed all of the attack throughout the Elder's body, causing his entire body to instantly crumble simultaneously. The armor too burned through, from his neck to his feet. Everything was reduced to nothing. Finally, the force of the beam caused both his head and feet to burn from the high temperatures, with nothing left behind at all. The white light continued its path towards the distant wall. Immediately the wall shook, countless ice melted and later began to boil, forming white mist. Voila! The space around shook. When the Sector Lord died, large amounts of items appeared and landed about. These were all items stored within his internal world that crumbled after his death. So poor Luo Feng glanced. Black tags. The black tags were in the distance, and many of them scattered throughout. Collect. Luo Feng collected all the black tags and valuable treasures. As for the messy remains that were lying about, for a core member like Luo Feng, with the virtual universe company supplying with him so much more, naturally he couldn't be bothered. Killing a Sector Lord really gives so many more tags. Once I include the batch before, I've already exceeded 7,000 black tags. Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. I never intended to collect the 10k black tags. However, now I've already got over 7,000. The stronger one was, the more tags he would acquire. Pa Tua, who owned the laser gun before, had killed a Sector Lord and others. Hence he had many tags. This Elder Jinyang was strong, hence he had many tags. 2. Maybe I'll really be able to acquire over 10k black tags. Luo Feng smiled, instantly becoming a beam of light and vanishing. As his days in Demon Note Mountain got longer, Luo Feng gradually realized the danger. One day, while he was sitting cross-legged, with his consciousness in the virtual universe studying the 3rd volume of Time-Space Scribbles, as he was immersed, he didn't move for 6 consecutive days in the cave. Then he realized, after not moving for 6 days, he actually was attacked by 3 terrifying demon notes. These 3 were capable of hypnotizing Sector Lords. Especially one, which was enough for even a Sector Lord level 7 or 8. Luckily my consciousness is strong, and I picked Demon Note Mountain. If I had picked Ice Mountain, I would have long not been able to withstand anymore. He was shocked within. If it were someone else, and not him here, that person would long have become a zombie. On the 109th day in Demon Note Mountain. Rumble. A distant rumble resounded from the distance. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged, had become an ice statue. He opened his eyes, and the ice layer broke apart. He stood up and turned to look in the distance. There's someone following the explosion from far. Very quickly, a 300 m tall gorilla beast was chasing a universe level 9 youth. That youth was clad in gold armor. His movement was demonic. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Primal Region Universe level member Mo Luo. The Virtual Universe Company's Primal Region Universe level member. There were 3 originally. Once the new geniuses Bolin and Long Yun were included, that made 5 of them. And Mo Luo was one of the 3 seniors within. Because of the upcoming qualification battles, the universe-level primal region members and their specific information had been collected by Luo Feng. In terms of strength, the 3 seniors of the primal region were much stronger than the Mother Flame race saw Gene Fire Dragon he had defeated before at least. Now, within the qualification battles, he had no confidence of defeating any one of them in reality. However, it was not definite. Amongst the 3 seniors, Luo Feng actually had the most respect for Mo Luo. Mo Luo came from the distant South Fox universe country. Originally an orphan of a barren planet that was the remains of war, alone. Without a name or identity, later the Mo family owned over 1,000 life planets and territory and found a barracks to nurture its own death army. However, during the process, Mo Luo displayed unbelievable talent, hence he was quickly absorbed by the family and given the family name Mo. Since then, his name became Mo Luo. After receiving the family's full nurturing, his improvement grew even more absurd. Very quickly, even the elder of the family, a universe level 9 warrior, had nothing left to teach him. Not long after, Mo Luo was discovered by members of the virtual universe company stationed within his region, and was immediately absorbed in as a special elite by the virtual universe company. The absorbed elites of the virtual universe company had to compete amongst themselves too. Very quickly, he was absorbed as an internal core member. During that same year, he passed the Sky Mountain and entered the Sky and Land region. After which, after 2 qualification battles, he made his way into the Primal region, becoming one of the high and mighty Primal region members. Luo Feng and the others were accepted as core members through the genius battles. Mo Luo, however, was one that gradually rose through the ranks after being absorbed as elites. Hence, he had respect for this Mo Luo. The first reason was because of his hardship and history. The second reason was because of his battle techniques, his self-created beast fist. Fighters mostly use blades, swords, guns, axes, rods, etc., all sorts of weapons. Mo Luo, however, relied on his body, his fists and feet. According to teacher True Yan Emperor, most begin by learning techniques used by the earlier generations. As one's law comprehension rises, one will discover parts of the techniques that don't suit himself, hence he would create one. This process was incredibly important. Luo Feng was very clear on this, because almost 99.99% of Undyings would create their own techniques suited for themselves. These techniques, creating them as early as possible, wasn't necessarily the best way. When one's law comprehension is weak, it's not wise to create techniques, as the weaker the comprehension, the easier the techniques would stray from the true path. This Mo Luo, however, with his beast fist, even True Yan had complimented it. Luo Feng had seen footage of him using the beast fist. He was filled with respect. Within the icy cold cave, the youth dressed in golden armor jumped from side to side, exchanging lightning-fast punches with the huge gorilla beast. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cave shook with ice layers splitting apart as the gorilla beast roared and punched madly, waving his huge palms about. The golden-armored youth was incredibly nimble, as fast as lightning, dodging time and again. However, in terms of speed, it was obvious that the gorilla was much faster. Very quickly, he reached the youth in a big step. Big punk! The golden-armored youth looked up. Hell! The gorilla slapped violently. So, the golden-armored youth actually stood his ground as the palm was about to hit. Only then did he dodge at the last moment. This made the gorilla immediately stop its wave and flipped his hand for another attack. In that instant, the youth swiftly flew upwards. Fly, the youth grabbed on to the 10 long finger of the gorilla and violently flung him. Rumble. The 300 tall gorilla was thrown off the ground, heavily smashing into the ice. Ground rumble, such a huge thing, almost like a little mountain smashing into the ice layers, breaking through many layers of ice, causing the surface to split apart. And as the entire beast was flung from one finger, naturally the joint of that finger was broken. The golden-armored youth once again used his strength to sever that finger off. Hell! The gorilla roared with rage, climbing back up and waving his palm. The not-too-distant Luo Feng was shocked as he watched the scene, while moving, his entire body is like water, wrapping about the finger the moment he unleashes his strength. However, he actually uses the gorilla's strength against him and throws the entire beast, and like adding oil to the flames, breaking off the finger. After how wonderful and unbelievable at the same time. It looked simple. However, against a mountain-like palm, Luo Feng questioned himself whether he would dare invite the palm in to grab that one finger. He didn't have such ability. Mo Luo, Universe Level 9, Gold Armor. This was a Domain Lord Level 9 metal assisting life form. Babata said that beast has an energy level of Sector Lord Level 2. From his combat skills, his body moves as one. He can probably already unleash 100 times his normal force. The Undying Altar was a test of one's exertion. 100 was the limit. However, it's useless. The most terrifying thing about the beasts are that it won't die even from heavy injuries, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Even if the beast was cut into pieces, it would still slowly regenerate. During the battle between Mo Luo and the gorilla, the beast was getting injured constantly. However, it still maintained the upper hand. I'll help him out, Luo Feng smiled. So troublesome. Mo Luo stood on the gorilla's head and muttered, no matter how heavy the injury, it's still useless. Pa. The gorilla's palm waved past and Mo Luo flashed, running around its huge body. Suddenly, a silver-white pyramid appeared in the distance. A gleaming white light glowed at the top of the pyramid. Laser cannon. Mo Luo stared, so shocked he immediately did 3 flashes, and dodged far away. Chi. A light beam with a diameter of 200 m flashed past the gorilla beast. Its huge body immediately lost half of it, leaving behind only its head and legs. The rest were completely melted. Half of the light beam too was lost after melting the entire beast. The remaining half landed on the wall behind, melting a portion of it. Automaton ship E3 laser cannon. Whether it was the 9E3 laser cannon or the 3-star annihilators on the ship, they all had huge barrels. Like the E3 laser cannons, the light beams it shot out could be controlled from 30 m to 3000 m. Automaton ship. Mo Luo looked on in shock. The ship swiftly vanished and a black-horned youth walked over. Only his facial features had returned to its original appearance. Mo Luo. Luo Feng shouted. Luo Feng. Mo Luo looked in shock at Luo Feng. You've also come to Demon Note Mountain. You are here. Why can't I come? Luo Feng smiled. Mo Luo was very shocked. Since the qualification battles were upcoming, he had done his homework too on who would become his opponent. Naturally he had taken notice of Luo Feng, because Luo Feng was simply too intrepid, plus, even though he hadn't been in the virtual universe company for too long, and he had already defeated Sa Jin Fire Dragon, this level of improvement definitely had pressure on the others. How the gorilla's head on the ground actually still let out a low roar. Mo Luo looked at the head and his expression changed, shouting, "Luo Feng! Let's move quickly, quick!" So Mo Luo swiftly fled. Luo Feng was suspicious, but he too became a beam of light and swiftly followed. Mo Luo was ahead and Luo Feng followed. The two of them continuously flew through 3 caves before stopping. Luo Feng Mo Luo landed on the ice and smiled at Luo Feng. "I've long heard of your reputation, however I've never met you before. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here in Demon Note Mountain." Luo Feng nodded, after which he frowned. "Right, Mo Luo, why were you rushing to flee earlier?" "Ah." He shook his head helplessly. "It's like this, earlier, not far from where I encountered the beast, there was a beast nest. For the past 2 days, I've been chased by the beasts, and have been trying to escape, however relying on myself. I couldn't even settle the beast earlier universe ship. The straight flight speed of the ships are fast, however through the winding caves, having to slow and speed up constantly, it cannot even compare to me relying on my metal life form." Luo Feng nodded. The universe ship's acceleration were generally slow and required time before reaching light speed. Of course his automaton ship was much better with quick acceleration, but it still paled in comparison to the Masha clansman's instantaneous acceleration. "And my ship doesn't have that kind of firepower like yours." Mo Luo shook his head. "Hence, I've been in a deadlock." "Beast nest?" Luo Feng nodded. He had encountered once too. The beast nest was indeed terrifying. "Anyway, I don't dare enter such a place again." He shook his head and looked curiously at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, how long have you been here? Have you met any dangers?" "Not even 4 months," he replied. "Not as long as you." Before he even entered, there were already 2 core members here. Obviously now, he can confirm one of them was Mo Luo. "Looks like you wish to stay all 3 years too." Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, exclaiming, "This Demon Note Mountain is seriously dangerous, especially the Demon Notes. Luckily I found a pattern, otherwise I'd long become a zombie." "Pattern?" Luo Feng looked at him. "To survive this long, you haven't discovered the pattern?" Mo Luo asked. Luo Feng was stunned. Other than the terrifying swallowing strength of that one cave, the other demon notes were no threat to him, hence he never noticed a pattern. The first point, don't stay in a spot for too long. As time passes, the strongest demon note attacks will get even stronger. Mo Luo smiled. "This much you should know already, even the aboriginals know this." This much I know." Luo Feng nodded. "Who?" "Li." The piercing howls of the wind pierced straight into one's heart and soul. Luo Feng and Mo Luo, however, chatted as per normal. "The second pattern is also the reason I've been able to survive till now." Mo Luo smiled. "I've separated the demon notes mainly into student, star, traveler, star, universe, domain lord, and sector lord levels." Luo Feng, you should have realized the main demon notes in this Demon Note Mountain is mainly around the star traveler to domain lord level. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, rarely would one encounter a sector lord demon note. The pattern I've discovered is Where there's a star-level demon note, then that area would also have a universe-level demon note. Where there's a star traveler level, then there would be a domain lord level demon note. Where there's a student-level demon note, that would have a sector lord level demon note. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, saying with full confidence, wherever the demon note is weakest, the higher the chances of there being an extremely strong demon note. Luo Feng was stunned. In his mind, he swiftly recalled the many places he had been in the past 100 days, because these past few days, only the demon notes in the ice forest were actually a threat to him. As for the other places, he hadn't really bothered. From student level to sector lord, these demon notes had no threat to him at all, hence he didn't bother to figure out the pattern. Now that he thought about it carefully, with his AI comparable memory and calculation speed, he swiftly recalled the places where he felt the demon notes. Right? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Indeed. There were some places where the demon note strength was simply just star and universe level, somewhere at star traveler and domain lord level. Very few places had student and sector lord level. As time passed, the distribution of the demon notes would shift, forcing everybody to keep moving. However, these are all useless to me, Luo Feng thought within. The demon notes in this mountain, normally reaching the sector lord level, is already quite rare, unless it's like that mysterious cave. Hence, other than those places, they have no threat against me. Luo Feng and Mo Luo, the two core members of the Virtual Universe Company, proceeded forward. Luo Feng, we'll split after this cave, Mo Luo said as he flew. There are trillions of caves in Demon Note Mountain. We'll pick different ones. If we stick together, one would have to yield to the other sooner or later. I believe you won't enjoy that either. Haha, alright, we'll split ahead. Luo Feng nodded. If he stuck with Mo Luo, he would have to be extra careful when using the Masha clansman. So. The two of them swiftly flew for a while, came out of the pathway. Luo Feng looked shocked. Ahead was a vast ice field, and on it were huge pits. Every one of them were different from another. The large ones were up to 100 kilometers in width, while the small ones were just a few km. However, one couldn't even see the depths of these pits, only that they were endless. Luo Feng and Mo Luo landed. What is this place? Mo Luo carefully walked to the side of a pit. Not clear. Luo Feng walked to the side to this pit. It may be called a pit, but in fact, they were like abyss, as one couldn't see the depths at all. Luo Feng turned to see a vast field. In this vast ice field, the abyss could be seen everywhere, countless. Something's not right. Mo Luo frowned. Luo Feng nodded. The two absolute geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company carefully surveyed their surroundings, simultaneously feeling a strong demon note attack. Rumble. Mo Luo, who stood beside Luo Feng, without any warning kicked fiercely. This kick was like a volcano explosion that Golden Boot smashed into a shocked and unprepared Luo Feng's waist, infused with the strength of the Domain Lord Level 9 metal life form. This caused Luo Feng to be knocked like a bullet into the abyss. Luo Feng only felt an incredible force hit his entire body, and even though there was the defense of the cloud contact vine, Luo Feng still spit out fresh blood from his mouth. Chi. Fresh blood. Hua 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 hua. Thick red vines fiercely extended from his arms. The vines were thinner, but quickly grew thick. They madly extended to catch Mo Luo. Rumble. The abyss began to produce an unbelievable swallowing energy, just like when Luo Feng encountered that cave back then. Besides the shocking swallowing energy, a noiseless demon note pierced into his mind at this time. The cloud contact vine, knowing its master was in danger, couldn't care less about Mo. Luo, who had flown far away, it quickly expanded to grab the side walls and ice. Yeah. Break. Luo Feng quickly recovered from the demon note attack compared to the last swallowing cave. This demon note was slightly weaker. Mo Luo, the corner of Luo Feng's eyes split, and his eyes flushed red. He roared at Mo Luo, who had flown many km above the abyss. Why? Why did Mo Luo suddenly attack him? He had such respect for Mo Luo, and they were both Virtual Universe Company members also. He had thought that this person had no ability to harm him. Indeed, in a true sneak attack, Luo Feng, who had his other bodies, couldn't lose. However, at this time, Luo Feng, this is Demon Note Mountain. Even if I kill you, it isn't a crime. Mo Luo coldly looked at Luo Feng below, as a sound rang in Luo Feng's ears. Simultaneously, an exquisite-looking gun appeared in Mo Luo's hands. Laser gun. Luo Feng's expression changed. To dare to take out a laser gun, he probably has a guarantee of killing him. Then, this should be an E-grade laser gun. C6 grade laser gun. Babata's voice resounded. Chi. Mo Luo, who was high in the air, shot a beam down into the abyss. This beam was over 100 m away from Luo Feng. It pierced deep down, after which Mo Luo fled as fast as he could, swiftly disappearing in an instant. Suddenly kicking Luo Feng into the abyss, shooting a beam of laser deep into it and disappearing. Describing it slowly, this whole process actually took no more than 0.1 seconds. The preparation time of that C-grade laser was simply 0. Rumble. The terrifying swallowing energy worked on his body. Pa 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 pa. The vines, under the pressure of the energy, began to rip apart. Luo Feng, however, didn't have a thread of fear within. His eyes were only filled with rage and anger. That Mo Luo actually, since he wants me dead, then I'll kill you myself. Looking up, such a proud absolute genius actually resorted to such a trick to kill him. Masha clansman. Change. Luo Feng instantly vanished and switched bodies. He became a shuttle that tried to fly out. Suddenly, hell. A roar occurred from the abyss. Simultaneously, the space about the shuttle began to ripple, and the terrifying swallowing energy worked on it. Its speed decreased. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Change. The shuttle became a thumb-sized awl, yet the energy still remained as strong as ever, pulling it down. Change. The awl then became a huge stone that filled up the entire pit. However, the energy was just as strong. It continued to fall lower, causing sparks as the stone dragged along the sides, large amounts of rubble falling. Change. Change. Luo Feng instantly tried many forms. However, no matter what he did, the force exerted on him was still the same, and as he fell, that terrifying hell from below made one's heart tremble. It's him, Mo Luo. As he fell, he remained calm. He recalled how Mo Luo had shot his laser into the abyss. Back then, he was suspicious. Why would he use a C-grade laser to shoot in? It had no power whatsoever. Now, from the looks of it, Mo Luo's shot was probably to awaken the spirit of whatever was deep within the abyss. That spirit had a swallowing ability similar to that of the golden Horned beast, it now consciously worked on Luo Feng's body, no matter what form he took, the force was just as strong. And if it were simply just asleep or dormant, the casual amount of swallowing energy like how it was at the cave before, Luo Feng could have easily become smaller and escape. Mo Luo must have been clear on the situations here, hence he deliberately did that. Luo Feng raged within. Change. Luo Feng, who was constantly falling, did one final change into an ice bear. The ice bear fell down and entered the abyss. There must be way to survive, there must be. Ice bear. Luo Feng instantly disappeared into the depths of the abyss. After a while, a silhouette flashed and stood at the side of the abyss, gazing down below. It was Mo Luo. Luo Feng. His lips curled into a smile, looking at the terrifying endless abyss. You sure are stupid, since this is Demon Note Mountain, me killing you, it's no crime at all with your talent, even if during this qualification battle you are no threat to me. However, the next time, or in the future, you'll eventually threaten my position. It's better with less people who would threaten me. This path to the top, I will stop at nothing. Mo Luo said softly. From an orphan in a war-ridden world, to the terrifying death soldier training and factions, all these had changed his rules. So he swiftly vanished and left the ancient abyss just like how it had been for a trillion years. No one knew that the absolute genius Luo Feng of the Virtual Universe Company had been swallowed in. Luo Feng was sucked into that abyss and was falling quickly. Who? The air howled in his ears, as the ice bear. Luo Feng watched the frozen walls beside him flash past him as he fell. He quickly pondered on what to do. Within he's tried all methods to break free. No matter what he changed to, it didn't matter, and as Babata had told him before, Luo Feng, the swallowing energy is too strong. It's stronger than even what the automaton ship is able to unleash. Even if you use the ship, you wouldn't be able to escape. Ice Bear. Luo Feng looked below at the dark abyss. All he could do now was prepare and gamble for a chance of survival. He descended non-stop. Quite a bit of time had passed, yet he was still descending. This made him shocked within. Just how deep is this abyss? It's much deeper than the pits in Blood River world, and was at least 100 kilometers deep. The winds howled madly in his ears as he continued to descend. He had no way to resist the swallowing energy, and he could only let himself drop. And as time passed, it made him think of other things. Many scenarios popped up in his mind. Mum, Dad, honey, ping ping, little hi, ah. While Luo Feng muttered within, he looked down at the bottomless abyss below, seeing nothing but black. Why am I thinking of my family at this time? Looks like even my subconscious is thinking I might really die here. Luo Feng was clear that ever since he was kicked into the abyss by Mo Luo, he understood that he was in big trouble. Especially when the Masha clansman was unable to break free of the swallowing energy when he fell in. This time's danger was much worse than that of Blood River world. Death trap. Some death traps in the universe secret regions, Babata had told him earlier. He too was extremely clear. My chances of survival this time must be very low. The ice bear. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. Facing death itself, Luo Feng had no fear. Maybe since the day he chose to become a warrior, or the time he chose to sacrifice his life together with the golden horned beast, or the time he chose to lead the safety of Earth, or become an absolute warrior of the universe. he had long prepared for death. There are countless warriors risking it all in the universe yet, only one out. Of a trillion make it to undying. Luo Feng looked at the darkness below. Ever since I began this journey, I've long made preparations for my death. However, if there's any chance of survival, I will fight hard to make it. Mo Luo's appearance flashed in his mind. Indeed, I didn't think of you as a threat, or as an enemy, because I respected you and didn't wish to be your enemy also. I thought that you wouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on me. Not only that, because of my self-confidence, I believed you weren't a threat to me. Luo Feng thought. However, I now understand there is no way to find what's in a man's heart. I cannot easily trust others or be too self-confident, allowing myself to be arrogant. Yes. In Luo Feng's heart, Mo Luo's actions before were stupid. Maybe relying on such methods, he thought he could get rid of Luo Feng, getting rid of one less genius that was a threat to him. This way, he would have more time to remain in the throne of the primal region. However, from Luo Feng's point of view, this was simply stupid. This was simply his own mental state wavering. Because he had trained his mind, Luo Feng was very clear. The truly strong had to have confidence in themselves. Only with that would they be able to stand at the pinnacle. If one didn't even trust themselves, by using such devious plans to blackmail or harm others, just how many could they get rid of? The path to becoming strong, the ones competing weren't simply Luo Feng and the newbies, there still were the other sector Lord Pinnacle geniuses, and the trillions of races in the universe. Countless geniuses, how many could he eradicate? One had to believe himself. Strengthen himself, that was the path of the strong. Getting rid of enemies, that was simply stupid. That was already a fault in his own thinking. The moment one wavers, then he was set to never become truly strong. Mo Luo, if I don't die from this, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. Luo Feng looked down below. So the ice bear Luo Feng descended with shocking speed down the dark abyss. After quite a while, Luo Feng, there's a rock ice layer below. Babada's thought reached Luo Feng. Rumble. Ice bear Luo Feng was as fast as a shooting star, in less than 0.001 seconds. He closed the distance of 20 kilometers, the two thick paws smashing into the ice layer, caused it to shatter and split apart. The distant ice layers too shattered below the ice layer. The thick rocks, however, simply shook, without a trace of damage. Hell. Lee. All sorts of ear-piercing howls resounded from all directions. After descending fast, he finally reached the bottom, and the seemingly silly ice bear sat on the broken ice layer and looked around in all directions, as far as he could see, be it big or small, human-shaped or beast or plant forms, etc. There were many beasts, he couldn't see the end of them. Countless beasts all on a winding ice mountain. The silly ice bear slowly stood up, seemingly stupid but filled with fear and shock. My God, there are so many beasts, I can't even see the end of them. This endless mountain range probably has over 10,000 beasts. Luo Feng was shocked. Within, he didn't expect that there would be a beast nest at the bottom of the abyss. Right, how was the swallowing energy produced earlier? Luo Feng, be careful. 1 kilometer ahead there's a beast, its energy is comparable to an undying. Babada warned him in shock. Undying. Luo Feng was shocked. The silly bear looked around. Where is that beast? 1 kilometer distance. There's no beast in my 1 kilometer area. In the distance there's only a mountain, and on it are countless beasts. Ice Bear Luo Feng communicated with Babata. Stupid, that ice mountain is a beast, Babata said. My god. Luo Feng was shocked. The silly bear maintained its silly composure, following the other beasts, and casually walking along the ice layer. However, it clearly saw this continuous mountain range ahead. The ice mountain is a beast. This ice mountain, just from a glance, is at least 1,000 kilometers, Luo Feng muttered. Damn. In terms of size, this ice mountain was probably not smaller than Earth. However, it was actually a beast. The ice bear continued to walk in this vast abyss world. It was incredibly vast. The number of beasts probably ranged in the trillions. If the first nest he discovered earlier was a river, then this deep abyss world's beast nest was like a vast ocean. Beasts in the trillions. He frequently bumped into sector lord level beasts, even occasionally bumping into huge beasts with energies comparable to Undying's. These Undying beasts were all extremely huge. The smallest was at least a few thousand km, the largest couldn't be seen end to end. Few. From an ice tree that was a few hundred km thick with the diameter of the top being a few thousand km, suddenly countless branches shook, producing a terrifying swallowing energy, causing some of the holes above to madly swallow. After a while, a black-horned man fell through and immediately caused the large amount of beasts to howl. Up to tens of thousands of beasts roared and rushed over. A piercing scream resounded as the man fought for a few seconds before being trampled and smashed into nothing. Hell. The beasts all roared excitedly, amongst them an ice bear roared too. My god, ice bear! Luo Feng glanced at the remains, shocked within. Luckily, I became the ice bear and descended. If I came down in my human form and surrounded by so many beasts, how would I survive? Even sector lords that came here would die without a doubt. In the dark abyss world, Luo Feng roamed for over 3 days. He had discovered the trillions of beasts, and among them were many sector lords and huge Undying level beasts, and there were over 20 of them. Luckily, right now, I'm a beast too. Ice bear. Luo Feng shook his bottom. Amongst the countless beasts, he slowly roamed. He didn't dare do anything out of character, following the other beasts about, because he didn't know in this abyss world whether there were any other great beings under cover. Careful. I cannot be careless. I rather waste more time and slowly progress than make a wrong move. Luo Feng wandered about slowly within the abyss world. However, even slowly, he actually traveled over 100,000 kilometers in a day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed and Luo Feng had survived over 2 months in that abyss world. It's really boring here in this abyss world. Only beasts live here, and the more peculiar thing is there aren't even any demon notes. Ice bear. Luo Feng roamed helplessly. Demon Mountain was split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, and for this Demon Note Mountain to have such a vast area without any demon notes, that was indeed strange. What's that? Luo Feng gazed into the distance. There, a glow of gold light could be seen. As it was too far, he couldn't see it clearly. I'll head over. Luo Feng continued to move slowly forward. After a few thousand km amongst the beasts, he looked up into the distance. There were many floating palaces. While he seemed stupid in appearance, Luo Feng was actually shocked within. Floating palaces that emit gold light. Within this vast abyss world there's countless beasts, which makes sense, but now there are even floating palaces. Luo Feng looked on carefully, and with a glance, there were about 32 floating palaces. Every one of them was about 10 kilometers in diameter, and every one of them glowed gold. Amongst them, about 23 of them were covered in white light, like a net, completely engulfing the 23 palaces. Ong. Wong. Weak and little sounds emitted from the floating palaces ahead, without any attack prowess. This, however, made Luo Feng's soul feel extremely comfortable. 32 palaces were glowing gold, and were floating in the endless abyss world. Among these palaces, 23 of them were covered in white light barriers, but the rest of them did not have these barriers. Hell. Ao. The beasts everywhere all looked up at the floating palaces, almost as though they were attracted by them. The many beasts all flew into the sky towards the palaces. Pung pung pung. The beasts clashed into the white light that enveloped the palaces and fell straight down, smashing into the ice layer and splitting it apart. These beasts then stupidly stood back up, and a group of them actually jumped up again and flew towards the white light. Clash fall, stand back up and jump again, clash fall again. Some of the stupid beasts seemed to have only muscle in their brain, only after consecutively failing many times did they finally give up. Ice Bear Luo Feng, too, looked up at the 32 palaces. 32 palaces, 23 of them have white light. Luo Feng looked up. The beasts were attracted toward these 23 lit palaces, like moths to a flame. As for the other 9 that didn't have a protective layer over them, the beasts that flew towards them easily passed right through. I'll give it a shot. Luo Feng prepared his fat and bulky ice bear body and jumped. So one could only see the gold light within the palaces covered in white light. One could barely see anything else within. Pung! The ice bear clashed into the light and fell, landing with a crash into the ice layer, before slowly climbing back up. The strength of the barrier is shocking. My clash didn't even affect it at all. He was shocked within. Even when the sector lord level beasts crashed into it, it didn't even affect it. So Luo Feng once again jumped up. His one jump was a few hundred km high. This time, however, he headed towards one of the 9 palaces that wasn't enveloped in white light. Resplendent gold light. Who? Ice Bear Luo Feng headed straight into that majestic floating palace. The entire palace was built simply. At the center was the majestic palace, and around it was a rock plaza, where beasts were casually lumbering about, some even standing within the plaza. As the Ice Bear Luo Feng landed in the plaza, he immediately felt the temperature change. The temperature is changing. The temperature here is definitely not as cold as before. Simultaneously, he observed the construct of the floating palace, which was separated into the palace and the plaza, and both of them were built with the black stones. There wasn't a hint of ice within. The surface of the black stones even had strange engravings within them. These engravings were all in gold. Countless gold engravings were imprinted within the walls of the palace and the plaza. The glaring gold light shot out from these engravings. What mysterious law engravings? Luo Feng looked at them and felt a sense of wonder. Babata, record them. Understood. At this time, all the walls of the palace and the plaza suddenly shot out a dreamy light. Countless amounts of light passed Luo Feng and swiftly gathered within the palace, forming an incomparably mysterious engraving picture. After it had completed, it became a layer of white light. This white light enveloped the entire palace. What Luo Feng was shocked as he turned to look. Pung. Pung. He saw a few beasts jump at the light from outside and crashed into it before falling. Before, there were only 23 of the 32 palaces that were covered in light all. Of a sudden, this palace has been covered too. Ice Bear Luo Feng looked about. The beasts in the plaza were either still roaming about, sleeping, or just messing around. They didn't seem to even notice the suddenly light. Ice Bear Luo Feng carefully headed towards the light and reached the side of the plaza, extending his claw in. Chi. His claw passed right through without any resistance. Al Luo Feng relaxed within. It stops outsiders from getting in, but there is no resistance from within. I seem to be able to leave without any resistance. Luo Feng kept his claw and turned to look at the huge palace. The plaza was about 10 kilometers in length and width. The palace was about a quarter of the plaza. Hell. A translucent flying beast with 8 wings was casually flying towards the entrance of the palace. This beast was about Domain Lord level 8 in strength. Formed completely from ice, it looked beautiful under the gold light as it reached close to the entrance. A black shadow flashed. Boom. Something smashed onto the beast's body. This over 100 m long beast was knocked so hard it immediately exploded. Countless ice shards scattered all over, while some bits passed the light barrier before flying back out. Luo Feng was shocked as he held his breath and watched. There at the entrance stood a gorilla beast that seemed to be formed from the black stone. He wielded a similar black long rod. On it were mystical gold engravings. The gorilla wielded his rod and glanced outside, his gaze sweeping past the beasts before he turned and returned into the palace. Stone life form. Luo Feng was shocked. There were many life forms in the universe. Metal, plant, flesh and blood, energy. What was life? Anything with intellect was considered life, and these beasts, the special beings produced in demon mountain's environment, couldn't even be considered life forms, because they had no ability to think at all. There are stone life forms in the palace, however, from the information the Virtual Universe Company provided, they said there were only beasts here that stone gorilla beast. However, that gaze, it's definitely a proof of intelligence. Luo Feng was shocked. One could easily tell intelligence from a simple gaze. Luo Feng observed patiently within the plaza, not daring to barge in. Within 3 days' time, he had seen 18 beasts attempt to enter. However, at the entrance, that stone gorilla would knock and break them apart. I have a feeling there should be a big secret within the palace. Luo Feng thought. The gold light. The mystical gold engravings he didn't understand. The mysterious stone gorilla guarding the door. And this palace that floated within a nest of countless beasts. Everything all hinted at the palace having a huge secret. Any fool would be able to deduce at least that much. However, how do I enter? Luo Feng looked at the entrance. If I just go, what happens if I get killed just like that? Rumble. The entire abyss world shook violently. A terrifying ripple spread in all directions, hitting the white light that covered the palace Luo Feng was in. What's going on? Luo Feng turned to look outside. Hell. Hell. Jie. Tens of thousands of beasts roared. The powerful explosion caused an entire uproar. Haha, you low-level beings dare mess with me. A voice like a god resounded throughout the space. Senior, even though these undying beasts aren't much threat, if they stick Together it's too troublesome, let's hurry and enter the inheritance palace. Another explosion, another booming voice. All right. Out of the 32 inheritance palaces, only 8 are empty, the rest all have people in them. That's strange. The Great Union's information stated that 9 were empty. Doesn't matter, anyway there's just 2 of us, whether it's 8 or 9, we are. Okay. The 2 voices resounded from 2 different places. As the land and skies boomed, the countless beasts roared and held the 2 powerful silhouettes rushed towards 2 palaces, without white lights from 2 different places. Ice Bear Luo Feng stayed in the plaza, the howls and roars from outside slowly grew weaker, quickly silencing completely, everything returned to its original calm state. However, Luo Feng was uneasy within. There's actually people, many thoughts flashed in his mind. Inheritance Palace 8-9. The 2 voices earlier should be 2 absolute warriors. At least Undyings. Great Union, what organization is that? Luo Feng was shocked. The information the Great Union gave was that there were 9 empty when I came. Earlier, there were indeed 9 of the 32 that weren't enveloped in white light. Don't tell me the moment someone enters, the palace will immediately raise a white light. Indeed. Just as he had flown into the plaza earlier, only then did the white light envelope the palace. Is the palace able to recognize the difference between me and the other beasts? Luo Feng looked shocked at the palace ahead. Even Undyings, and even more powerful beings. If they didn't directly scan Luo Feng, they were unable to tell the difference of a Masha clansman's transformation. However, this peculiar inheritance palace was able to detect the difference and raise the barrier. Luo Feng calmly stood in the plaza. Obviously, he had arrived at the mysterious core of Demon Mountain Inheritance Palace. And this place, accurately speaking, had 32 inheritance palaces. Then, at this time, including himself, there should be 26 with people in them. Looks like this inheritance palace hasn't been a secret amongst the upper echelons of the universe. They actually send Undyings here to accept the inheritance, Luo Feng thought. However, to accept it, it seems like not anyone can simply enter. After all, even my teacher Hu Yanbo hadn't heard of its existence. Indeed. These sort of universe secret areas, to just come across once, Undyings had to pay a hefty price, much more than even Primal Chaos City. I must be lucky to have been able to get here. Luo Feng looked at the palace before him. How do I enter? Luo Feng pondered for a while, before swiftly making a decision. Who? A human Luo Feng appeared before the ice bear. My Masha clansman will carry the core and remain outside while my earth body will enter. His eyes gleamed. In a flash, he rushed towards the entrance. Hell! When the beasts in the plaza saw the human Luo Feng, they immediately roared. The beasts had extremely low intelligence, something that only the special environment of Demon Mountain could create. They only existed to kill the intruders. Hence, when they saw a human suddenly appear in the plaza, they naturally went into a frenzy. Hell! The beasts became blurred images and rushed towards Luo Feng, wanting to tear him to shreds. And the human Luo Feng that appeared beside the ice bear had rushed straight towards the entrance. The moment he appeared, his domain lord level 9 cloud contact vine-covered foot stomped the ground, and with a bang, the ground around the plaza shook, and he became a shooting star that rushed towards the entrance. So, As he rushed, a large group of angry beasts howled and chased behind him. Rumble. The black long rod suddenly appeared, just that one. At the entrance, the tall and sturdy stone gorilla wielded the thick black long rod like a baseball player. He created whirlwinds as he waved it. Pung. Pung pung. Powerful ice beasts were immediately shattered, as large amounts of ice shards scattered far into the distance and knocked right out of the white light. Hell. Ao. The beasts all stared fiercely at Luo Feng, madly rushing towards him. However, the stone gorilla stood at the entrance, his aura strong and firm. No matter how many came, it didn't matter. These beasts are really stupid, standing there and gazing at the large amounts of beasts rushing over, Luo Feng exclaimed the moment they saw me. They all madly rushed over. Even after knowing there's no hope, they still try. Luckily the light protects the palace, making the trillions of beasts outside unable to enter. At that time, the plaza was left with nothing but broken ice shards, with only one beast remaining, the ice bear. All the other beasts were smashed by the stone gorilla after they madly rushed the entrance. The palace was tall and majestic, almost like a mountain. Luo Feng seemed small within. This is the inheritance palace. Where do I accept it? Luo Feng was dressed in the silver armor outside and cloud contact vine armor within. He carefully treaded within and examined the huge palace. There was a large amount of black fog. In the distance, the black stones occasionally condensed and then melted and dissipated. The stone gorilla looked at Luo Feng, hugging his black long rod, and stopped moving in his corner. How strange. Luo Feng looked at the scenery filled with black fog. Babada, have you discovered the mystery of this place? Unable to detect. My scanning signal has been completely jammed, Babada said. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Babada's scanning device was extremely expensive, even though its area was small. At only 20 kilometers, it was something Hu Yanbo had used in dangerous secret regions. It was usable in many secret regions, however within this inheritance palace the signal was jammed. Rumble. A booming sound could be heard within the palace. Rumbling occurred within the black fog area, after which a mysterious sound could be heard. On Changwu, the combination of the sounds formed a very mysterious noise, making Luo Feng feel incredibly comfortable. This is it, Luo Feng thought. Back when he saw the 32 palaces, he heard this sound. The sound reverberated throughout. The palace changed greatly. A broken piece of black stone suddenly floated before him with peculiar words. The strokes were similar to the engravings earlier. Luo Feng didn't recognize the words at all. This, he was shocked as he looked at the mysterious words on the stone. I've never even seen these words before, yet I can clearly understand what they mean. It's unbelievable. The words continued to appear and disappear. After a while, Luo Feng finally understood all of what it said. Demon Note General. Inheritance. 157,672. His eyes were filled with shock. The mysterious words that appeared on the stone, in summary, said this. Since the birth of this demon note inheritance forbidden land, you are the 157,672nd who has come to receive this, those that have the right to receive the demon note inheritance. Any life form with a soul can receive it. However, since the birth of this place, none have ever completely received the full inheritance. receiving the title of Demon Note General. Demon Note General, be it flesh and blood, life form, energy, metal, etc., the main thing is that life must have a soul. Anyone can become a valuable Demon Note General. Demon Note General, unique and unmatched. Since the birth of the universe, it's been said that there would only be one. When the time actually comes that one is able to completely receive the full inheritance, becoming a Demon Note General, this entire forbidden land will crumble. Puny life form. Work hard. Work hard to become a Demon Note General, follow the inheritance steps on the side, slowly climb the path to becoming an absolute warrior in the universe. In the palace. The black mist rumbled about, that mystical sound reverberated throughout the huge palace. Simultaneously, the changes that kept occurring within the palace produced a 3 li wide black stone staircase at the end of the black mist. Every flight had peculiar engravings, glowing gold. Human Luo Feng stood before the stairs and was silent for a while. Demon Note Official. Any life form, as long as he has a soul, has the right to become a Demon Note Official. Luo Feng looked at the mysterious stairs that formed from the parted black mist, feeling awe within. The universe was mysterious. This, Luo Feng had known before. The human race had a total of 1,008 universe countries, every one of them incredibly vast. The leaders of these countries were invincible and eternal beings, and there were even more powerful beings that created the virtual universe. However, humanity was but one of the trillions of races in the universe. However, it was one of the top. There were a few pinnacle races, and also some that may not be considered pinnacle, but were in fact very strong, like the Masha clan. In terms of clan strength, it was probably in the top 10,000, like the Golden Horned Beast. In terms of strength, it ranked one of the top. However, their numbers were simply too little, but that didn't mean they were weak. Trillions of races. Endless universe. Countless secret areas. Demon Note Inheritance. Who left it? Luo Feng looked about, seeing the words of that displayed earlier. The touch of humans here is very obvious. Obviously it was left behind by some great being. From what I know, Demon Mountain had been here long before the Virtual Universe Company had taken control of the absolute beginning region. Demon Mountain's history was extremely ancient, just like Blood River World. The universe secret regions were very mysterious. Some were naturally formed environments. However, absolute beginnings would leave behind their palaces and training grounds, etc. These beings may have controlled parts of the entire secret region even before the virtual universe had taken over. Only against the might of the virtual universe, they chose to back off. Any resistance would be crushed by the huge power of the virtual universe. However, the absolute beings of the universe, even though they back off before the Virtual Universe Company, it didn't mean they were weak. From what I heard from the two Undyings earlier, the Virtual Universe would arrange for large amounts of Undyings to be stationed in Demon Mountain. Many thoughts ran in his mind. Even Babata didn't even know anything about the mysteries of Demon Mountain. Obviously, this secret belongs only to the upper echelon of the universe, even more mysterious than Primal Chaos City. Demon Note General. This inheritance, forbidden land. The moment one life form completes the inheritance, the entire space would crumble. Demon Note General. There's only one in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. From what it sounded like, there would only be one in the entire universe. He would indeed be an absolute warrior in the Universe. There's actually been hundreds of thousands who've come before, yet no one has actually completed. Luo Feng shook his head, not thinking anymore. So, with a step, he reached the mysterious staircase. When his boot landed on the first flight, immediately the surrounding scenery grew hazy. Luo Feng couldn't see the scenery around him anymore, only the never-ending staircase ahead. Simultaneously, mysterious information began to permeate his mind. Accept the inheritance. Train in the inheritance. Every level will bring new information. When you reach the end of the stairs, you'll become a great being of the universe. Demon Note General, the voice rumbled in his mind. The mysterious training methods continuously flooded in. In an instant, Luo Feng was subdued by the techniques. This was a soul technique. One needed a soul to train in terms of its wonders, compared to the soul imprint his teacher Hu Yanbo had left behind. For him, it was many times clearer. The two couldn't even be compared. I feel that this nameless inheritance technique is comparable to the 9 Universe tablet. The tablet entices people to study it, and this is a completely detailed technique. Just this one technique alone is priceless. Luo Feng was excited. His eyes gleamed strongly. In his mind, he had the golden horned beast's inherited memories, and he had seen the treasure trove of the virtual universe company, countless techniques from everywhere. And because his perspectives were wide, he could instantly deduce this mysterious technique definitely belonged to the highest of inheritance. An inheritance along with the universe laws and paths itself. In an instant, he was completely immersed in the training of the technique. It wasn't just his earth body, the golden horned beast in the internal world. Two began to train simultaneously. Only the Masha clan remained helpless and silly, because this belonged to a kind of soul special technique, and the Masha clansman was unable to train it. Just who left behind this technique, such a terrifying technique, if I can make progress in it, becoming an eternal and invincible being in the universe. Definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration. Luo Feng didn't think much more about it. He suppressed his mad glee and completely immersed himself in the training.